What's up? Freeze Pop is here.
Splash.
He is here for the next 3 sims. I am here for the first 2 with him. And we will talk about the sim, and call Madden Sims here at DraftKings on the Dream Stream. That is the wind-up and the pitch. Lineups have locked. We have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking on the LA Chargers to start the day. What does your lineup look like?
First of all, this was a fun matchup in real life this past season. And whenever they play again...
Did they play in real life?
Yeah, and whenever they play again in like 4 years or however it works, I wonder if Brady will still be on the Buccaneers playing Justin Herbert, who at that point you have to imagine will be like an MVP caliber.
That was Chiefs, I think. It's Chiefs.
No, Chargers and Buccaneers definitely played. Chargers were at Tampa. Check it out. Look at the schedule. I specifically remember watching the game. I watched every Tampa Bay Buccaneers game.
All right.
Lash, don't test me on this. Okay, I got Chris Godwin in my captain spot.
Same.
I just really like putting him there. I think it's good value. Brady likes him in real life and in Simland. Just feels like a safe bet. Got Keenan Allen in there because at the last second I said, who do you want me to roster, Keenan Allen or Mike Evans? You said you had Keenan Allen. I said, okay, I'll do the same. Austin Eckler, Uncle Lenny, Hunter Henry, and gotta have him. O.J. Howard, gotta have him.
Very good.
Gotta have him.
Dude, I don't remember this game. 38-31 was the final score?
Wake up, bro. Lock in. It's Brady season.
I remember the Herbert game against Kansas City when he got thrown in there because Tyrod Taylor had the weirdo injury.
First game of the year, second game of the year, one of those.
I remember he played the Saints. The Chargers played the Saints. I remember that game. It was Monday night. Tampa played Green Bay. I don't remember that game, but it makes sense because they played Oakland or Vegas. They played that division. Denver.
Yep.
All right, my bad. I didn't remember.
Come on. You're really going to test me on this? Take a lap.
Brady threw 5 tuds.
I remember. I was, excited. I was an excited boy, we'll say.
I honestly, between Sims, might go watch highlights of that game.
You should go just rewatch his season. Drama you want. The heartache at the beginning, the struggles, finding, their footing, finding out how to work. Arians and Bruce and Brady, and they eventually came together at the right time. Took home another ring for Tommy Boy.
Yeah, and it upset a lot of people.
It's
really
not
too
me,
bad. Really is. I wish I felt bad.
Me. I totally don't.
We ended up with 142 entries in the Tom's number problems. Not your problems, Tom Brady's problems with numbers.
Yeah. That was interesting, huh? I was starting to think of why would Brady hate this? Because everyone else liked it, and that's another nice play by the Chargers defense.
What were the Pats up to?
Is it because Brady has such a mastery of what's going on the field that he even has certain numbers? If he for a split second sees a certain number, he knows a certain type of speed that a guy's going to have near a play, so he knows he can make that throw. Do you think that that's sort of the play on why he hates it, or do you think he's just being a crotchety old dude saying, no, a lineman should wear 65?
It probably disrupts his preparation in terms of there's probably a number system.
Yeah.
How they group the 20s, the 30s, 40s, 50s based on which position they play. And I really believe it's not about him. I think it's about the rest of the guys on the offense to keep everyone on the same page. You know how Brady says it every week? Got to be on the same page, got to keep getting reps, just trying to get better. I think he is fine with it. He'll figure it out. But I think more so if he wants to install his complicated offense and wants it to go because he's a perfectionist.
Yeah.
If he wants it to be perfect, maybe his version of what he said, bad football, would turn bad because it's not, the execution's going to be off based on how he thinks he can get through to his teammates. That's what I think. I think he's fine, personally.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it has something to do with preparation and his progressions and all this stuff.
Because the easy takeaway is, oh, Tom, you can't handle it. It's like, no, I'm fine. It's the idiot left tackle that is in his second year that I need to teach him new crap now.
Yep. Hand placement. Because a lot of times blocking fundamentals are predicated on, okay, you have to have your hands at the tops of the numbers. So maybe Brady's been sitting in some O-line meetings,
Yeah.
Learning about blocking schemes.
All right, so it's Chargers ball. The Bucs just had the ball and didn't do much with it. There's O.J. Howard. Gotta have him. Gotta have him. Talking it over. He's telling Brady, gotta have me next year.
Hey, gotta have me. Gotta have me.
They still have him, too.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
He is good. Well, we'll see how he comes back from the injury, right? But when Brady went there, he was always one of the names people were throwing in there. He's got O.J. Howard.
Right. And even, I think Howard was at some of those team workouts that Brady set up down when he first got there.
Honestly, O.J. Howard's had sort of a disappointing professional career. Coming out of Alabama, everyone was very excited about him. And I remember drafting him in fantasy, within one of the last few picks, because this guy's going to be a beast.
He's only 26.
He just hasn't really had an impact on the league yet. And I know a lot of that had to do with Jameis Winston, and he's been injured. But, okay, coming in healthy, he's got Brady, who now fully understands this offense. If you can't hack it here, then maybe it's time for you to go.
2017, his rookie year. 14 starts, 6 touchdowns. 6.
That's big.
His second year in Tampa, 10 games played, 8 starts, 5 touchdowns, a career high 565 yards.
Yep. So if he can be on the field, he's productive.
Only 1 touchdown in 2019, but I think that was Godwin's rookie year. Right? 19 was Godwin's rookie year.
That makes sense.
So, and Jameis was turning the ball over a lot. Because I think at one point, if I remember correctly, Ryan Fitzpatrick was the quarterback in Tampa for one of those years. So,
not for a full season, but enough starts where he had the podium post game, where he dressed like Conor McGregor. It was very funny.
Jesse Simmons, freak of nature. The freak of nature says the pipes are calling.
Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling. From land to sim and Twitch land.
Mike Evans with the catch for a first down. His first 12-yard pickup to the 28. We're midway through the first quarter. This is Tampa's second drive on offense. Not much going on if you're just joining us. You haven't missed anything. No points on the board. Must be is here. Turtles 1. Sean Preston has Eckler in the captain spot. Brian C. Brian, it's a beautiful day here in Boston. There's a good energy in the sim. How is the weather in Missouri?
Ooh, can't lie to you. Woke up an hour before this broadcast started. Got in the shower, ate some leftover pizza, logged onto my Zoom, and here I am. Have not gone outside. Looking at my weather app right now. It is 52 and rainy.
That sounds amazing. Pizza sounds amazing right now.
It was good.
Got up, went for a run this morning, and got all cleaned up, and I'm like, oh, pizza sounds great.
How was the run?
Awful. Because
Did you
it's
go
like
outside, or were you on the tread?
On the tread.
Yeah.
It's that 5th workout of the week. Like, you're like, oh, you can really make it a great week and get the 5th workout in, or you can just settle for 4. And I'm like, I'll just go crank something out.
Yeah.
Don't flip that Twitch. Sorry. I kind of enjoy saying, don't flip that Twitch, and they'll flip it.
That's your dog whistle to tell them to actually do it.
Maybe. Get your hand out of my pocket. We need more energy in the sim. Yeah. Well, the commentators are bringing it. The sim players are not. Kyle. Hi, Kyle. No school this weekend, right?
Hell yeah, Kyle. Or do you have homework on the weekend? That was always the worst. Your Friday class is about to end. and your homework assignment for the weekend. And the whole class is like, aww.
Second down and 8. That's complete to Godwin. We both
as Morgan is
Godwin.
leaving for the day. She's going to hang out with the family dog. Everyone say bye to Morgan. Morgan, say bye.
Bye,
Hi,
Morgan.
guys. Gonna go hang out with Boomer.
She's going to hang out with Boomer.
Mm.
She's putting on her mask.
What a great tandem, Morgan and Boomer.
Yeah, Boomer. He's
could be a morning radio show.
Mm-hmm.
Boomer and Morgan in the morning.
She sounds in.
I love you too.
Oh, oh, oh! Jared Kilgore, enjoy your life before children, lads.
Amen. I gotta say, my mom has been like, now that I'm engaged, has been pushing.
Wait,
the grand
in the sim or engaged
like to a woman. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Has been pushing the grandkids narrative.
Oh God.
Like, just so you know, your father told me as soon as you have kids, I can retire. I can take care of him, full-time nanny. Just hand the kid right to me. Pop it out, hand it right to me. Don't even need to worry about it. I'll give him back at age 6.
Now, what do you say to that? Yeah. Yeah, Mom,
Sure,
I'll
Mom.
be right back, all right?
She's like, I don't even care if you're married. Just have a kid already. I'm like, Mom, relax.
So
my dad got a new car the other day. He sends like these nice pictures to our family group chat. It's me, my brother, my sister, her. Everyone's like, oh, Dad's sick. Like, oh, congrats on the new car. My mom, it's got a 3rd row for a car seat. Yeah, we get it, Mom.
Tampa Bay is challenging something. I'm going to watch the YouTube replay to see what they are challenging. That it wasn't a catch? That was a catch. Receiver had possession. We don't see these too often.
That's a catch.
We haven't seen those too often in these sims.
Pizza Man 7480. What part of Missouri are you in? We are in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. I am in St. Louis, Pizza Man. Soulard.
Aaron Hurt believes Scotty Miller is going to go off. Oh, well, just to quickly, before I forget, Kyle, I'll be on Madden After Dark tomorrow, yes. Actually, starting the night at 8 p.m., Koff and I will be together on a sim after the eating contest. So, that'll be fun. I think Lamarca is with me at 10 Eastern tomorrow. Producer Drew is here. I should shout out our team. Producer Drew, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, so a Drew Stack, and Tate from Game Ops is here.
This is honestly one of the, this is an all-star crew right here.
I was just going to go there. I'm glad you did.
It's the Drew Stack with Tate. Like, that's a great Saturday for us.
Yeah. Maybe I should work Saturdays more often.
I love a good Saturday work day, baby. Especially like wake up, bang out some Sims, and then you're off. That's a great way to get the day started.
No question. Well, what is this porch game tomorrow at 8? I don't know if I'm going to the porch tomorrow.
Yeah, Koff was talking about it last night. He wants you to go over there, buy Chinese food for him, and then have some sort of eating contest after the eating contest.
What a grab by Mike Williams!
Mike Williams is underrated.
Oh, typical Koff, just putting words in my mouth. Like, probably started the sentence with, I really think blank. I really think Glass should blank.
So he was pushing this idea last night, and I like it. I just know it's not going to happen, where it's basically like a book club, but for a movie, and basically we all watch a movie at the same time as the Sim Fam when a Madden After Dark starts. And even when the game ends, we stay on the sim and we just do a director's commentary of the movie while the sim is going on.
But what movie?
And we all decide on a movie with the DK Sim Fam.
Huh.
I think it's a good idea. I just know it's not going to happen.
Yeah, no. Well, that would require some extra improvement of that.
Yeah. And it would have to be a rated PG movie, right? It's a family friendly stream. Can't have any accidental swear words getting on the stream.
Producer Drew says, don't get sucked into Chinese tomorrow night. He'll make you get it for his whole family, and Chinese for a family of 5 costs like $130. See, I don't think he'll do that. I think he'll, because he knows I'm a nice guy. I'll be like, hey, does your wife want anything? And then that would set him up, put the ball on the tee, and he'll go, well, now that you mention it, you want to stop over at McDonald's and grab a couple of Happy Meals?
Well, and also, so Koff brought up Chinese food. I know he's very picky. Usually picky eaters don't love Chinese food, from my experience.
But people that like to eat Chinese food can be picky.
Yeah,
because there's a lot to choose from.
Okay. So, like, within the Chinese food realm, he can be picky about his thing.
Yeah. Well,
I get it. I haven't had good Chinese in a long time. I honestly, not a lot of great Chinese places out here in St. Louis. The East Coast is much better at Chinese food than out here.
Yeah. Well, do you have a go-to spot?
Out here, not really, no.
All right.
We have a sushi place we like, and they do some like Chinese food type foods on the side, but yeah. Now
his order is probably chicken fingers, chicken on a stick, and plain lo mein.
Yeah, you know what? Now that you say that, a picky eater could definitely be okay at a Chinese restaurant. Those I kind of like those really dry chicken fingers that they do at the Chinese.
Yeah.
But you got to dunk the heck out of those in some sweet and sour.
Same. I like those too.
Andrew asking a crucial question here. Lion's Choice doesn't do a General Tao's roast beef.
Really, they should. You give them so much publicity.
I'm on to something here. Yeah, no, dude, Lion's Choice, I should be getting free sandwiches for life from them.
You should just go up to them one day. Can I speak to a manager? I don't know if you know, but
I know the girl that does the marketing for them, but she just had a kid, and it's like, I don't want to bother her, but at some point I think I'll message her. Be like, hey, I know we haven't talked in a while, but you need to realize the publicity I'm giving this place.
What's up, Morris? Morris, Tater Hater is here. Tater Hater, get Koff a bunch of fortune cookies. I should make him a custom fortune cookie that has, the Celtics losing in the first round of the playoffs or something.
Don't even
buy a fortune cookie, open it, and then write a little note about the Celtics, then glue it back together or something, and put it back in the package. That would be commitment right there.
I don't even know how you do that.
Get the cookie from the place, chop it in half with a knife,
okay.
Get a little piece of paper, and write, Celtics lose first round.
Yeah, but then what do you use? Food glue? Is that a thing?
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to eat it. Who eats the fortune cookie?
Oh, I do, every time.
Do you actually?
I sometimes just chomp right in, and then I pull the paper out of my mouth.
Wow.
Cookie first, fortune after. If it's a real fortune, it'll survive the bite.
That's a lot of information.
If not, you just swallow the paper.
That sounds like you've done that before.
Yeah, 100%.
Well,
I've eaten paper.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, for shock value at the table, you're sitting around with some buddies. Ooh, cookies! Open it up, pop it in. Don't even take the paper out. Just eat the paper. I've done it multiple times.
May I add, this sim kind of smells like.
Oh yeah, big time.
How did the
I was
Chargers,
excited for this one too.
The Chargers were so close to scoring after that Mike Williams catch. They ended up losing more yards, and on 3rd and 11, Austin Eckler did nothing. And how is Tom Brady's X Factor lit at this stage?
Because he's lit, fam. The freak of nature saying Koff's Chinese order: chicken and broccoli with no broccoli and shrimp fried rice minus the shrimp.
Sounds like a. Have you seen the Krusty Kaufman menu?
Yes, very impressive stuff.
That's hysterical.
Speaking of chicken on a stick, you ever been to Hong Kong in downtown?
Yes, I have.
So the chicken on the stick guy that walks around with the bucket of chicken, I have to imagine post-COVID that guy's no longer going to exist.
There is a certain brand of Diet Coke there that is like $2 on Sundays. That was fun as hell.
Yeah.
Wow. That was when my buddy lived in Dorchester.
Oh, that's awesome. There's such a janky, karaoke stage there. It's basically just like a box.
Yes.
And the mic, it's like this fat mic. It's so weird, but it's a fun time. The mic is terrible. Yes, Andrew. It's such a bad mic. Great.
You really have to have the pipes.
And it has the train, on the, how they have the, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's a great place. I miss that place.
And it's tiny, right? It's not that big.
Yeah, it does not belong in the financial district of Boston, but it's there. It's there.
Oh, man. Andrew L. Glash eats candy off the floor. There should be an asterisk at the end of that sentence. When the situation is right. But yes, your statement is generally correct.
I would eat a chicken on the stick off the floor of Hong Kong.
That's pretty gross, but I respect it.
I've done grosser. I ate a meatball I found in the forest.
That's right. We yes. At least the forest is like nature. Hong Kong is like disgusting floor.
Yeah, it's just sticky Diet Coke floor.
But it is wood. I mean, that is kind of nature. Disgusting wood. It is wood floor, right?
I don't remember.
Me either. Congo Cab says what's up to us. Congo Cab has the New York Knicks logo in the chat now, not his Raiders logo. Did you lose a bet or something?
Very interesting.
Are the Knicks still winning? Are the Knicks like...
The Knicks are good.
They're like, no, I know they're good. They won 8 in a row. Has their win streak been snapped, or are they still winning?
I believe it's still running here. Wow. They won the other night. They got the Raptors here at 1 Eastern. Got some day basketball. And then it followed by Bucks Sixers. So some nice NBA on in the background for your boy here during his triple header.
Morris is actually in the chat here, and he says, NBA countdown. Who do you got as your captain for Knicks Toronto game at 1 Eastern?
I haven't looked at the rosters.
I think Randall's the guy, right? I'd pay up for Randall.
I haven't looked at the way the money shakes out, but yeah, I'm riding Randall right now. The guy is on a tear.
Because Boucher, the center, is out for Toronto. They've got no front court depth, so I would pay up for Julius Randle. That would be my suggestion.
I agree.
And then figure it out with value plays, because Randall's been a beast lately. He's been a beast all year.
Hell yeah. He's been a guy that's been overlooked for years. He's been a very consistent player for a long time, and now that he's in New York, he's become like a focal point guy. Mm-hmm. But I love Julius Randle's game.
His story. Also,
oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, I was going to say I love Emmanuel quickly too.
He's had a good season.
So good.
Have you seen the story on Randle and Kobe Bryant?
No.
So, I shouldn't have said that and then not know every detail, but something along the lines of, what was it? I think Randle bumped into, what was it? It was something about how Randle goes into if the Knicks are on the road, Randle will go into this is pre-COVID, of course, would go into the high school of the town he was in. So say they were in Boston, okay?
Yeah.
He would go to high school gyms like Kobe did the minute they landed, whether it was usually a plane ride, the charter flight, and he'd get into a high school around like midnight or 1 a.m. and get shots up. And he said he learned, like, that was like one of the last things Kobe Bryant told him as advice. But I want to remember how that happened. It might have been like the Kobe's last year and the last time that the Lakers played.
Yeah, because they crossed paths in LA.
Right. That's right. That's why, because Randall was in LA. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly what it is. I forgot about that. I forgot that Randall was in LA.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is. Let me see. I'll find a line on this just to make sure I got it right.
I like that.
Very cool. Like he carries it on like a tradition. Here it is right here. So this is Randall. We flew in after a Wednesday night game into Dallas. The Mavs game wasn't until Friday late, which meant we had an off day in Dallas. So guys were definitely going out that night. Me, I've got family. We got off the plane. We ride to the hotel. I'll never forget this. We're coming up on the hotel, and Kobe turns to me and goes, "Julius, what you about to do?" I'm like, "I'm about to see family." chill with some friends, have a night. And Kobe, he just cuts me off. He's like, nah, we're going to the gym. It's really cool. There's a whole.
I love that.
That was in November of 2015. So that's right. It was Kobe's last season, and Randall was on the team. There's Mike Evans.
Kobe, what a legend.
Here, Randy Barnes. Thank you, Randy. Kobe taught him to shoot in the towns they traveled to get shots up. His teammates. So now the Knicks do it. That's awesome. the whole kind of. That's how it's come full circle. Randall's carried on that tradition for 6 years, which is nuts to think he's been in the league that long now.
I know. It makes me feel old. I remember when him and Shabazz Napier played each other in the national championship game. Feels like yesterday. I was at Greatest Bar watching that game. Bunch of UConn fans.
Yeah.
They got that big screen TV.
Yeah, Napier kid.
And Andrew, you are right. That place actually is the worst. It's funny how a bar they call themselves Greatest Bar. It's actually an awful bar. Multiple levels. Every level is awful.
But you know what? That place is peak. I went.
It's good to watch a game.
Celtics opening night against the Sixers, and the Red Sox were in Houston. This was 2018. I think there was the game Bradley hit the home run against Houston.
Oh, okay.
In Houston. It was freaking sweet, and the Celtics smoked Philly.
That was a good night.
That was fun.
That was one of my last few days in Boston before moving out here, was that whole Red Sox playoff run. And I was out in Southie the night that Benintendi had that catch against Houston. And, God, the place went absolutely nuts. And the bartender just gave everyone in the bar a free round of Diet Cokes. He handed out, 65 free drinks.
Who was this?
Down in Southie, when Benintendi made that catch against Houston in the ALCS.
Oh, the bartender did?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It was amazing.
Here's Herbert, 2-minute warning. This has been a very slow sim. Mike Williams has a 54-yard reception. Sean Williams says, Shabazz from Roxbury. That bar was awful, he says. How about, on the subject of college basketball, really sad story about Terrence Clark.
I know, God. Looked like he was doing some speeding. Yeah. Brutal. Stay safe out there, guys.
Not to go down this road too far, just to I don't think he was driving, right?
I'm not positive of who was operating the vehicle. I know, but it was because of negligence in the way that someone was driving that he passed.
Yeah, he was driving. Okay. It's too bad. Well, it's to address. I saw this idea on I forget who proposed this idea, but they should add as Herbert. Oh, I'm third and inches. What are you doing?
Bad sack, dude. Get rid of the ball at least.
They should add a second round pick. So add a selection to the end of the second round at the NBA draft
for him,
and just let the Celtics take him or something, because he loved Tatum and Brown and looked up to those guys. So that was I thought that was a cool idea. Well, Tampa has one timeout, getting the ball back. This has been an awful start. We'll talk about anything, really. I mean, this is it's good to have you guys with us. 320 of you watching.
Ask us anything. AMA.
Randy makes a good point from a fantasy standpoint. You can probably roster talking Knicks Raptors if you want to play. You know, it was a good play too. Is Bullock or Bullock? Is it Reggie? It's Reggie Bullock.
It's Bullock. Yeah.
Yeah. So Bullock quickly, as you mentioned, even Derrick Rose, and then play captain one of those guys or something. That's an idea. But I think the Raptors are kind of in tank mode, which is just amazing. Now they've been decimated by injuries. They had some COVID issues as well earlier in the season. But man, talk about a team that's gone from we had Kawhi Leonard and we're going to make a run. I thought they were pretty damn good last year in the bubble, and they have not been great. So.
Yeah, I mean, Siakam's had a weird year. Anunoby's really good.
Yeah, I got some pieces.
I really like OG Anunoby. He's a guy I'd love to see in green one day, selfishly. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think they just paid him. But yeah, I think Toronto's a sneaky team. If they, I don't have the standings in front of me. I'm pretty sure they're in the playoff mix. But like I could see them turning some heads in the postseason just because they have that experience, you know?
Yeah. Gareboy03 on Twitch. Grew up watching Kobe. My b-ball game was all him. Played college ball for 3 years learning his moves. Good to have a new face, a new name in the Twitch chat. Fooligan giving you guys some lineup notes in the NBA. Next, are going to start Alfred Payton, RJ Barrett, Reggie Bullock, Julius Randle, and Nerlens Noel for the game against Toronto. Fooligan's always the man over on Twitch, giving people lineup not advice, but more like news and notes, which is great.
Toronto's definitely going to need some help to get in the playoff picture.
Like, are they even in it? Are they close to being?
They're in 12th.
Yeah.
So they need a lot of things to happen for them here.
Well, then you're just trying to get into a play-in game, and they're probably closer to the bottom at that point. So, we've got a two-way tie for first place. Somehow, the leading lineup has Brady in the captain spot. It kind of shows you what kind of sim this has been. Brady has thrown 18 passes, 17 of 18, 149 in the touchdown. Herbert, 6 of 7, 83 yards.
Randy Barnes bringing up a good point. They've been playing their whole season in Orlando, so they've been all out of whack.
That's right. No, they've been in Tampa. That's right. I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah.
There's still. So I've got some connections with Canada because of some lacrosse. As we look at stats here, Mike Williams 3 for 6.
National sport of Canada.
Yeah, indoor lacrosse.
People forget.
Scotty Miller, Aaron Hurt, Scotty Miller 3 for 34. I'm shouting that out because it's the second most receiving yards in the sim, so it's actually not a bad play right now. He's in the winning lineup. There you go.
Is Mike Evans the one nickel winner right now?
Yeah, so the lineup's just updated. Evans is the captain in the winning lineup right now. So hit that like button too, guys. Good energy in the sim. I know the game stinks, but we're having a good time. We're having good conversation, I think. So ask anything. We'll talk about anything.
Seriously, I'll tell you guys anything you want to hear.
Careful.
Anything.
What was I going to say? Oh, they are still struggling to get out and golf in Canada. They're not opening up courses. They are so
locked
in on this, which I give them some credit for. Good. That. That's a whole other. That's a topic for another day. I've got friends that are coaching or players, and they're can't even get out and golf like you guys can. That's miserable.
That's too bad because that's sort of been deemed a COVID-friendly activity. Even before the vaccine was a thing. So that's interesting.
Wow. Ready for this one? First time playing Fortnite. What is your favorite type of fruit snack?
Ooh. I really like the Welshers or Welshes. I think it's Welshes.
Yeah.
Those are good. But unless Gushers count.
Yeah, I was going to go there too.
Yeah, Gushers are awesome.
To be a complete child, I remember the Rugrats fruit snacks I'd get in my lunchbox.
Wow, so do I, honestly.
Those were
kind of like the two-toned.
If, say we were in the same middle school classroom, and we're eating lunch, and you're off to the right in a little group, diagonal, I go, yeah, freeze pops, look, I got 6 Reptas. How many pickles did you get? I got Chucky Finsta.
I got 4 Chuckies.
Tate is asking,
who's got Phil and Lil?
What is your social security number?
It is. Oh, did that just cut out? I gave it.
Yeah, I got it. I wrote it down.
Okay.
Ooh. First time playing Fortnite. Scooby-Doo. Wes, Starbert Fruit by the Foot is awesomeness.
Good call. Love Fruit by the Foot. Fruit by the Foot, much better than Fruit Roll-Ups. Just want to throw that out there. Fruit roll-ups, in fact, overrated.
Herbert, 3rd and 7. This is disgusting.
Fruit by the foot was the ultimate, like, cool guy snack in elementary school. If you had fruit by the foot, you had that big old fruit rope hanging out your mouth. You knew that guy was awesome.
Hunter Dobbs, I need UFC advice, LOL.
Not me.
Head to
I got
DK
nothing
Nation.
on that. Yeah.
The same place you find the depth charts, the Madden stream info page. Go to dknation.draftkings.com. On the homepage, there are several stories. Colin Sherwin, Jovan Alford, they've got write-ups on betting angles and DFS in regards to UFC 261. Check it out.
Eric Stern saying, still making this shed. Damn, this is taking longer than the Sims are on, but insulation now. Did the windows running electrical? Eric, the handyman here. DK SimFam taking a break from the shed to watch Chargers Buccaneers here with us on a Saturday. Welcome, Eric. I hope your shed gets done soon.
Eric, I think what you need to do, may I suggest, you gotta set up a little loft in the shed for like an iPad holder or somewhere to put your laptop or phone, and you can You ever hear that? Like people make sheds should be like a clubhouse too, and you can like set up your TV in there.
Yeah, get some Wi-Fi in there. 100%. Yeah.
Make it a little layer, a sim layer.
Man shed. 100%. Danny saying, what did you do at your bachelor party? So I haven't had my bachelor party yet. I'm not getting married until October of 2022. So going to have the bachelor party next year. And I forget if I've said this idea on The Sims before. So stop me if you've heard this, Glash. But I have an idea.
Okay.
So I've done the bachelor party thing where you go to Montreal. I've done the bachelor party thing where you go to Vegas. I've done the cabin in the woods. Like, every type of bachelor party you think of, I've done with, my friends. So for mine, I kind of want to just like take the travel element out of it. I want to make it sort of a cheaper option for people. One night only, Providence, Rhode Island. We'll get a venue, open bar, some apps. Anyone that wants to come can come. Sort of an open invite thing. If you can make it, great. If you can't, whatever. And we're at around 8, 9 o'clock that night. We're gonna do a roast, and I'm gonna
if people make it to 8 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah, true.
Hold on a second. Hold on. So you're telling me you're gonna open invite? Now, I'd like to think you're a pretty nice guy. You're a pretty welcoming individual.
I don't want to leave people out.
You probably know a lot of people.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. It's going to be packed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be sick, though.
You're going to run out of Diet Coke by like 3 p.m.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so maybe we'll have to have staggered. We'll have to stagger when people show up. No, I just like the idea of having open concept. Come if you can. If you can't, whatever. We'll share Diet Coke together another time. And then around 8 or 9 o'clock, we're going to do the roast of Tommy Freeze Pops. Get like 7 or 8 of my friends who are like in the comedy space, and they just like roast me. Just absolutely tear me to shreds.
Drew says, best friends from 12 p.m. on. Coworkers can't show up until 9:30.
Right, exactly.
That's when we should show up. You roll in like, oh, just finished the 8 o'clock sim. Let's get after it.
Come on down, baby. Morton Anderson's calling me right now. Can I take this?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I'll talk about the sim.
Hey, buddy, I am on a DraftKings broadcast. Can I call you?
Oh, you're not going to mute yourself? Oh, there you go. Okay. 2nd and 17. Wow, this has been terrible. Every time I try to look to the game and like give the energy to the actual game, I struggle. Eckler with the catch.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I don't know. He seemed like it was something important, but he knew what I was doing and got off quick.
All right. Bomber 44 is the leader in our free contest. Mike Williams on the catch. And if you really have to take it, I can handle it here.
No, I think we're good.
All right. Eric Stern, I wish Morton Anderson would call me. Glash, Freeze Pops, the Drew Stack, Tate from Game Ops. It is a great crew. Great crew for the early afternoon. If you're on the West Coast, morning Sims. Be sure to stick with us. 5 Sims tomorrow, just 5 because of eating contests. What time are we starting with eating? Is that at 6? 5:30, right? 5:30 pre-show. That's right. 5:30 pre-show with Jesse. We'll also have some interviews. So if you're into the eating stuff and you want to bet on it,
love it.
Do something crazy.
Enjoy it. Just be a fan.
Yeah.
Andrew bringing up a good point here. Is Morton going to roast me? Morton will be invited to the wedding. I don't know if he would go to the bachelor party. No, he'll go to the wedding, no doubt. He's already talking about it. He's very excited for it.
That's nice. Jeffrey Orris, yes. The Morton Anderson, yes. That's who Tom works with.
That's my man.
Check out the podcast. Plug the podcast.
Great Dane Nation, baby. Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. We have Mark D'Antonio on with us this week, the legendary head coach of Michigan State football, winningest coach in the history of that program. Figured draft just around the corner, be cool to kind of talk a little college football. That was where Morton went to school. He is a Spartan, so there's a little connection there. And then coming up next week, we got Kurt Warner joining the program, who will be covering the draft for NFL Network. And then week after that, Bill Murray. The Bill Murray, recorded with him on Thursday. So got some good stuff coming. Adam Vinatieri a few weeks from now. Dominique Wilkins, Basketball Hall of Famer, joining us. So good stuff on the way. Great Dane Nation. Subscribe, rate, review. Seriously, go on there, rate and review that thing. It really helps. It's weird, but it helps with analytics on Apple. It helps us in the almighty algorithm. If people like a sports podcast and their episode finishes, it'll suggest our episode over another one if we have more ratings and reviews than certain other podcasts. So get on there. Do that for me. I really appreciate it if you could do it. Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
That's the wind-up and the pitch. Hope you guys can hit that heater.
Do it.
Derwin thinks you should go to Vegas with Koff.
Is Koff going to Vegas?
No, like for your bachelor party. That was the suggestion.
Oh. Yeah. No, so I've done Vegas. I mean, I love Vegas, but I've done it for the bachelor party thing, and I don't know. I just want to do something different. I love this open concept idea.
I'm singing to Kelly Clarkson in the chat. Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. Freaking jam, man. Hey, you know what?
Kelly Clarkson underrated.
Sarah?
What?
13 going on 30. Nice little film.
Remember that movie?
What's her name again? Jennifer what? Jennifer, is it Gardner? No.
Right? Yeah, Jennifer Garner.
Jennifer Garner, okay.
She was married to Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
Viper, the Dominique Wilkins pod will be coming up in about a month. He will be running the week that the NBA playoffs begin. He's a cool dude.
Ooh. Shady McCoy. 7-3. This stinks.
The freak of nature. Have the bachelor party live on a sim. No. It's going to be a no phone at the bachelor party allowed situation. Because if we're doing a roast, you got to do a roast right, you know? Like there can't be any documentation or fear of documentation at a roast. You got to be able to let it all fly. No holds barred. So, absolutely not. The only documentation that will be done from that roast, maybe a picture or two, but it's just got to live in the memories of those that attend.
I like that. I like the no phone idea. Like, drop the phone in a box.
Yep.
Let everyone know, hey, I'm going to a wedding. Piercy, no, it's not Great White. It's Great Dane Nation.
Great Dane Nation, baby. I'll write it out for you guys.
I just put it in the Twitch chat. Let's see. McCoy, 6 for 23. Eckler, 5 for 24. It's really nothing really to share here. The receiving. Gronk has 5 for 26. Scotty Miller. Aaron Hurt. Scotty Miller, 4 for 48. Williams, 4 for 75. Evans, 3 for 27. Godwin, 4 for 22. Tate is a beast, updating the scores. So Keenan Allen's not been a beast. 1 for 7.
Thanks for telling me to roster him, man. Really appreciate that one.
Joe Reed has 2 catches for 1 yard. How does that happen?
That's bad.
Yeah. He's got more points in PPR than he does yards. We've got a quarter to go. We're on the next sim together. So hopefully there's some more offense.
Ryan C. asking, Glash, are you a Boston sports radio guy? Felger and Mass?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Glash, are you Felger and Mass? Which one are you?
Probably more like Felger. But I sometimes can be annoying, like Naz, I suppose, with my voice. Have I ever sent you the clip of when I first, air quotes, met them?
No.
Oh, it's freaking funny. It's like a minute long.
Was it one of those things where you had already met them and you were like, yeah, like I've known you for a year type of thing? Because Felger remembers nobody's name ever.
Yeah. The first time I met them was actually, they were on remote. They were at Banners, and I was filling in on the night show with Arcand. So, but I have met Maz before. Maz, actually, this is real quick.
Maz is good with names.
When I say quick story, I mean it.
Yeah.
My dad was at a Red Sox game like 5 or 6 years ago and met Maz in the bathroom at Fenway Park and was like, hey, you mind if like my kid like emails you or something? Like
he probably said yes.
And he did. And Maz is super nice. Super nice.
Wicked
I still don't think he knows who I am.
No, that's okay. But he's good with names. He probably does. He's just not that friendly sometimes.
I will play the clip for you. It's the crossover.
I love it.
Freaking hysterical.
You gotta play that for me.
It's actually great. Like I wouldn't have had it any other way. Like just the way it's great. I think it's great. But it's one of my favorite clips. So JL says, "Don't listen to the hate. Your voice is gold here." Oh, thank you, JL. No, but I'm just acknowledging I can be very annoying. So
Andrew's saying Felger called him Derek for a while. He's awful with names. Felger helped me get the job at 98.5 and did not remember my name.
Yeah, see, I remember you saying that. He seems like a nice guy. I think he's tremendous. I mean,
that shows you how much he is a nice guy. He helped me get a job. He didn't really even know. It was a favor from someone else, like a connection thing. Because I used to work with Rosillo, and Rosillo and Felger used to work together. So Rosillo hit up Felger and was like, hey, can you help my buddy get a job back up in Boston? And he did. And then I see him all the time, and he never remembered who I was. And I'm like, you literally helped me get hired.
He really is a no-nonsense guy.
He's in there, he gets his work done, he leaves.
Which
I respect it.
I do. He can get away with that because of how he came. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
if you've been on those email chains, with him, like leading up to the shows, it's not like he's just showing up. Like, he puts in the work.
Oh yeah, for sure. But he is just he does not care. Like he has his family and then he has his job, which I do respect that. But I don't think you can get away with that now if you're new to the business. Like, you actually have to try and get to know people.
No. You have to get to a certain level to be like that, no doubt.
Right.
He's a machine.
Brian C. I've been a Sox fan since the Civil War. If anyone mentions Yastrzemski, I pass out on the spot. That's good.
Old Red Sox fans are my favorite sports radio callers.
Yeah. They're the ones that keep the
at
team.
EEI back in the day, I worked with a producer that was like, ask them how old they are. If it's over 65, we're not taking them. And like most of our callers were right around 65. So it was like, all right, are you sure?
Hey, they just went for it here on 4th and 2 and didn't get it. They could have kicked the field goal to go up 7.
I appreciate the aggression here.
That's kind of boneheaded, if you ask me.
No, they're trying to go for the kill.
Oh, a verge carry for 4 yards. We have 350 of you watching on YouTube. It's great to have you with us. If you don't mind, smash that like button. We are less than 30 likes from hitting 100 on the Dream Stream on this fine Saturday. So please, hit it. You'll feel better about yourself. I promise. Keenan Allen, second catch. First down. Red Sox review.
So many of my hours of my life gone from doing that show with Mutt back in the day.
You worked at both stations, that's right.
Yeah, I started at EEI.
I like forget that sometimes about you. I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's been around here.
I know the lay of the land.
Brian C., I love when guys call and discuss their high school career batting average.
Oh, it's the best. Like, oh yeah, I had a hip injury my junior year, so I can speak to this. It's like, nope, you getting injured in high school hockey has nothing to do with what's going on with Patrice Bergeron right now.
Yeah, I played football at BC High, and I'll tell you, when we went to the high school Super Bowl at Gillette, right around the 30-yard line, you got to really watch where you step, and I think that's when Garoppolo got hurt. I would really watch out for that spot. If I was the quarterback of the team, I would have avoided it, but he doesn't know the lay of the land. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, first time, long time.
All right, Kyle. I love you. I love you, mean it. I am on Madden After Dark tomorrow. I've told you like 6 times. I'm going to put yes in the chat. Go Rays.
Maybe he's multitasking. He keeps missing you.
Well, don't miss this time. 3rd and 12. That's a first down. Nice run. Are the Chargers going to pull this off? Joe Reed with the catch.
Go Chargers, go.
Go Chargers, go. I'm excited to see the Chargers play again. Like, are the Chargers with this new coach, what's his name again? Brandon something?
Something like that. I think it's Brendan Glasheen.
I'd be better than Anthony Lynn. Brandon Staley.
Yeah, Anthony Lynn was awful.
Yeah.
He seemed like the coolest dude, though.
Staley, Chargers. Where did Staley... Oh, okay, so he was at the Rams. Staley worked under McVay. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Yeah, he was. He worked with the Rams defense, linebackers coach.
Rams D was great last season.
Which he definitely knows... You know, he probably learned a thing or two how to coach offense with Sean McVay.
You'd hope so.
So... Kind of surprised they let him go into the same city. Didn't have to make a big move. But yeah, I think they're going to be fun to watch. Is the Chargers stink effect, the Chargers choke effect, going to finally be gone?
It's tough to say because Phillip Rivers was a very good quarterback for a long time, and that never helped. So Herbert, as good as he looks like he can be, who the heck knows? Maybe it's a cursed franchise.
Maybe. I think Herbert's bringing them. I mean, that's just a. That's what I want here.
Herbert is going to be good, though. Herbert's going to be really good.
Yeah.
He already is.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am on Madden After Dark tomorrow night with Lamarca. Kaufman and I will be doing the 8 o'clock sim. Are you on tomorrow at all?
Yeah, I'm on 2 before MLE with Rossi.
So 2 and 4.
Yes.
Eastern, yeah. We're only 11 likes now from 100. Let's hit 100 before the sim's over.
We got a couple Mount Rushmores on deck tomorrow for you guys. Rossi and I do the 1 o'clock sim Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, the Niners Mount Rushmore. And then following that, the Lions Mount Rushmore for you. So, should be exciting. Niners will be good. Lions will be tough.
Oh! Joe Reed! 58-yard reception.
Wow. Wow. What a snag.
To be honest, I looked away for a second. I saw the ball that high. I'm like, oh, it must be a punt.
Hey, so the Chargers might make Tampa pay for that boneheaded coaching decision.
Yeah. 1st and 10. We've hit the 2-minute warning. Ball's at the 13-yard line. Wow. The Guru 805. Wow. I missed a stinker. Good thing I stacked this game. Sarcasm?
Bummer for you, bro.
Yeah. I am in 69th place in the Tom's Number Problems free contest. How's your lineup doing?
I haven't checked it. Let's see. I'm assuming poor because it's been a poor sim. And I had most of the good players in my lineup. Yeah, I'm in 142nd out of 142. So I'm in dead last, people. That's awful. I've never finished dead last.
So if you're Tampa, you should let the Chargers just score. Or, stop them, I suppose. But I don't...
Yeah, stop.
You know what? What am I saying? They can stop.
They've stopped them all game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what am I saying?
Come on, dude.
I am canceling myself after that sentence.
Take a lap, bro.
Have you and Rossi done every team?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
But we're making our way. I'd have to look at the list. But
who's that too?
It was a bad throw.
There's no one there. No one in sight. He stepped back and looked there for 2 full seconds.
He's a rookie. Lay off. Andrew said it best. Must be
14. Watch him take a sack.
Glash, my birthday is next Tuesday. Are you doing Madden After Dark? Trying to plan my party.
Shut up, must be. Smart Alec. Come on, go, Justin.
Go.
Oh!
Wow.
He missed the first down though. 4th and inches. What do you have to go for it?
You have to. Oh, of course.
3 doesn't do you any good.
No thought put into this at all. Just go for it.
M. Roach says, yeah, it's called a throwaway. It looked like Herbert was so dialed in on that throw to absolutely no one.
Right. It didn't look like a throwaway. It looked like intentional grounding almost.
Well, it's only 7-3. Not a lot of points. Offense has been awful, but this is kind of fun.
Interesting decision to be in the gun here.
Good little finish. Keenan Allen's in the slot. Run the ball. That's right.
Did he get it?
Did he get it? Yeah, he gave him a yard.
Good. All right, excitement.
Woohoo!
I don't know, Jim. What do we think's going to happen here, Jim?
You could put the rookie in the gun. Oh, Jim. They're same formation. Gotta get rid of it, Jim. Gotta get rid of it.
Touchdown.
Oh!
Oh, my God, Jim. Did you see that?
Oh, fee-fi-fo-fum.
Hey, did they leave the GOAT too much time? 3 timeouts, 52 seconds. I think they left the GOAT too much time. I'm feeling confident in Tommy. All he needs is 3. I think we're getting overtime.
Oh, man, Jim. This is going to be a great finish.
Under a minute to go. Tom Brady with the ball. What's better than this, Jim?
It's so good.
I miss him.
You too. I like how Must Be sent a laughing emoji.
Hey, I thought maybe he actually really wanted to have you incorporated in his birthday party.
Hell no. He's just giving me crap, which I appreciate.
Must Be said last night that I look like Fat Thor.
He's been saying that for 3 days. And
I didn't know that.
He's waiting for me to read it. I'm not going to read it. You said it, so maybe I will read it.
I took it as a compliment. He's saying I look like a Hemsworth.
You got to get the Thor locks.
I can't. My hair doesn't grow like that.
All right.
I tried years ago, and I just couldn't do it. It's just, I guess maybe I just didn't give myself.
Years ago. You're not that old.
2017-ish.
Yeah, back when I was 12 years ago.
Yeah, like 5 years ago or whatever. I couldn't do it. I couldn't get through the awkward phase.
I don't know, Jim. They're going to play for overtime or go for the win.
All right. Timeout here. Nope. Keeping it rolling.
Beautiful day here in Los Angeles. Jim Nance, Tony Romo.
Why did they wait 10 seconds to call a timeout there?
I don't know, Jim.
What the heck was that? It literally, the play ended at 42. Arians, wake up.
Tight formation. Keep your eye on Evans and Godwin. Maybe not. Who is that to?
Clock stops.
Oh, this is a good point. Hunter Henry says Knight. Is he injured? 0 receptions. He might be our Not My Kid Award winner, because that's a name we have not seen on the stats.
Yep. I will give him that award. We'll just give it to him now.
I don't know, though, Jim. He might get it here. That's his guy. 3rd and 4. Gotta have it.
Get out of bounds. Oh, you buffoon. Oh, there we go. Clock stops.
Great extension by Godwin. Typically, I like to predict the plays before the snap, but didn't have time. Little leakage over here, Jim.
I don't know, Jim. Hey, 1 timeout to go here. They could get to field goal range. Oh, good defense.
Bad throw. BL Watts, 82, first place in the $250 free contest. Herbert in the captain spot. Bucks defense is in there. Brady, Evans, Williams, McCoy. Your boy is in 81st. Mark Mantelli
I'm still in last.
You're still a dead last.
Yeah, this is impressive, guys.
And you actually made a lineup, which is hysterical.
Yeah. Well, so Godwin in the captain spot for 16.5. Eckler, 7.3. Keenan Allen, 5.1. Fournette, less than a point. Henry with the goose egg. And O.J. Howard, gotta have him. 2.7 points.
We're in field goal range now after Evans makes the catch at the 28.
We're getting overtime here, folks.
Hey, we hit 100 likes. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Jim, I'll go 0 to 100 real quick.
Oh, we got an Anthony Lynn timeout here. He's freezing the kicker.
It's a pretty good strategy. Worked out in Dallas, except I don't handle the snaps well, Jim. A little mustard on my fingers. No timeouts. I'd kick it now.
Yep.
Kick it hard.
Here we go.
He's gonna miss this. He's gonna miss it.
It's deep. It's sneaky deep.
No,
he's got it.
Definitely in. Yeah.
Suck up.
Come on now. Let's do
Hey, 10-10.
Strap in, Jim.
Strap on in. Beautiful day in LA. Hey, actually, now, hold on. It's coming back to me now. Remember how we started this sim and you mentioned how these two teams played each other in real life?
Yeah.
Weren't Nance and Romo field level when they called the game? Remember that?
That I don't remember.
Didn't they do a broadcast like from the field? No, I'm making that up. What the hell was it? Okay, never mind. Forget I said that.
Okay. I'm going to Men in Black. Just forgot it.
Cassie says you will have a sore throat at the end of the day.
I don't know about that, Jim.
I don't know about that, Cassie. I've been doing this a long time.
I will say, I do have
some Lipton tea after this.
I have 2 more broadcasts to do after this one, so I probably will no longer be partaking. Cassie, it's a good point.
I'm going to wear you out, aren't I?
Just got to try and limit my words here.
Okay.
We're going overtime here, Jim.
Should be fun. We got to go to break? Oh, we're going to keep it here. All right.
We're going to keep it rolling here, Jim.
Yeah, those commercials, they get me paid. You know, Jim, I'm making more than you.
Jim wanted what? Didn't he ask for the same amount?
Nance was pissed that he's making more money.
That's a power move by Jim.
He should. I agree. Nance has been doing this a long time.
Romo's so much more entertaining, though. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Nance is a legend. I get it. But...
Yeah. Well, Jim, if you didn't... You're so
it's
picky
Jim
about
Nance.
your toast. You'd make more than me. Oh.
Brother Phil saying we did a Detroit Rushmore. Did we?
I don't know, Jim.
I don't think we did.
All right. I've had enough of it, too. Well, we'll see. We'll save it for a big play. Yeah, Tom, get the call. Yeah, wave by. Okay.
Brother Phil, I really don't think we did.
You know what? Let's not and say we did.
No, yeah, we're just going to do it tomorrow, even if we didn't. Because Calvin Johnson definitely would have been on mine. He isn't mentioned by you.
Ooh, play action, Tommy. Watch out!
Wow.
Ooh.
Bad sack.
Melvin Ingram. Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you, goat. Mark Mantelli still in first place in our contest. BL Watts 82 is in first. Oh, look, producer Drew's already helping you out in terms of your Rushmore.
The Ford F-150, Herman Moore, Barry Sanders, Jason Hansen. Easy. Yeah, Herman Moore, underrated receiver.
Chris Adams says, once again, really funny at first, but developing a migraine, penciled through eyeball material. Well, I was kind of hoping they would just win the game at the end, but...
That would hurt, Jim!
Lindenbaum says, Nance is fine. He is the counterbalance to Romo.
Yeah, no, they work well together, but we don't need Nance making $17 million. Like, they can find another Nance, really, in theory.
But who else can say, hello, friends?
A bevy of individuals.
I mean, who am I kidding? I'd take Jim Nance's job.
Yeah, he's got an amazing job.
Who is going to take his... It's probably going to be Ian Eagle.
Nance ain't going nowhere.
He's not... He's actually, like... How old is he?
I think he's got to be early 60s, late 50s. Let's see.
You think he's in his late 50s?
61.
Wow.
Yep.
I thought he was older.
61.
Oh, so he's doing this job for 15 more years.
Easy. And even when, like, he might retire from football, he'll still do golf until he's, like, dead.
Huh.
I mean, Vern still has the 16th at the Masters. Every year, I love hearing Vern's voice. I miss that guy. Uncle Vern.
This is a good field position for the Chargers. Gian Tran, these guys aren't even paying attention. Yeah, I am.
Wait, what?
Talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim, 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 talk about the sim.
10-10. 90 seconds into overtime. Here is Eckler.
Oh, he breaks it!
Oh, Austin. Austin is on the green.
Chris Boyd saying hoops for breakfast. What are you, on the West Coast, bro?
No, I guess McCoy fumbled and the game was almost over. Well, now we know. That's why the chat's here. Thank you.
We saw it, guys. We just didn't feel like talking about it. We just didn't feel like talking about it.
Yeah, well, we were also just trying to be respectful to Jim Nance and figure out how old he was. But anyway, 1st and 10 from the 39. Ooh, Herbert getting cute.
Missed him. Totally missed him.
Yeah, it was a good read. Now,
you
the
know
badge could kick it from here and win it. Because I have faith in the badge.
Maybe we did do the Lions Mount Rushmore.
First time playing Fortnite, talk about the gym.
Let's see. I gotta check my my tweet thread of the Mount Rushmores here. It's been a while. All right. You take care of this.
McCoy fumbled on like the 13-yard line on 2nd and 23. Okay. Well, on 4th and 20. So there was a reverse call, as the chat pointed out. 3rd and 3. Trips left for Herbert. Complete to Mike Williams, and that should do it. Just kick it now. Please.
Wow, has it been this long since we've done a Mount Rushmore? I cannot even find the thread.
Dude, you should
Here we go.
Your threads better.
No, dude, you get out of here. All right, let's see. For those keeping score at home, Panthers, Jaguars, Bengals, Dolphins, Bucks, Giants, Pats, Falcons, Bills, Browns, Ravens, Chargers, Colts, Steelers, Bears, Oilers, Titans.
If Herbert turns it over,
Packers, Broncos, Eagles, Chiefs, Cowboys, Saints. Yeah, so if we did the Lions, I didn't tweet it out. And that's on me.
Is this your press conference?
Rossi will have to be the one to determine if we did it yet or not.
Blame Rossi. 3rd and 1. Herbert is still throwing. I'd laugh so hard if he throws a pick. Keenan Allen is starting to rescue his day. Hasn't been that bad. Not good, but not that bad. Actually, it's pretty decent. It's decent. $7,800 to roster. Producer Drew says Sony Michel fumbled at the end of regulation yesterday in field goal range, so a turnover isn't out of the question. Oh, okay, good to know. Put him in the gun again. Do it, Anthony.
I'm gonna text Rossi, guys. Now I'm completely distracted.
Randy Barnes wants Eckler. I was joking. They put him in the gun. He's gonna throw. Oh, Williams. That is a long pickup of 6. Randy Barnes, is Hunter in New England? No, not yet. But I can understand why you're asking. Hunter Henry has done nothing. He's out there right now on the right side of the formation. Keenan Allen in the slot. Mike Williams top of the screen. 2nd and goal from the 3. Herbert is throwing again. All right, that's game.
Hey-oh!
Ball game.
It's funny because obviously this one went to OT, but not a crazy stat game. Usually when games go to OT, you see crazy stats and all these guys hitting the bonus.
Yeah.
Not the case today.
I don't think we had a single bonus today. Mike Williams might have just hit it.
If he did, I'm giving him the wooden nickel.
He actually, he's got 103 receiving.
Boom. Wooden nickel for Mike. Congratulations. He is your Krusty Kaufman wooden nickel player of the game.
There you go. Very nice. He is the captain in the winning lineup. Glenn B, 555 in our contest. Mike Williams captained. Brady, Herbert, Evans, Allen, and Suckup. No running backs. Nicely done. In the $250 free contest, Adams, 87. First place. Williams in the captain spot. Eckler, Herbert, Evans, McCoy, and Reed. So very different constructions. Our contest had 142 entries. So, okay, that's just about it. Tate is super sharp, so those scores get updated lightning quick. We are here for the next sim at 2 Eastern. Rams at the Falcons. Oh, Jared Goff. Jared Goff. What did they title the free roll? Something about Jared Goff.
Something about anytime Goff's involved, you're in. On like a Goff joke.
Yeah, I'm in to watch Goff, but not for him to. Oh, I said Jared Goff will ruin your Saturday. So by 3 p.m., 3:15 Eastern, I'll be upset.
I feel bad for you, man.
But I prepared myself. That's why I titled the free roll the way I did.
You shouldn't let him do that to you.
Jared Goff proved me wrong. But I'm going to laugh if he does bad. But if he does well, it'll ruin my day. Must Be says, good sim. Much love. Much love to you as well.
Thank
Noah
you.
Moon, I love you too, Noah. As much as you think this is rigged, it's really, really sad. Your caps lock button is broken again. You have anything else? Are you good?
No, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah. We're going to be back, so we can save other thoughts we have that we have to share and make all of your dreams come true here on the Dream Stream for another hour. Thank you to the Drew Stack, as well as Tate for Freeze Pops, Glash. We will see you all at 2. Talk to you then. we are back. We are back. We are back. We are getting Doug back. We're the three best friends that anyone could have. We got the the Jared Goff-led Rams and the Matt Ryan-led Atlanta Falcons. To stay on script and to stick to my heart and soul, Jared Goff is not in my lineup. I did play Robert Woods. I did play Reynolds. And I will tell you I rostered Julio Jones in the captain spot. Other than that, I can't tell you anything else. Well, now I can. Lineups have locked. What did you do?
We have 3 of the same dudes, all the 3 that you just mentioned. I also have Gurley. I also have Gage. And I have Hayden Hurst in my captain spot.
Oh, Hurst maybe will burst. I hope he doesn't, though, because I don't have him. Executive Sessions Barry, the guru, says, you guys sound bored.
No, not at all.
Maybe he's talking to the rest of the chat.
Oh. Well, they might be. We're not.
Oh, it's your funeral. Hurst? No? Yeah, I got it.
Update. Rossi does not think that we've done Alliance Mount Rushmore.
All right.
That's all I need.
There you go. All you need to know.
So we're going to do one tomorrow.
Hey, if you guys are into UFC, there are some videos right now posted on the DraftKings social accounts. I think Hunter was in here earlier asking for advice on UFC for the event tonight, so check it. Disco says, slept through game 1, woke up and smashed the like button. Wow. What a way to start the day.
It's the first thing I think of when I wake up. I got to open up the Dream Stream, and I need to smash the like button.
That really is the order, right? You can't start commenting until you hit the like button.
No, wake up, open laptop, open YouTube, go to my subscriptions, click DraftKings, go to Dream Stream, click the like button, go brush my teeth. That's how I start my day.
All right. Cool. Thanks for letting us know your dental hygiene order as well.
How we do it.
So here we go. It's our second sim. You're here for the next one with Geoff Ulrich.
Hell yeah.
Look at you, man. 3
I'm
sim.
strapped in. I love it. I said to Drew before this, because he runs our scheduling now, sign me up for 6 in a row one day. See if I can last.
I've done 4 in a day. That was during Labor Day weekend. That was fun. I enjoyed it. It was during our opening, our Madden 21, like the first week of Madden 21, like the bracket. We did a bracket. We did a tournament, not a bracket, a tournament to open up the season. We did divisional play and then AFC, NFC. I think it was actually these Falcons in the title game against
the Falcons,
against the Chiefs, against the Chiefs. Yep.
And they won.
They won. Yep. They've got a good team. Good little roster. Oh, no. Todd Gurley fumbles. Picked up by Atlanta.
No, Todd Gurley does not play for L.A.
Oh, God, you're right. Who was that? Henderson?
I think it was Henderson.
Oh, right. This is a Todd Gurley revenge sim. He plays for
Atlanta. Oh, booth review. Here we go. An early booth review. The refs are on it.
That's Darrell Henderson.
He was down. Let's see. Knee down. He was down. That's going back to the Rams, folks.
All right. Todd Gurley did not fumble.
How dare you?
Yeah, man, that's a Mostert moment right there. Not quite though. Mostert was really bad.
So what? Explain that one to me.
Oh, come on. You know the Mostert story.
No, I don't think I do.
Are you kidding?
Maybe I'm just teeing you up for those in the chat that don't know it.
Oh, okay. Well, a long time ago, it was one of the first sims we ever did. It was Madden 20, Chiefs, Niners, Super Bowl 2019 season rematch. It was Chiefs ball at like the 4 or maybe even the 3-yard line. And looking down my depth chart, because at the time we didn't really know how the AI was thinking, I'm like, ooh, I got all my notes here. I'm like, oh, look, it's like the third running back on the list, Raheem Mostert. Turns out, not only was it not Raheem Mostert, but yeah, Brendan, you're looking at the wrong team.
Classic red jersey mess up.
So it was like Darrell Williams who scored for Kansas City.
Oh, the other D. Williams.
It was a number in the 30s. So I'm thinking, oh, well, it's not Tevin Coleman. It's not, what's his name? Damian Williams. Wow, that feels weird to say. Damian Williams used to be the RB1.
Yeah.
Actually, right? Damian Williams was the RB1 before CEH.
At one point, yeah.
Yeah.
He had a great Super Bowl for them.
Yeah, sure did. And now he's like, he was out of the league. I think
they cut him. So he took the year off because of COVID. And now Tate's saying because Tate's a Bears fan. So there you go. Tate, you got to like that signing, right? Damian Williams, he's got a lot to prove. Has fresh legs after a year off. I like that signing for you guys.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, he didn't play last year. That's right, because of COVID. He opted out of the season.
Tate, bring up a good point. Anything is better than Andy Dalton. QB1. Favorite tweet of the offseason so far.
So, something we have not discussed yet today.
Okay.
If you joined us at noon was kind of, and I feel happy that we did this.
Darrell Henderson!
Darrell! Hey, Mr. Henderson. Puts him in the red zone. We kind of, especially for you, you're doing another sim after this. So you're settling in. You're strapping into the day.
100%.
I think I feel confident now that we are in sim 2 of 3 for you. You're kind of settled in at this stage.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the zone, bro.
Okay. So we didn't really dive into anything serious in regards to football. We did at the beginning of the last sim, but the Atlanta Falcons are still slated to draft at number 4 next Thursday night. There were some rumblings. Jared Goff's going to take a sack here.
No, look at this.
He's going to take a sack.
Oh, wow.
Maybe not. Okay.
Wow.
Reynolds.
Finally found someone there.
Are the Falcons, there were rumblings they were going to trade, or they were listening to calls. They were taking calls on the number 4 pick.
As they should.
What do you think they're going to do? Are they going to take Pitts? Are they going to take someone... I don't know what they're going to do. What are they going to do?
Yeah, I think that they are in a position where this defense is not as heavily populated with great defensive players. Bad sack by Goff.
He stays.
They need help on defense, but I don't think that they're going to get that value at 4 that warrants taking a guy that high. So they're looking at it, okay, we have a really good offense, but we have Matt Ryan under contract. So he's sort of our guy. And he does have gas left in the tank. So they're not going to take a quarterback at 4, where a lot of people argue they should if the right guy's there. And they still might, because you can't pass on a dude. If you're picking 4 and you got a guy that's 36 years old, you got to at least think about it, as that falls incomplete.
It was a good bid.
15. Coup coming up for the field goal. I think they go Pitts. I was saying this, I was reading this the other day. Kuiper said that Kyle Pitts is the highest rated tight end ever of any tight end he's ever graded. And in this draft, Kuiper would have him ranked as the number 1 receiver if he played the receiving position, ahead of all these great receivers. Devontae Smith won the Heisman. I mean, come on. That tells you how talented this guy is. And I know people like to laugh at Kuiper, but I mean, the guy's done basically every draft that's ever been on television. The guy's been doing this, and he was dead serious. He was not joking on TV, folks. So I think that shows you this guy's going to be special.
Sloman 4-3. Yes. To put the Rams ahead 3-0. Midway through the first
I said
quarter.
Koo was coming out for a field goal. See, we got all our teams messed up.
I was laughing. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm done.
And again, at least they're in the game, right? Like, it's like the matchup. Like, we're gonna see Koo. Hopefully, I have Koo in my lineup. So
we're even, bro.
No, you're
So what do you
right.
think?
I mean, these first 12 picks, mostly skill players have been projected to go in the first 12. quarterbacks, receivers, then a couple of offensive linemen like we've discussed. Surtain could be the first defensive player off the board at 10 to Dallas. That's why a lot of folks feel confident that New England will take a defensive player at 15 because the right player will fall to them. But not even that. I mean, the Giants could take someone on defense. I guess they've been connected to a receiver. What will Minnesota do?
If the Giants take a receiver, that's insane. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
they don't need help at
receiver. They signed
receiver.
Galladay, and they got John Ross, right?
And they have Slayton. Like, they have good players at receiver.
Right.
Sterling Shepard. I don't know if Sterling Shepard's there still, but Evan Ingram's a great pass catcher.
You know what? No, you're right. What am I? If they take
Sterling Shepard's still there, so they've
got plenty. Didn't they sign John Ross too? Who got John Ross? I'm mixing up Ross and Reynolds. Who the Giants?
Yeah, Ross is there. Ross
is there. Okay, thank you. So it's Ross and Galladay added to Slayton, Shepard, Ingram. Saquon's coming back.
Yeah,
plenty.
They honestly get Daniel Jones offensive line.
Yeah, that's true too. They could take an offensive lineman. Then again, the top two on the board, Sewell and
Sewell will go early.
Sewell will probably go to Cincinnati, we think. But if Pitts is available, we've heard rumblings about the Bengals maybe taking Pitts.
Mm-hmm. Pitts is good, man.
Carolina should take an offensive lineman. You can't rule out Carolina trading out of that pick and moving back. There is going to be. I am predicting that bold prediction. There will be a trade in the top 10. Someone is going to move up into the top 10.
Do we think it's possible that New England does?
No. Well, for what position? No, if they're going to take, I think they're going to take defense, so they don't need to go anywhere. They're going to stay right where they are. They might even trade back.
So you don't think they're going to try and trade up and get one of these 5 quarterbacks?
No chance. I'd be shocked.
I agree with you, but it makes me sad.
We overuse that term like I was shocked. I would legitimately be shocked if they did that. It's just not. That's not Bill's thing. He won't do it. He won't do it. No, there's a difference between I wish they'd do it and do I think they'll do it. I do not think they will do it. No.
I agree with you.
Nope.
There's no track record that shows me he'd do that.
Nope.
None.
Want to shout out Waffles the Cat real quick. I won the free noon sim. Let's go. I hit the like button. I think there's a good energy in the sim.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Congrats.
I saw McShay in one of his mocks had the Patriots trading up to 11 and picking Justin Fields. If that happened, I would be so happy. But I just don't see it happening. I don't see Fields dropping that far. And I don't see the Pats trading up. I just don't.
Hit that like button for us, everybody. Thanks for being here. I mean, I'm looking at these mock drafts, and the top 10 picks, the top 9 picks, could all very well be offense. O-line / quarterback / receiver across the board. Actually, even Dallas could take an offensive lineman. We said Sewell, and who was the other O-lineman? I'm missing one. Damn. I'm forgetting who it is. Slater. Rashawn Slater from Northwestern.
Yeah, and then you got Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech, Walker Little from Stanford, Tevin Jenkins from OSU. There's some talent on the OL side of things.
Mm-hmm. Lots of good.
Samuel Cosme from Texas, Alex Leatherwood from Bama.
So, no, I think of teams that would move up to get a quarterback. There's 2. Actually, I think there should be 3, but it's 2. At least on a national level, that folks believe teams will move up. And this relates to Atlanta because Atlanta would be that 4th team on the board at number 4 that could move out, move back, get some capital, and still get the player they want, unless they want Pitts. I think they should draft defense because they just got Hurst and Lee Smith. I know Pitts is a generational talent.
They need help on defense.
Yeah. So I bring this all up because I think the 2 teams that could move up, or at least we've heard rumblings of moving up, are Denver and the Patriots for the quarterback. But maybe a combination of the 2, Fields, Jones, Lance, will fall. Do you think they'll fall?
I believe that Mac Jones is going to be the guy to fall.
I had this conversation with Reed the other day. He thinks the same.
Because he didn't have great pro days. He's not that athletic dude like the rest of these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Remember, he had the starting job at one point at Bama and lost it. So, and look, he had a great season. Bama had a historically great season last year. But I'm just looking at him compared to the other guys, and I'm thinking that's the dude that people are going to say, I'm good. I'm going to take an O-lineman instead. I'm going to take Pitts instead. I'm going to take one of these great receivers instead. I'm curious of where Devontae Smith's going to fall. Because I think that guy's going to be special. And I know people are freaking out about the fact that he's 160 pounds. I don't care. Look at the career Julian Edelman just had. The guy probably weighs $150 soaking wet. And he's ripped, don't get me wrong. But I'm not worried about Devontae Smith's weight.
Me either.
Incredibly fast, great hands, runs great routes, smart player. No. And he'll bulk up.
Right. He'll put him up.
He's a kid. And people are saying, oh, well, he went to 4 years or however long he was at Bama, and he wasn't able to put it on. They have better facilities than every NFL facility. No, he'll be fine. It's a different vibe up there. When you get to the pros, it's a certain caliber. If you're the right type of guy, when you're surrounded by that type of work ethic, you elevate your game, you know? But then again, you look at a guy like Randy Moss. Randy Moss wasn't winning any bodybuilding competitions. Lanky dude. Second greatest receiver of all time. So I'm totally fine with Devontae Smith being 160 pounds. Don't care. Honestly, if that's what makes him fall and the Pats don't trade up and he's there, take him. Don't care. Best player on the board.
3rd and goal, Ryan, end zone, touchdown. Believe it was Julio.
Yes, I'll take that in my lineup.
Same.
I rarely roster Julio, but I decided, you know what? I've shorted him too much. I'm doing it.
Yeah, this was interesting. Look at both players cross. Boom! Ridley bumped right into him.
And that's a perfect example of why Atlanta doesn't need Pitts, right? I mean,
yeah,
they have Julio. They have Calvin Ridley. They have Russell Gage. They have these great tight ends. They don't need him. There's no need for Pitts. The only reason they take Pitts at 4 is if they're just like, well, he's the best player on the board, and he's going to change the game. So Pitts, take him.
Yeah, they're not going to win. I still don't think they're going to win ball games unless, look, you're going to get, I don't know if we've ever seen him at this level. And by level, I mean this mode of his life. Are we going to get scorched earth, Matt Ryan?
Ooh, I love that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, has Matt Ryan ever had to play angry or in a way where he's got to defend his job? I mean, this is a big year for him. Because if they don't take a quarterback, which I think a lot of people think they will not, they're committed to him. They're paying him. They're committed to Matt Ryan. A lot of guaranteed money coming his way. This is a big year for Matt Ryan. Especially, whether it's fair or not, whether you think the Saints will be worse, I think Sean Payton's still going to coach those guys to a level. They're going to still be in the mix. I don't think they're going to be a dominant team, like a sure NFC championship contender, the Saints. But I think the Saints are still going to be coached up to a point where they're going to be a threat. Not necessarily to win the division.
Well, they have a great defense, too.
Yeah, they've got great pieces. And if the quarterback, Hill or Winston, I think it's going to be Hill, at least going into camp. My point is, nationally, though, folks are thinking, well, no more Drew Brees. Saints are going to take a step back. It's Atlanta's thing. If it's not Matt Ryan's time now, then when will it be? And if you don't believe in Matt Ryan, well, then you think they should take a quarterback. But if you're Matt Ryan, you're like, there's an opportunity here. But if you don't win now in this division, like you have to split the Saints series now this year. You can't just go, well, the better quarterback won. Yep. Carolina could be better too. I thought Carolina was actually fun to watch last year.
Totally.
To some degree. Before
I think Carolina was an underrated team last season. No question. They almost won a lot of games.
Yep. So, if Pitts is their guy at 4, or even if they move back and take someone on defense, a corner or a linebacker or a defensive lineman, like, it's a big year for Matt Ryan.
Would it not just be the jetsiest pick ever to pick Pitts at number 2? Right? And like,
well, they don't have a quarterback. They need to take
I know, but how hilarious would that be? Because it would be like the same deal every time where the Jets just pick the dude that like everyone thinks is good but isn't the right guy for the Jets. I kind of want that to happen. It's not going to happen. I'll be on the record. They are going to draft Zach Wilson, but it would be hilarious if it did.
7-3 the score. Julio Jones has a touchdown from Matt Ryan. Hit that like button if you don't mind. Edmund says Atlanta will take a page out of Green Bay's book and take a quarterback to motivate Matt Ryan. The Patriots did the same thing. Brady, Garoppolo, Rodgers, Jordan Love.
It doesn't really happen at the top of the draft, though. Like, Rodgers, the reason why the Packers did that was because they got Rodgers at, like, what was it, 23 or 26?
Yep, he fell. Rodgers was not happy.
If you're picking a quarterback in the top 10, it's not to sit for multiple years behind a guy. You want to start that guy and start using the roster flexibility of having a starter making rookie deal money as soon as possible.
You say top 10, but Mahomes went 10 and sat a year. That's the closest example to that.
But they drafted Mahomes. They wanted Mahomes. They knew that they weren't going to be able to get him where they were and knew he was a project. They knew that they needed to bring him in and give him a year. Like, that was the plan. And the Chiefs were good. I mean, remember, they had to trade way up to get him.
They're well run.
Yep. Jordan Lindenbaum, it isn't going to happen, Free Spots. I know, I said that.
Jordan, you know what? Hey, this is good because Jordan's a Jets fan. Jordan, can I ask you a question? Zach Wilson's the guy at 2. What are your expectations? Meaning, I can't think you think they're going to like win 7 games this year. Like what are your expectations for the Jets? We can start doing this now, everybody. Like we're at a point now where I think this freaking thing should have started this past Thursday. Like, if you go to the DraftKings Sportsbook, I'll make this quick. The win totals are already there. Like, that's all stuff you can look at now. Like, Trevor Lawrence is going to the Jags. How many games the Jags going to win next year? We think that division's a little more open.
6.
That's the number.
Less.
6. Exactly it.
I'd take the under.
Okay. But I'm only using that just to throw out there, like, we know what's happening. Like next Friday we're going to be here and be like, oh yeah, like what do we think, what are the expectations? We can talk about them now. We know what the pick's going to be.
Death Pause brings up a good point. A tight end at number 4, even generational talent, will mean Atlanta will lose games 40-35 instead of 40-28. Should trade down with a QB desperate team or pick Fields themselves. I agree. I totally agree with that. And I am not one that has given up on Matt Ryan, but I think Atlanta needs to either pick someone on defense or say, you know what, it's just not working with Matt Ryan here. Let's open a new window and get some flexibility. And I know they're going to have a lot of dead cap. There you go, Aaron Donald with safety. Let's put our hands over our head. Yeah, it's weird to me that there wasn't more Matt Ryan trade discussion this offseason. And I know it's a really hard contract to move.
Yep.
But there's teams that would have taken Matt Ryan. I firmly believe that. We had Bobby Hebert on our podcast in the fall, who, you know, he's a staple in New Orleans, 3rd greatest quarterback in Saints history, which is a funny thing to say. And he was saying Sean Payton, he's like, I know for a fact Sean Payton today would take Matt Ryan next season. I can tell you that for a fact.
He ain't getting moved in the division.
I mean, that's the problem. But that tells you everything you need to know. If Sean Payton, a guy that knows offense in this league, would be willing to take Matt Ryan tomorrow, there's other teams that feel the same way.
Mm-hmm. Jared says, I expect the Jets to be in the basement of the AFC, picking in the top 5, which is okay. That's okay. Can they be I think the way the Chargers played last year is a really good measuring stick or a really good barometer for a team that takes a rookie quarterback this year. If you can be competitive, and you don't even have to win games, can you just see something in the quarterback as a franchise leader? We saw that with Justin Herbert. And the Chargers, where'd the Chargers go? 7-9? Maybe even worse. What was their record last year? I'm going to look it up right now.
I think it was 7-9.
7-9. Like, but I don't know. I think a lot of us here believe Justin Herbert can play.
Totally. If you're a Chargers fan, you got to feel really good about where your team is right now.
Yeah. And looking at Jordan's comment, I haven't seen a lot of Wilson like what I've seen. It'll take a year or two to see improvement. Good. I mean, that's a fair expectation. By year 3, with the Jets, with all that draft capital, you feel like you're in a good spot. If you're Atlanta and you're at number 4 and you take Kyle Pitts, well, I think this is unfair. The expectations are going to go way too high, and it's not going to go well. I think Atlanta should take a quarterback behind Matt Ryan, but I don't know. We've never seen Matt Ryan really play angry or with his job on the line. He's never had that.
Right.
Until this past offseason.
Matt Ryan was the guy. Matt Ryan was drafted and was made the starter. You know, like he was the post-Vic quarterback. And it's been his team since, and he's been great. He got them to a Super Bowl. He won an MVP. He's one of the best players in the history of the franchise. But you got to either dive in and fully commit to him, or you got to make it's tough. They're in a tough spot, no question.
Shore up the defense. There's enough there, like you had talked about. There's enough there on offense. Shore up the defense. Trade out of 4. Get more picks. Draft more starters.
Yep, agreed.
You're going to get, like, producer Drew said this a few minutes ago in our Slack channel. You're going to get the best defensive player at pick 10 or 11. That is unprecedented. Meaning, you can get into the second round.
Or 15, Glash? You want to come back to 15 and get the Pats up to 4? I don't know, Jim.
I don't know. But, like, that means with that being the case, you're going to find starters on defense in the second round as well. Starter level, or at least guys that can be coached up to a point where they should be starters, ready-made starters in the second round. Typically in the NFL, outside of the quarterback position, when you're taking a player, a skill player, an offensive lineman, or any player on defense in the first round, your goal drafting a guy in the first round is to be a starter week 1. Except if it's a quarterback, a project quarterback, right?
Must be saying we call him melted ice at home games. Oh, that's funny. Oh, good one. Man, get it?
Oh, touchdown. Higbee.
Hey, we had this brought up when we were talking about Devontae Smith earlier. I mentioned that Randy Moss is the second greatest receiver of all time, and a few people were like, what? Who's number 1? Come on, guys.
Jerry Rice.
It's Jerry Rice. Yeah, obviously.
Just double checking.
People love to be like, oh, yeah, he played with all these great quarterbacks. The dude played for like 20 years as a receiver at a really high level. Mm-hmm. Has all the records. And people love to just use the quarterback argument. Like, go back and look. I've done this because I'm not old enough to remember Jerry Rice's prime. Go back and watch him in his prime. He was the best ever.
Brother Phil says, you are absolutely right, Tom. The problem with moving Matt Ryan at this point is it has to be another team like Tampa last year. Solid everywhere, ready to win now with an upgraded quarterback. Like, right, I don't know.
There's really no ready-made situation
for the Rams, and the Rams went with Stafford.
Yep. Totally.
That's probably the one spot.
And Stafford's better than Ryan, too. There's no question. I would take Stafford over Ryan tomorrow.
And I would throw out, like, Minnesota, but the problem with Minnesota is they've got so much committed into Kirk Cousins.
Andrew, good question. Is Denver good enough right now? They have great pieces. Everyone says that they're ready, I'd say. They have a good defense, not great like it was a few years ago.
Well, they've invested in offense.
They're not. I don't think that they're there yet. I'm not ready to say that, but they're close.
You think the Broncos take a quarterback?
If someone's there, if the right dude's there, at what, 8?
7.
7.
7?
You have to imagine.
No. Not it's 9. 7,
9,
8, or 9.
Got it. Regardless, bottom of the top 10, if one of these 5 dudes is there, I do think that they take a quarterback. Drew Lock, it's been fun, but you're clearly not the dude.
Here we go. Denver is at 9. Okay, 9. There was a comment in here. I'm sorry, I skipped over it. I should have read it earlier. Pizza Man. There's Calvin Ridley on the catch. Final minute of this second quarter. I have my fingers crossed that the Dolphins can either get Pitts or Chase at number 6.
I think you could get Pitts at 6. And Chase. I think you get both of those guys at 6.
Chase, no question. Pitts is the question mark.
Yeah, I think you could. I really do.
So looking at the top 10 as of right now, there are 4 teams where I think you're pretty interception. Nice pick. So Jacksonville Jets.
So Jacksonville's taking a quarterback. Jets are taking a quarterback.
Niners at 3, yes.
Niners taking a quarterback.
We don't know who yet.
3 of the 5 are off the board.
So I think Detroit should do it because I hate Jared Goff, but they won't do it.
They're not going to.
So I will go in order. So Atlanta at 4. I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, that'll be Pitts, we think. That's what everyone's saying.
It's Pitts. Okay, so it's Pitts or
it could be
Pitts. It could be Pitts to a different team.
Yes. 4. Gotcha.
Follow?
Yeah.
Cincinnati, no.
Since he's taking a lineman.
Miami, no.
No.
Detroit, probably no. Detroit needs help in so many places.
Yes.
They got to give Jared Goff a chance. See what you got. That's coming from me.
Right.
Plus, it's Madden Jared Goff that bothers
me. What number was that? 7?
7.
Okay, so we're at the 8.
Carolina's going to take an offensive lineman. Don't do to Sam Darnold what the Jets did. Actually give him a chance. Draft an offensive lineman at 8.
Okay, so we're back to 9 here.
And there we are. There's Denver at 9. Denver doesn't have to move up to get a quarterback necessarily.
So they could get Mac Jones or Trey Lance here.
Or Fields.
Well, it just depends on who the Niners are taking.
Yep.
Apparently the Niners like Mac Jones.
I
don't know why.
Okay, so then
brother Phil, Matt Ryan's in New England. I don't mind it.
Oh, I don't mind it either. I don't think it's happening. Will Matt Ryan take a discount after another bad year?
I think he might.
See how this year goes. Maybe that's their guy. You know something, too? You know what occurred to me? We're going to go into a quick Patriots minute here. So either mute or, block your ears. Do you remember Week 17, Adam Schefter reported that the Patriots and Cam Newton planned to part ways?
Yes.
You remember that? And you know why that was out there? Because they thought Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be there for them.
Yeah.
Nope. And it didn't happen.
San Fran is holding on to Jimmy G for whatever reason.
Now, he could shake free, but I'm really starting to doubt it as each day goes by that Jimmy Garoppolo is not going anywhere.
I don't get that at all.
I don't get it either. Now, I think San Francisco's in a great spot. Regardless, I think they should take Fields, but they're going to probably take Mac Jones because Kyle Shanahan's stubborn and he wants his system to rule. I think John Lynch is like, well, you might think in the short term Mac Jones is the answer at 3, but overall the ceiling is higher if Justin Fields lives up to the billing.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan, look, he got Matt Ryan an MVP, right? He got Garoppolo the biggest contract in NFL history. But he's never really, and I guess Kyle Shanahan worked with RG3 his rookie year. So he's had the dynamic quarterback in the past. But it's been a few years since he's had a guy like that can move. I just think that if you have the ability to get a guy that can open up the field like that and have the ability to take off and move in the pocket better than these statues like Ryan and Garoppolo, who's always injured, you take it.
The running games have been ineffective, except Henderson, 5 for 39. Gurley, 4 for 8. That's it. Brown, 3 for 5. We'll go through the receiver stats and get an update on our leaderboards. Julio Jones, 5 for 41 and a touchdown. Reynolds, 5 for 44. Cooper Kupp, 4 for 49. Woods has just 1 catch for 11 yards. Higbee has a touchdown, 2 for 21. Hurst, your captain, 2 for 10. Henderson, 3 for 19.
Dennis McCafferty saying Peyton not the GOAT, because someone earlier said Peyton Manning, greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
Dennis McCafferty saying Peyton not the GOAT. Top 5, though. Got to put Brady, Montana, Unitas, and by the time he's finished, Mahomes over him. That's just off the top of my head. See, if you're going to say Peyton is top 5 and you're putting Mahomes in the future over him, it's a weak argument. You gotta have your 4 ahead of Peyton if you're gonna say that there's 4 ahead of him. You can't say future Mahomes. Mahomes not there yet, guys.
Eric Winalda just sent me a text, and that's him wearing he said black hat Saturday because he sees your black hat.
Let's go.
That's funny. What's up, Winalda? Thanks for tuning in. Is Julio Jones number 11? He is, isn't he?
So he's probably his captain.
And Reynolds is number 11, and he's had a nice sim. So the 11 is working.
Philly Dorsett scored last night. He wears number 11, and Ronaldo was mad in the chat. He was like, I failed my strategy.
Unbelievable. Unacceptable by Winalda.
Come on.
In the $250 free showdown contest, BD Simon 13 is in first place. Julio Jones captained. The Rams defense is in there. Higbee, Kupp, Henderson, and Goff. Ew. Matty N 773, first place in our contest. Oh, look who his captain is. Jared Goff.
There he is, the galloping chicken.
Julio, Kupp, Higbee, Reynolds, Sloman. A Rams stack and Julio. So let's continue. We're at 10. There's Dallas.
No, they're obviously taking Surtain if he's there. They've basically said that.
That's the first defensive player in all likelihood coming off the board at 10. Then the Giants are at 11. They should be taking defense.
I will say this, though, Glash, before we continue past the past the Cowboys.
Yep.
I've heard Jerry Jones is obsessed with Kyle Pitts.
Mm-hmm.
Could we see the Cowboys trade up to 4?
See, that I can see. They can get stupid. Mm-hmm.
Yep, 100%.
Maybe not at 4, because that would require a lot to really get stupid.
But they get stupid.
But they could get to, what if they had to go to, from 10 to 7 to get them?
They'd do it, I think.
Because, in theory, right? Let's say.
And that's really not a bad pick for Dallas. I guess it's stupid, because they need help on defense, but it's not like they have amazing. I mean, they got DD, who's a beast, or CD, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Elliott, who knows what he's going to be moving forward, right? He kind of had a downish year because of COVID. People like Michael Gallup. They paid Amari Cooper, but I think you could add Pitts into that mix, and I sort of like that for them. I really do. I think that's a good fit.
Yeah, Jarwin tore the ACL. By the way,
right? And Pitts and Jarwin are just—it's not even close.
No. I know. I'm just saying that they do have the position filled.
Yeah.
And then what's his name was pretty good filling in last year. Dalton. Was it Dalton Schultz? Dalton Schultz. Right. What a name. Jake on Twitch, by the way, says, "Have these two ever done a game together this early in the day?"
No.
Might be the first.
Maybe here and there, but it's rare for sure. I rarely see Glash with sunlight in the background.
Good point. Chris Adams says, I can make more of a case for Peyton Manning than anyone else can wait for any other quarterback. So one of you commentators, let me know when you want to have a friendly debate.
No, go. I want to hear it. I think Peyton's one of the 5 best quarterbacks ever. You're not getting that, I'm not going to argue with you on that. I think Peyton was amazing. He just isn't number 1 because he didn't get it done in the postseason.
Chris says,
the way that Tom Brady has.
Glash, I'm going to explain this to you, so please don't make any excuses. Please listen with an open mind. Oh, go! Just go!
Go! Say it. Type.
Say it,
Floor
Frenchie.
is yours. In fact, I would make the case Peyton is the 2nd greatest quarterback of all time.
Oh, boy.
I mean, look at the numbers, dude.
All right.
I think his regular season numbers are better than all of the guys that he would be going up against for that 2nd spot. And I know Montana's got 4, but Peyton's 1 on top of all of the regular season success for so long, plus what he did in Denver, plus what he did at an advanced age in Denver. He had the best regular season of a quarterback ever.
Yeah. 13 was a fun team to watch.
And people just forget about that because they didn't win the Super Bowl. They got crushed. But
then they did.
It's hard for me to
and
ignore
they eventually
it.
won it. He wasn't the main reason for it.
No, he was bad on that team, but regardless, he was there.
Yep.
He's the starter. I got Peyton number 2. I do. And I actively disliked him as a player. Obviously, Brady fan, lots of battles in the AFC, but yeah, I can't ignore it. He's number 2 for me.
You bring up a good point and something I haven't given much thought until now. If Tom Brady goes to Tampa year 1, didn't light it up the same way Manning did, but I bet you Brady looked at what Manning did in that first year with Denver, and he's like, wow, like, that's what it looks like, huh? If you change teams. Like, Peyton Manning really did set a high bar for moving teams. Now, as I say that, like, Steve Young moved teams as well.
Early in his career, though.
Even Brett Favre, when he moved to Minnesota.
He got traded. Oh, okay, after Green Bay. Got it. He went to the Jets and then Minnesota.
Yeah, the Jets thing was,
He was actually not bad. He was actually not bad in New York. He really wasn't.
No, but the real
Remember that battle he had against Matt Castle?
Yeah.
That was a duel.
But the real, I think when folks remember him post Green Bay was the year with Minnesota when they had a shot to go to the Super Bowl.
100%.
Really impressive, some of these quarterbacks that change teams.
So, Chris, I got to tell you, you're already starting to go down a path that's not a good argument for Peyton. Peyton was the number 1 high school player in America when he played at Newman, number 1 quarterback in the country at Tennessee. Who cares?
I guess Trevor Lawrence is now top 5 of all time.
Yeah, I guess what he's going to try and say is that he lived up to all of these expectations. Who cares? I want to see the hardware.
It is the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Pro. What a catch by Ridley. What a catch. Calvin Ridley touchdown.
Jordan saying he was okay until he hurt his shoulder. Yeah, the injuries caught up to him. He had a noodle arm at the end there.
The comeback against Brady, what year was that?
06. They were down
21
to 3 at halftime.
That was in Indy, right?
Yes, I remember I was so mad when the Pats lost that game. I hit my head against the wall in my basement. I think I gave myself a concussion.
That was a good game, though. It was a great game.
Yeah, if you're objectively a football fan, but as a Patriots fan, I hated it. That Dan Klecko touchdown, makes me want to throw up.
Chris says,
and that was Vinatieri's first year off the Pats too. It was the Vinatieri revenge game.
Wow. And Ridley catches the 2-point conversion to put Atlanta up by 3. Chris says Manning will be the only player to ever win 5 MVPs in the history of the league.
That's
I don't know.
A bold claim.
That guy Mahomes might win.
Yeah,
a few more.
Right. Bold claim.
Mahomes has more sex appeal than Brady will ever have. So that's why I think Mahomes can, no question, reach 5.
Yep.
I think. Mahomes is going to be more popular than Brady.
Got to keep that dude healthy.
Mahomes does cooler stuff. He's more athletic.
Yep.
Better everything, really, from a talent standpoint, I think.
eye test alone, him and Rodgers are the two best quarterbacks. If you're taking resume out of it, pure peak, just on-field performance, him and Rodgers are the two best quarterbacks I've ever watched play the position.
Yeah. Mahomes and Rodgers.
Yes, those are the two. But if I'm talking about wins and losses being factored in as well, that's when Brady goes to the top for me, as well as a bunch of other guys.
Under 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Atlanta's touchdowns belong to Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley. Ridley just caught a 2-point conversion. Rams have a safety in this one. Their lone touchdown belongs to Tyler Higbee. And Sloman kicked a field goal to get the scoring started. Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. 300 plus watching on YouTube. We're at 138. I don't know. Maybe we can try and hit 200 by the end of this sim. Jared Goff, incomplete.
Here we go. Chris Adams. Be patient, little man. I have a whole lot of ammunition coming at you. I'm a little bit older than you. All right, keep it coming then, oldie. Keep it coming, old-timer. Let me tell you, Steve Grogan, actually the best Pats quarterback of all time. He can run. Brady's a statue.
I really hate the GOAT debates. I really do. It sucks. Like Jordan, LeBron, go do it on your own time.
Yeah. Well, it's just fun because everyone can have an opinion on it. That's why I like it.
Well, here's what I hope with the Dream Stream, okay? I hope the Dream Stream goes on for years and years and years. I hope the Dream Stream is still going on. I hope I'm still here when Mahomes calls it quits. Because he might be the only guy. And as I say that, there could be a guy drafted in 5 years. Maybe Trevor Lawrence will do it. I don't know. But
Zach Wilson, next Mahomes.
Chris Adams, you come in the chat and you can say Peyton Manning. You might be right in 20 years. Peyton Manning will be the only one to win 5 MVPs.
Chris, just keep going. Stop giving these qualifiers. Just type.
The guru says they are pointless, guys. They really are pointless. I mean, if you want to pick, if you think some guy is better than someone else, it's okay to think that.
Right.
Yeah, I think Montana. I'll tell you what, put Marino on a better team, and oh my God, it's not even close. Not even close. It's like
I feel bad for Dan Marino though.
Just fine. Think that way. It's okay. But let me tell you, just take out the playoffs. I'd pick Manning any day of the week.
Hey, here's another knee slapper from Must Be. It's so funny to me how people who wear glasses always say the eye test. Tell me, you can't see little Rossi. Oh, get it? Eye test, you can't see if you got glasses. Oh, Must Be is hilarious. Melted ice, Ryan.
What will be the... We're moving off this topic, but we can still listen to Chris Adams talk. That's okay. What will be the biggest... when we come... So I like this kind of thought process. When we're here next Friday, it will be the night after it will be the day after the first round. Mm-hmm. What's going to be the number one takeaway? What's going to stun us? What are we going to be like, whoa, I didn't see that one coming.
I'm sort of in on this Dallas trading up for Pitts thing now. I really hope that happens. I want to wish that into existence.
I feel like by Thursday of next week, so of course by Friday when we're on the air here on the Dream Stream, I think we're going to know it's going to leak, I think, what San Francisco's going to do. You know what I'm saying? I think we'll have more certain...
I would be shocked if they take Mac Jones. I really would be. I think that logic will prevail, and they're going to take one of the athletic dudes instead.
Are you on YouTube right now?
I am.
Give Chris Adams your Twitter. He wants to send you a video. He wants to do a presentation for his Peyton Manning argument.
Okay.
He also says, I don't know your partner's name, and I mean this with no disrespect. Which means after that phrase, you can say anything you want. With no disrespect.
Okay. So Chris Adams, I just dropped my Twitter handle in there. It's Tom Carroll. And then, so if you're looking for me in the YouTube, I'm the guy with the freeze pop in my mouth. and I put my Twitter handle in there. Go ahead, DM me your video, and I will give it an analysis during the break between Sims here. I appreciate the fact that he doesn't know who I am. That means that it makes me feel like I'm still new in the eyes of somebody here, even though I've been doing this for a while now. I like that. I'm still the new guy.
You are. I
am still the new guy.
Mm-hmm. When did you start with us?
I think October.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done so many of these since then, though. Like, I'm way up there. I'm going to log by the end of this month. I'll have done 35 this month. And
that's an average of one a day.
And I did 36 the month before. Like, I'm up there, bro. And I took 4 days off this month.
Now that you say that, like, doing 2 a day.
It adds up, man.
It's like 50 a month.
Yeah.
Holy crap. That's like...
You've logged so many hours.
We're pushing like 1,000 of these things. I don't know. I think Koff actually does have the number he's done. He won't admit it though.
Yeah, I could find it very easily. You got to submit these things to the bosses. So, Chris Adams, I'll just say it for you since you're clearly not looking at the YouTube chat. At ya boy TC Fresh, YABOI TC Fresh. Also follow me while you're there.
Kareem says no disrespect means passive-aggressive disrespect. Yeah, it's 100%. So true. It's okay. We all do it.
No disrespect. I love when people say that.
Hit that like button for us, guys, if you don't mind. We see you on Twitch as well. I saw first time playing Fortnite. If I give him this sweatshirt I'm wearing, he will shave his eyebrows.
Do it. Do it. Gosh, you know what I would say, though? He should shave one, show that he did that, then you send it to him, then he can shave the other. Like, there's a chance you send it and he just says, haha, and then doesn't do it, you know?
I don't think first time playing Fortnite's that kind of person. First time playing Fortnite also operates my parody account.
So he's a man of honor.
There's trust. Yeah, there's a lot of trust there.
Big trust.
Woo-woo. M. Roach, Marino, Manning, Breeze, Brady, Rodgers, no particular order, and when Mahomes retires, if he keeps this pace, he takes Rodgers' spot.
Yeah, I think if Mahomes can keep this pace, he's going to beat Brady, straight up. I mean, even if he doesn't get the rings,
okay,
I really feel like Mahomes can pass Brady.
What happened to a friendly debate, Chris? He gave you his Twitter.
Well, what did he say?
Did you read it?
No, I don't even know.
Oh, well, you can't see it in the chat?
I don't see it.
Oh. All right.
We're talking about Chris Adams?
Yes.
No, I don't see it.
Are you serious?
No.
Eric Stern says, yeah, live chat. You want live chat, not top chat.
Is it already gone? I didn't see it.
No, it's there. He called you fat. He called you fat man. Wow.
Maybe I'm just way behind.
Make sure it says live chat, not top chat.
Oh, how do I do? Oh, wow.
Yeah, you need live chat. That's how you get everything.
I've never known that.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Yeah, there's way more comments with live chat.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, how about you give me your Twitter, fat man, and I'll talk like you are, and we'll be on a level playing field. Lol. Ha ha! Okay, I gave it to you like 3 times.
That's what I'm saying. That was my point initially. He's already given it out 3 times. He's typed it. He said it. Can you make a sign like Christian does?
Okay, virtual man.
Also, yeah, when we're on camera, it's on the screen. Get a pen and write it. Chris. You're a good man. You gave it to him again.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? I just want to see. I honestly want to see what this guy looks like. So that's why I want him to send me this video. I never knew that there was a live chat versus top chat thing.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Again, showing.
You're still new here.
I'm such a rookie, guys. I'm such a rookie.
3rd and goal. Ryan, wow, stepping back big time. Complete to Gurley.
Dennis McCafferty. By the way, why doesn't Mark Bavaro get any Hall of Fame support? I know he didn't play long, but he absolutely dominated as a blocker and receiver when he played. Good point. Bill Belichick always talks about Mark Bavaro as one of his favorite players he ever coached. Granted, he was the defensive coordinator on those Giants teams, but he loves Mark Bavaro.
Disco says, you can't call someone fat in 2021. I put on a solid COVID 25. It's all right, Disco. Just dance in the disco light.
I don't appreciate it being meant as a derogatory term. If you want to use it as just like a literal adjective, that's fine. But let's all be friends here. Well,
he started by saying, if you don't mind, can we have a friendly debate? Remember that comment? A friendly debate? Yeah. That's what Chris said. That's not being friendly. That's just being... Now you're just using adjectives and, derogatory terms to make your argument stronger?
It's fine.
I mean, that's
whatever.
Also,
hey, I'm blown away by live chat.
Yes, Eric Stern, I am a huge dork. I am comfortable in my skin. I am a sports maniac dork.
Yeah, leave him alone. Crazy. Leave us alone.
Oh no, my overall point is bring it. But he said, well, can we have a friendly debate? Well, start calling people names, and that's just you're losing your argument then. I think. As Jordan Lindenbaum says, Tom and Glash, fat man and little boy. No disrespect. I'm a real boy.
Wow, I feel like I've invented a whole, not invented, I've discovered a whole new, realm here.
All right, here you go. Chris has responded. Jared Goff from his back foot. Oh! Reynolds! That should be the bonus. 62-yard gain to the 11-yard line of Atlanta. Wow. Hope Eric Winalda played this number 11.
What a crazy throw by Goff.
Really, I'm proud of him.
He just heaved it.
Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Ooh, low snap. Athletic.
The Freak of Nature asking if I was the captain of my middle school football team. We did not have a middle school football team.
All right, so Chris says, oh my God, first time playing Fortnite Glass, I will shave my nipple off and mail it to you for the sweatshirt.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, no.
Also dangerous, I feel like, shaving a nipple.
So the way this DraftKings sweat, the D in DraftKings, there'll just be a oozing blood from the missing nipple. You'd have to change your Twitch name to the Missing Nipple.
Yeah, no, get out of here with that. I don't want you to shave your nipple, bro.
Yeah.
Get it waxed, if anything.
You going to read Chris's comment?
Yeah, he says, if I'm reading the correct chat here, he says, only one player in nearly 100-year history of National Football League has won 5 MVPs, and me saying it will not happen again in our lifetime is a bold call. And then with crying face emojis, implying that it's not a bold call for him to say that. I mean, yes, the fact that someone only once has won it 5 times, I get that. I understand what you're saying. But to say in your lifetime, so Chris, I don't know how old you are. If you're 95 years old, then maybe. But I'm 28.
Good meeting you, Chris.
I'm 28 years old. I'll give myself another solid 50 years, 60, whatever. I feel uncomfortable saying that. You got quarterbacks in here that are young, that have won the award, that people love, that have buzz. It feels like a very bold claim to say no one else will ever win 5 again. It does.
They didn't get it on 4th and inches. Wow.
And that's a good point by Andrew. The MVP award started in 1954. So it hasn't been technically 100 years of the award. So
Big stop by the Falcons. Oh,
saying anything definitive like that, just it is bold, regardless of whatever you're talking about.
You know, Chris now says, I'm driving. I'm a little behind the video. First of all, put your hands on the wheel. You're really not giving this a well-thought debate if you're driving.
When did I insult Chris?
I don't know. I don't care. But he's driving, trying to have a debate. So not only do you say you want to have a debate, but you're driving and you're behind on the video. It doesn't seem like you're really focused on this debate.
Oh, is it because I called him old?
Oldie.
But he himself said he was old.
Right. Well,
it called us young. He was like, "You're a youngin'. I know more than you."
Who cares about that? He's trying to drive. You're driving. Be safe. Yeah, but Manning's better.
Nah, I gotta weigh in on this. His kids are in the back seat.
Here's an idea.
Dad, what are you doing?
I'm trying to tell this youngin'
This
who the
youngin'
greatest
here
ever is.
Peyton Manning's the best quarterback I've ever seen.
Yeah, actually,
hey,
no.
Guess
better
what,
yet.
bro? Peyton Manning his entire career happened in my entire conscious memory. So, like, I could talk about Peyton Manning's career just the same way you can.
Better yet, he's got one of them in the car seat holding the phone. All right, here's what you want to type. Word for word.
Okay, here we go. Chris Adams. Okay, Glass, let me say it very slowly so that's understood. I have a career job that doesn't include video game simulations. I'm currently driving from home from the job. I'm doing talk to text. I'm a little behind the video for that. I apologize.
Sorry, Chris. We're making this sim all about you.
Yeah, Chris, you are the star of this sim.
Seriously.
Check's in the mail, dude. And I assume you take paper checks. You bring them down to the bank between bank hours. Deposit that into your checking account. Obviously, you don't work in the digital age. You're an old man.
We do support voice to text. That is good. We do. I'm in 13th place. Let's go. 15th.
Wow. That's shouting distance.
Jared Goff. Take a sack. Maybe not. Robert Woods, first down to the 42. So even when they miss 4th and inches, they have the ball back in Atlanta territory at the 42. And, of course, down 6, they need a touchdown. An extra point wins this sucker. Clock's ticking, though, Jared. Oh, I can't wait till Jared Goff breaks your hearts. Do not ruin my Saturday, Jared Goff.
Don't do it, Jim.
Oh, I missed that part.
What?
I have a career job, says Chris. So apparently our jobs are not career jobs.
Right. Yeah.
I missed that part.
That was an important distinction he made. Career job.
What should we do?
I also have a career job. You guys are watching me do it.
Anyone have any suggestions of where I should go after this?
Go down to the unemployment office.
The guru makes a good point, in all due respect. If the dude is driving, he went to solid lengths to tune into your broadcast. Gotta respect that. I do.
I really want to see this Twitter video.
Chris, do you need a ring light? I have a ring light at my career job if you'd like to use it. And this Elgato microphone.
Andrew's saying Chris is always here, too. You got to give him a shout out. How is he always here and he has no idea who I am? Like, no offense. Like, I've done hundreds of these.
No
since October.
Offense, but... Hey, 3rd and 1 here, Jared Goff. 10 seconds, no timeouts. Connects with Henderson, and that's the game.
This was fun, honestly. The dissection of Chris this whole second half has been great.
Susan says, hello, Susan. Bruce, talk. Thank you, Susan. You guys have the awesomest career job.
This is my career job.
Well, this might be it. I'm going to have to do some self-evaluating. Where were we? Hey, our pal Mo. Mo's always in the chat.
Hey-o.
Mo right now winning by 0.5.
There you go, Mo.
Reynolds in the captain spot. Gurley, Jones, Cup, Ridley, Higbee. I think Reynolds, Reynolds was cheaper than Ridley and Jones, but Reynolds really showed out in terms of the value you could get.
Yeah, I'm going Reynolds with the wooden nickel here. He gets the free ice cream cone here in St. Louis at Lion's Choice Roast Beef. And the Babysitter Billy Award going to my friend Todd Gurley, just doing nothing, really. I think he had 60 yards total, something like that. No tuds. Get out of here.
Get out of here, kid.
Get out of here. Russell Gage really just doing a whole lot of nothing either. 1 catch for 1 yard. That's brutal.
Hitman for life, first place in the free public contest, $250 free showdown. $25 going to Hitman for life with Reynolds in the captain spot. Ryan, Jones, Ridley, Higbee, and Hurst. We have our awards. Be sure to also get your popcorn ready. As part of the Film Awards festivities, Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast event in Las Vegas this Sunday, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch it right here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a DraftKings sportsbook pool that will hand out $10,000 in prizes. This is eligible in any state, by the way. These free-to-play pools, even if sports betting is not legal in your state. Go to the DraftKings sportsbook, or if you like to operate through DraftKings, go to DraftKings.com, hit on the promo tab right at the top left of the screen. Answer a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is tomorrow. And then after that, me and Koff will be here for an 8 o'clock simulation.
Nice. You and Koff getting together for some Chinese food on the front porch. I love it. I'm excited for that.
We'll see. We'll see about the porch. We want it to get a little warmer. It's a little chilly.
Break up the snow gear. That's right. One more, baby.
I hope you're okay.
I hope Chris sends me that video before. If it doesn't have swears or anything, I'll play it on the sim.
Okay. All right. Well, he is a little behind, so he's going to miss our great post-game show.
Andrew's saying, no, you won't. Okay. No, I guess I won't.
All right. Producer Drew, thank you. Andrew on the ones and twos, the Drew stack. Tate hanging out in the chat. I love how Tate gets in the chat. He can do both. Little chat.
He's a multitasker, that Tate.
Ooh, let me see. Reynolds, catch, bonus. Oh, chat. Let's see. Ridley, catch. Okay, chat. Yeah, he's got a little system. I like that. All right. That's it's going to do it. You guys all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I am back tomorrow night, as I mentioned, with Kaufman at 8 o'clock, so that'll be fun. Bring your jokes. Bring your, I don't know. What can we do to Kaufman tomorrow night?
I don't know, but you know what we're going to do right now? Here's a little bit from Joey Chestnut on how much he wants to win the DK Red Carpet Film Feast. Tune in tomorrow at 5:30 for more.
Yeah, it's Stoney with the Halloween Candy Bowl, Esper, Jeff, who you're talking about with the big game snack down. It sounds like you want to beat them like badly and get that title.
Yeah, this is the third one. It's strike three, and I'm going to start. People are going to start saying I'm not number one anymore. This is, and also we're going into 4th of July season. Hot dogs are coming up. Oh my God, 2.5 months away, I think, and that's all it is. So, I'm gonna be, this is. I want to get ready for hot dogs by getting a win right now.
How nervous are you that people could start doubting you if you don't deliver here?
Oh my God, am I nervous? Yeah, If people start doubting me, that's one thing. I just can't doubt myself. I need to every contest. Both contests I lost. I believe if I made changes, I could have won. If I go 3, 4, 5 contests without winning, then it's harder for me to believe that. And I still believe I can get the win, and so my head's in a good place, and I'm gonna do what it takes.
What's up, guys? Welcome back, DK Sim fam, back into the Madden stream universe. Yes, get out of real life. Don't go in the fresh air. Come back inside your houses. Welcome back into my little universe here. Today, we have the Kansas City Chiefs, the Indianapolis Colts, for your 4 p.m. Eastern. I don't know. This isn't prime time for the nooner?
No. This is the matinee, I think. Matinee? Yeah.
Matinee. Sounds right. Tom Carroll joining me as always, my co-host, PIC. He's going to guide me through this as I make several mistakes trying to do play-by-play and co-hosting. I did get the teams right today, so that's a good start. But we are off here, friends. We've got the Colts and the Chiefs, two pretty good sim teams. Philip Rivers will get sacked about 10 times in this game, I virtually guarantee you. But the Colts do have some players, Naheem Hines, T.Y. Hilton. They can take off. So I like this little matchup. I was kind of excited when I saw it on the slate. Hopefully everyone else is excited. Hopefully everyone else is having a great sim day so far. And I haven't been catching up on the sims. Is this your first one, Tom?
No, this is my third. End of a triple header, baby.
That's at the end of a triple header here.
Yeah, you're catching me at the tail end of a long day, my friend.
Are you hallucinating yet? Are you just
What? I can't even hear you. I can't see you. Where am I?
Wow. Powering through the Sims. This guy's just powering your Saturday so far. Tom
Beast
Carroll.
mode.
Are we charging extra to get Triple Tom here? Like we should be. I mean, this should be like $30 a ticket today. That's right. Okay, this is all poor. Give us your captain, Tom. First of all, just
Travis Kelce. Going with Travis Kelce in that spot. I feel like of the big three for Kansas City, most affordable. Gives me the most flexibility, still gives me a chance to have one of the big name guys in a captain spot so I can possibly win one of these things one day. I'm going Travis Kelce in that spot. Who you thinking?
Dude, we're on the same wavelength here. It's like stepbrothers. I also roster Travis Kelce in my captain spot. That's who I got. Who else do I have with him? Why did my lineup disappear from my page? Probably.
I'll give you mine while you look for that. I went with the other tight end, Trey Burton. Got Paris Campbell in there. CEH, Patrick Mahomes, and then the punt play, 90s child star, Ricky Seals-Jones.
Nice.
For $1,800 at the end there. It always ends up being between him and Anthony Sherman for my punt plays.
Oh, the Sherman.
And I usually flip a wooden nickel for it. Today it was Ricky Seals-Jones.
Yeah, they're both likely to get some kind of ultra touchdown, right? So I like your strategy of going YOLO with those guys at the end. I always do that. It never works out, but it's fun. I got Kelce, Mahomes, Hines, Trey Burton, Slam and Sammy Watkins, and then for Jason Rossi, I rostered a kicker. Harrison Butker.
The Butker.
Harrison Butker the third.
Hey, go to Butker.
Lineups have locked. The game is about to start. Settle in. Get your sim game ready. Get your sim game face on. I hope we see some fireworks here. I hope we see 500 yards from Patrick Mahomes. He's got a new fab offensive line. He's got he's just got a lot of guys to work with, dude.
Making trades yesterday, making moves.
Yeah. What did you think of that?
Smart. I mean, they signed Tooney for the big money. They make this trade. They're trying to protect their guy. They saw what happened in the Super Bowl. They said, we can't let that happen again. And granted, a lot of that was just guys being banged up. But, you lose Eric Fisher in free agency, which probably seemed more like a mutual parting of ways. But they needed to go into next season feeling good about that position group. Because if you don't have an O-line, you don't have an offense.
I mean,
I don't care how good your skill position guys are,
That was their only weakness, and it got exposed, I mean, they won games throughout the year. Even with a weak O-line, their defense was solid enough. Their defense actually probably maybe their best in a couple of years, it feels like. But they just got exposed in that one area. One injury went down, like you said, Eric Fisher, and the wall crumbled, and clearly they were just, they didn't want to go through a similar scenario where they're going through tough D lines, and you all of a sudden your weakness has been revealed. It's like when the world learns that Superman is allergic to Krypton or whatever, or kryptonite, and everyone just goes out and buys kryptonite. You got to fix that weakness. Now Superman obviously couldn't fix it, but the Chiefs, they can fix it, so they did it.
Speaking of discovering something,
Okay.
I was alerted to the fact last sim that you can change the chat from live chat to top chat.
Top chat, yes, you can.
I never knew that, so I'm now a live chat guy.
I honestly don't think it does anything.
So, no, it wasn't showing a message. Someone directly insulted me last sim, and everyone was like, Tom, did you see that one? Did you see that one? And I was like, no. And then Glash was like, go scroll back and look. And I was like, it's not there. And he was like, are you looking at live chat or top chat? Come to find out, I had always been a top chat guy. Never been about the live chat.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe it is, sifting through messages then. Okay, I stand corrected again.
Didn't know that.
Obviously not the oracle on these things, but interesting to know. I will keep it on.
Here's the thing. Look, I've done Madden After Dark a million times with Glash, and, the buzzword is always fun. And I always thought it was cool seeing the buzzword come in hot. I mean, I haven't even ever seen it in live chat form, so it could be even crazier.
That's a good point, too. It's just
I'm kind of excited.
Hard, right? So, I used to always kind of – my computer here. Okay, I used to always oh, God, don't freeze.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Is everything okay? Can you still hear me?
I hear you.
Okay,
good. I see your mouth moving. You're good.
No, I think it was just Google Chrome being freezing and then freaking me out here, but we're good. Okay. Someone pointed that out to me the other time, but I just never really noticed any huge difference, but that's not to say that there isn't, obviously. So interesting to note.
Big day for me here, Jeff.
Interesting stuff, nonetheless. Yes, good that you've figured that out.
I'm slowly mastering this thing.
PGA Tour app is what's slowing me down here. I better close PGA and their horrible website. Okay, there we go. Back on track here. 4th and 3. Colts 47. I mean, they could go for it here, but yeah, they're not going to. If they were across midfield, they might see a 4th down attempt, but not here. Going to get a punt. First drive of the game. Going to see Patrick Mahomes take it from the 15-yard line, so not the worst punt in the world.
By the way, we were trying to do some math last sim, or talking about how many sims we've actually done. I just went back and did the quick math. God. By the end of this month, I will have done 179 sims since October.
Dude, if you've done 179 since October, I just don't even want to know how many I've done since basically
since
over
the beginning. Yeah.
A year and a month, basically 13 months now.
Yeah.
So, holy cow, dude. Yeah. Wow.
I can only imagine what the number is for the guys that have been here since the beginning.
Well, and Kaufman's like a guy like Kaufman has done more than me. Glash might have done a few more than me. Glash and I are probably pretty similar. He takes days off.
Never take a day off here.
Kaufman clearly just wants to, he thinks there's like a reward for doing the most of them at the end or something. Like, here's your gold key to the city, sir. Doing the most Madden Sims.
I respect it,
obviously you respect the grind.
Personal goals.
I'm just bugging him, but
perfect attendance record.
Perfect attendance.
That's right.
That's totally what he's going after.
Did you know Morgan, my fiance? Yes, I used the F word. At perfect attendance from her first day of kindergarten till the end of high school.
No,
never missed a day. Her brother, and her sister never missed school. Kindergarten, end of high school. They got a special little cord at graduation for it. That's it. They got the recognition, nice pat on the back. That's all you get for it.
Bro, I don't believe you.
I swear, I didn't know this until recently.
Never ever missed a day.
Not one day of school. And all they got was a stupid little cord around their neck at graduation.
First of all,
all three kids.
Is she there's got to be some genes there, because how do you not get sick?
I don't know. I don't know.
I didn't get sick that much when I was younger either.
Honestly, though, in today's day and age, now with the day of the pandemic, they're never I'm sure there's been times in their schooling career where they had the sniffles or something, and their mom was just go in. That'll never happen again.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Those days are over.
She'll be like
perfect attendance will never happen again.
The last perfect attendance.
Yes.
Tom's fiance, Morgan. That's crazy, man. That's commitment.
Right?
I respect that grind a lot.
Andrew saying she's like Cal Ripken.
Totally, man. That's
Morgan the Iron Horse Carroll. I gave her my last name there, guys.
Wow, getting presumptuous. She figures she's going to show up, eh?
I hope so.
I'm just kidding. That's crazy, though. I really respect the commitment. That is...
Heck yeah.
That's serious. That's something, too, you know, if ever down the line you have kids, you can be like, I went to school legitimately
every single day. I walked uphill both ways.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I barely missed school. Like, I was always there, but towards the end of high school, I definitely skipped a few days, not gonna lie.
Oh, high school. I was skipping school in like grade 7. I mean, as you can probably tell, that's why I'm working here now. Just kidding. Yeah, there's probably some truth to that. But yeah, no, that's crazy. And there was always days where like, oh, you felt a little sick, or you just didn't want to go to school. So you're like,
yeah,
oh, mom, this thing's on my arm.
She had no choice.
Looks bad. Sure, you take one day, you know.
Amazing.
I've went to school for like 2 months straight, Mom. Give me one day here.
Brian C on YouTube saying that's impressive. I call out of work at least once a month.
Jimmy Man says, I had a bad skip problem. Missed like 150 days. I had friends like that too. Their record was just like they'd get their school record and you could just see on their face they have to take it home to their parents. Just like you knew the day was coming. You're like, see you in a month, dude.
I had buddies that were just late to school so many times they had to go to truancy court.
Truancy court, nice.
Yeah.
It's like the olden times.
Just for being late.
Bankruptcy court. Well, I mean, it's still bankruptcy court, but it's like, you know, bankruptcy prison or whatever, you know.
A truant.
Truancy court. It's such an old-fashioned word. You're a truant.
You're a truant.
Oh, there's a little a throw outside. Sammy Watkins. Chiefs are driving. That's going to be a 1st and 10. The second catch of this drive, 17 yards.
This is Travis Kelce range.
This is Travis Kelce range. This whole drive has kind of been like just little chunks, so might see him pop up here. Might have seen him pop up already, and I just missed it because we were talking about truancy. Your wife's insanely perfect attendance record.
It's insane.
Excuse me.
Totally insane. I didn't believe her. I made her call her dad.
No, I mean, I would like legitimately want proof of that as well.
Yeah.
There's Tyreek Hill over the middle, just short of the first
He
down.
was very, very proud. All 3 kids.
Yeah, no, that's legitimately something to be proud of. Like,
insane.
Also, like, I mean, I don't want to say her parents had it easy, but like, wow, like that. Those are some good kids, you know. Like, just going to school every day, you know. Like,
great kids.
Yeah, sounds like
Kelsey. Oh, we are now in CEH territory.
Yeah, this is definitely CEH territory. Or, could we get a Shermanator touch?
Ooh, I'd be mad because I went the other way.
I know. You never know. Maybe they'll play action, go to Kissed by a Rose, Ricky Seals Jones. What are we going to do? We're going to go shotgun. We can still run it here, though. I think they're going to.
Yes. No.
Stuffed. All right. Well, that's good for us.
All right. Yeah, we'll see a little This is more Kelsey.
This is way more Kelsey range. Good result there if you didn't have CH and you are in the passing game, like Tom and I are cheering for.
Brian C. saying, I teach in the city, and COVID has made almost 35% of students truants. High truancy rate. Makes sense, you know. It's a weird time. Here we go.
Shotgun
Kelsey,
again.
Yeah, Kelsey's he's
strong
got his hand in the dirt here. He's blocking. Oh,
wow. They handed it off again. Stuffed again. Colts are not having this running stuff. Kind of surprised the Chiefs decided to run it there again. Tried to trick them with a little bit of trickery.
Do you think we get another play this quarter?
Good question. I'm not sure. Going to be real close. Yeah, I think we'll get one more off.
Okay. Yep. All right, Kelsey's
All right.
to the right.
CH still in the backfield. They are going to throw this time. Quick throw.
Oh.
Wow, he dropped it.
Wasn't even really an end zone play. Weird.
Yeah, that was... Anyways, it's incomplete.
Looks like we're going to get buttkicker.com out here. Do you remember that when Andy Reid called him that in a postgame? He didn't remember his name.
Did he actually do that?
Yeah, it was like they signed him mid-season. He clearly didn't remember his name, so he called them buttkicker.com.
I love Andy Reid, dude. He's hilarious. Just talking about him, hearing about Andy Reid, like talking about food too, is just like,
oh, it's the best.
Yeah.
Well, they were like, "What? You're excited? You know, you're about to go to the Super Bowl. What are you gonna do?" He's like, "Well, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna eat a cheeseburger."
Yeah. Always like brings food up. It's great. He's classic. Couple lame drives. Well, I mean, the Chiefs. It's a lame finish to that drive because that was a really good drive by the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes 80 yards on that drive alone. Philip Rivers only 12 passing, but could not convert there at the end. Only gave Mahomes one chance to throw the ball there. Usually a mistake, and was a mistake again because they didn't convert with the running. So Marlon Mack, 10 yards rushing. CH has -1 yards on 5 attempts. That's what you call a tough scene right there, folks. Not a good start.
Not great.
See what we got.
I almost had him in my captain spot, too.
I was thinking about him, but I didn't. Travis Kelce, 2 for 23. Just missed the touchdown, too. That was close. Looked like he had close to rolling in, but obviously down. Computer had him down on the 1. Watkins, 2 for 30, and Burton, 2 for 12. So those are the leading receivers. Not much going on. Nice start for Sammy. That's about it.
Yeah, surprised. We heard his name a lot on that drive.
Sammy Watkins?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. Tyreek caught one on that drive, too. They kind of spread around nicely. So Colts can get it back, though. We'll see if Philip Rivers cannot get sacked on this drive. He typically has a hard time. It's so weird. Philip Rivers retired. It just doesn't seem...
It doesn't feel real, yeah.
It doesn't really, yeah. I'm just so used to him, like, being there. Like, oh, There's Philip Rivers being crazy on the sideline.
He will be missed. Instead, now we have Carson Wentz in Indianapolis. We have Herbert in LA, and we don't even have the San Diego Chargers. So
did the Colts? Who did the Colts get knocked out by? Was it the Chiefs?
This year?
Yeah.
The Bills.
The Bills, that's right. They played them pretty close. That's all I was going to say.
Colts were good.
Yeah, no. And, like, that game was pretty close, too. Rivers obviously kind of didn't get it done at the end, but it wasn't really his fault. It's a pretty close game, so, yeah. See if Carson Wentz can do more things for the Colts next year.
I'll be curious to see how he is next. It's one of the storylines I'm really, really interested in heading into next year. What do you think about this numbers change thing? Are you in on single-digit numbers on cornerbacks and stuff like that? Oh, what a play!
T.Y.
Go!
T.Y. Just go and put afterburners on, ignited, touchdown. 2 broken tackles. 5'10", 150 pounds.
There
I don't
it
know
is.
how much T.Y. Hilton weighs, but Tom's doing the T.Y. thing where he does his name with the letters and stuff.
I like it.
Really
it's a really good touchdown dance.
Insane play there, man. I was like, okay, he got through the first talk. He won't get through the second one, but fights through it. T.Y. does have pretty good Madden ratings in this one.
Bad tackle.
Took away his superstar traits this year. I guess he's mad.
Yeah, that wasn't very nice.
He was a beast in the 2021, but wow, man, yeah, still good speed ratings.
That was huge. So yeah, I was saying, what do you think about this numbers thing? Brady hates it. Where do you stand?
So give me the lowdown. Like, what did they change about the numbers?
So they're allowing linemen to wear numbers in the 50s, offensive linemen, where they typically were only allowed to be 60 through 79.
Right.
And they're allowing a whole bevy of positions on both sides of the ball to wear single-digit numbers. They've opened it up quite a bit. So it's going to look like college out there.
I mean,
I think it's cool.
It's fine. Brady is such a baby. This is why people don't like him. Like, I'm serious. This is the kind
it's
of
sort
stuff.
of out of character for him to complain about this.
But this is the type of baby stuff why people just don't like Tom Brady.
It doesn't help.
Do you know what this compares exactly to? The not shaking hands thing.
Yeah.
when he doesn't shake Nick Foles' hands when Nick Foles beats him every year.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Screw Nick Foles.
No, hey, whoa. Just watch yourself there, Tom. You're talking to like.
Oh, that's
Nick
right. You're
Foles.
a huge Nick Foles fan.
Yes. I'm like ordering a picture of Nick Foles. Anyways, we'll get into that later.
A painting.
In all seriousness, though, like it's very similar to that. Like he's just like a poor. I don't even know if you call him a poor loser. He's just like. It's not that big a deal, dude. I mean, it's the numbers. I get it. It's going to make it a little bit tougher. I don't think it's going to be crazy town out there, though. You know, I think guys can adjust to like a couple number changes. I mean,
no, offensive lineman not even going to know where to block.
Yeah. Like, oh, do you see that like big 300-pound wide receiver over there because he's got a 7 on? Oh my God, that was an offensive lineman. Are you kidding? Like, that's the kind of thing he thinks is going to happen. He's going to like throw to his offensive lineman now or something because he got a 7 on.
I kind of love it. It's like the first time Tom Brady's acted like really like an old guy. Get off my lawn, you know?
Yeah, that is kind of like the old.
Right? Like normally it's like, oh, you know, he's so young for his age. Look at him. This is the first time where it's like, change is bad.
Anyways, I there probably will be some mix-ups. Like I don't doubt what he's saying, but is it going to be like that big a deal? There should be a small adjustment period. Who cares? Good for the defenses. The offenses get all the breaks nowadays, anyways. If it helps,
I saw this, and I don't know if this is official, but if a player has jerseys that were just printed with his current number and they want to switch because of the new rules, they have to buy all of the jerseys with their old number on it. How ridiculous is that? Like if Derrick Henry wants to switch back to number 2, like he was in college, he has to go to the pro shop and buy all of his old jerseys.
The NFL is just
ridiculous. Like, oh, really, NFL? Really? Really?
It's one of the most banana things I've ever heard in my life.
They just love to do stuff that we can all hate collectively together.
Yeah, like, and while we're on the jersey stuff, like, could we please? Wow, this is from Tate. If Dalvin Cook wanted to go back to number 4, apparently it would cost him $1.5 million.
Insane.
Is that for real, Tate? Like,
that must have been like in some story. Yeah, I'm sure there's all sorts of examples like this. It's insane. Like, guys, NFL, you can afford it, okay?
Yeah.
Don't make the rule change if you're not going to allow anyone to switch their numbers unless they have to pay $1 million. Stephon Diggs has announced that he's switching to number 1, apparently. Disco says on YouTube. That would be kind of cool. I like single digits on position players.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's a good change. Who cares? A lot of people
Reggie Bush. I remember when Reggie Bush petitioned for number 5 back in the day.
That's right.
Because that was an iconic jersey, USC. Didn't work.
I like that a lot of people are agreeing with me with Tom Brady being crybaby. I still can't. I really. I'll be honest. Like, we're okay. Mahomes gonna run. Gonna throw.
That was very Mahomesy.
Tyreek. That was like his Super Bowl personified right there, running across the field,
running 600 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
ran like 50 yards on every play in the Super Bowl. Like,
yeah, and gone fishing 12-20. Great point. Nothing like sending those jerseys over to Africa to help clothe the underprivileged children. Yeah, that's exactly what they should do. Don't make these guys buy the old uniforms. Donate them.
No kidding.
I mean, come on.
Completely. It's such.
They're probably making these things for 10 cents in a factory.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Little jump up there to CEH.
Oh, what a move.
Got the first down inside the 10. It's such a good point, right? Like, the NFL could come out of this looking good. The little donation program. Sure, charge the players $10,000.
Right.
But don't do that. Don't be the guy who's like, oh, you got to buy all the jerseys. It's going to come to $1.5 million.
Straight cash on YouTube. Lineman reporting eligible is going to be a problem. No, it won't. Everyone just use your brains.
It'll be a problem for like a week.
It won't even. Just use your brains.
No. Dalvin Cook should like rent a dump truck, like fill it with like $1 billion pennies.
Midwest Heather saying, can the players spare it money-wise? All of us have to pay for our work uniforms. Completely different.
Yeah, do you have to pay for all your work uniforms?
Yeah, you do.
For the entire company?
Do you have to pay for all of the fans' uniforms? Touchdown there from CEH.
Yeah. CEH there. Finally converting after not converting on the last one. 10-7 Chiefs. Yeah,
Urban legend, great point.
For their uniforms would be like, okay, we need $1,000 for like 5 jerseys this year. Not 1.5 million.
Urban legend saying it would be a great way to get people overseas into the NFL. I like it.
Totally, dude. Do like a discount, like on sale on your website. I'd buy the old jerseys.
Same.
Sell them
They'd
for like
become
75% off or something, dude. They're so, oh my God.
Gone Fishing 1220. Tom Ace finally acknowledges me. The live chat, that live chat life.
Yeah,
there
wow.
you go.
Oh, Disco says Diggs changed his mind. Was it the money thing, Disco?
Probably.
Let us know. Was it a money issue? Probably. Sounds ridiculous, man.
I mean, they made the rule change probably thinking like they don't want the guys in the league now to change. It's just sort of like the new guys will be allowed to wear those numbers,
right.
You know?
I mean, I guess what they could have done to avoid all this is just be like, you're not allowed to change this year. You can change next year. You know, like that's the rules.
Yeah. And I'm sure guys would have been cool with it.
Yeah, there's no controversy, right? You know, if you
Right.
want to change next year. I guess that's effectively what they've done. They've just
NFL, no fun league.
Yeah, they've done it in a mean way, as per usual.
Right, exactly.
The least fun way. So, yeah, there's so many things they could do. Like just put them on. And yeah, they take giving us the lowdown again. If guys wait, they don't. Apparently, they don't have to pay, which again makes sense.
I bet a lot of guys wait.
Sure. I mean, that's a ridiculous amount. Even for
insane.
NFL players who like to spend things on, like, you know, narcissistic things, like, you know, getting
that's a dumb use of money.
That is, it's beyond.
Unless they're going to go ahead and then donate the $1.5 million worth of jerseys they bought. Then that's cool. It's still kind of dumb, but it's cool.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's right. I guess the players getting the jersey, aren't they? Like they're getting the.
If you're buying it, I would hope they'd let
you're
you
buying
keep
all
it.
your old. Yeah, you would think, right? Maybe there's some potential there for like a charity thing. Absolutely. Anyways, I think you'll see most players just stand put.
Damon Ariel saying they need a new commish. I don't know, man. Roger Goodell has made those billionaires a lot of money over the last. What has he been commissioner now since like 05, 06?
Yeah, it's the bottom line, right?
He makes the money. He'll stay in place.
They got the extra game now.
Yep. They're doing London things. They got 2 teams in LA. Goodell's doing it. They got a team in Vegas.
Yep.
Goodell's doing just fine for what their needs are.
All right, Rivers, shotgun, quick throw, over the middle. I think that was Hines. 21 or 25. I think that was Marlon Mack. No, it was Hines, yeah. So, out to midfield.
Jordan Warren saying, even in middle school and high school football, reporting jersey numbers to a ref is never an issue. The pro refs can handle what might only be 2 to 3 odd numbers per game. Exactly.
Rivers, don't stand you there too long, Rivers.
Wow.
Oh,
bad throw.
Oh, man, he had 2 guys open there.
Looked bad coming off the hands.
Yeah, at first I thought he had overthrown the dude, and then I saw the other guy open. I'm like, oh, he's throwing to him, but then he missed him too. So
Dom Harpo 10 saying, and here we are, thinking Tom was just ignoring most of us. See, here we go. Dom, hello. I just never saw your chats before, apparently.
That's right. No,
Live
I mean,
chat.
I probably have done that too, because I don't think I've had it on live chat for the last few months. So
yeah.
Not sure who that was. 3rd 5. Doesn't matter. Hines again. Second catch. All right, so at the 44, this could be 4-down territory. Definitely don't think they'll attempt a field goal from here. Don't think they'll bring out the blanket.
No, that's deep. That's really deep.
63. That's like
PGZ man 666 saying Brady should get number 7 to match his Super Bowl rings.
Oh,
what
he got
a toss!
Ty again. Unbelievable.
Ty, wow.
Wowzers, dude.
44 yards in the air.
Chucked it right up there. Single coverage. Ty had position. Man, oh man. I've seen a couple big games from wide receivers lately. Deshaun Jackson went off a couple games ago. Oof.
But
to get burned here
to
early.
PGZ man's point, that would be badass.
What's that?
If Brady just decided to start changing his number every year that he won another ring.
That would be pretty hilarious. I'm very much regretting going Trey Burton over T.Y. Hilton right now. Not gonna lie.
Oh, that's great. Andrew saying retires when he gets to 12. Yeah, love that. Hey, Kobe changed his number mid-career. Maybe we'll see some all-time great guys start to change their numbers. Just, quick little rebrand.
That's a good point. T.Y. at the bonus, 117 yards, 2 catches, 2 touchdowns. I don't think I've ever seen a more efficient line than that.
That's as good as it gets.
That's as
2
good
nice
as it gets.
touchdowns, like big touchdowns.
Yeah. 4.1%. Sorry, go ahead.
Did he hit the bonus? Did you just say that?
117 yards on 2 catches.
Yeah.
Both touchdowns.
Insane. Yeah, clearly the wood and nickel leader at the moment.
I mean, someone's going to have to go nuts here to catch that. It's possible, though. We do have the Chiefs.
Friend in my group chat just informing me that Elon Musk is hosting SNL in 2 weeks.
Yes, I saw that on Twitter.
That's going to be ridiculous.
What in the H? Should be interesting. Mahomes running out of the pocket, throwing out of the pocket, catching out of the pocket is, I think, Tyreek Hill. Going to confirm that for you in 1 sec. And give me something here. Madden, tell me who caught the ball. Yes, it was Tyreek Hill.
They don't want you to know, bro.
No, I know. 5 stats came out before that one. We got 45
Jordan
seconds.
Lindenbaum saying, didn't someone have 3 receptions for 3 touchdowns the other day?
Yeah.
Jeff, you weren't watching the Dream Stream all day, every day to know that off the top of your head?
Well, I did see a Deshaun 3-touchdown game, but someone else may have gone nuts too recently that I watched. I just can't remember who. Had a similar game.
Sean Preston saying was between Ty or Hill. I chose wrong. Yeah, I was actually thinking about T.Y. for this one just because I don't think I ever roster him. Clearly, I should have.
Yeah, I went Burton over him. Extremely stupid. Oh, over the middle. That's not stupid. That's a catch. Tyreek again. So Hill heating up as well. 2 wide receiver ones here. Starting to catch fire.
Having a day. Cheetah.
Casey's got a rush here. They can take timeout 21. Yes, they are. As per usual. So no timeouts left. See what they decide to do there in field goal range. Well, yeah, I guess we'll put them in field goal range. It's not right on the verge, but need 5 more yards to kind of guarantee it, though. You get 1 more attempt to see if they go sideline or just go end zone. A completion over the middle here, and they get 0 points because the clock will run out. So, got to be smart here, Patrick. That's not smart. Oh, we got a flag. Probably holding on the Chiefs. So this is just gonna, we done here, folks. This one's gonna wind
Headed
down.
into half.
Oh no, okay. The Colts were dumb and accepted the penalty and stopped the clock. So we're gonna get 1 more play. Congrats!
Giving them another shot.
Thank the Indianapolis Colts if you have Mahomes and company.
Oh,
you can get another play too. Okay,
yeah.
So
We got some time here.
Indy likes Indy's the guy who hits on 18 at blackjack, I guess.
Love it.
Why not?
Always need a guy like that in the mix.
Yeah. So, I mean, Mahomes can certainly reach the end zone here. I got to figure 11 seconds. That's where we're going. Let's see what happens. No, we're just going to keep going. Good.
Get out of bounds, bro.
Dudes, get a clock, Kansas
What are you
City.
doing?
Buy an alarm.
Unreal.
All right. Well, we got a little bit more extra garbage time for, I think that was Tyreek Hill, but kind of a bizarre end of the half, although we're used to those. So.
Yeah, that's called Madden.
Okay, here we go. Miami, again, chat just bringing it, Twitch chat. According to the agreement between the NFLPA, the Players Union, and the league, player gets 2/3 of the money made by selling jerseys. The other third goes to the union, and some of that goes into a player pool for all NFL players.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, that has nothing. Great point by Andrew. So why would the NFL care?
That's a great point, dude. I don't know. CH has 6 yards on 8 carries. Wow. One touchdown, though. Marlon Mack, like 11 yards. Heeman, 2 yards, but Heeman has a couple catches.
Not a lot going on in the running game.
No.
It's been a pretty wide receiver one battle.
It was an interesting, exciting half, though. We got Tyreek Hill up to 6 catches, 92 yards, benefiting from that garbage time weirdness at the end. TY, 2 catches, 117 yards. Nobody else has more than 30 yards receiving, so it really is Hill and Hilton taking over. Kelsey stuck at 23 yards. Slam and Sammy stuck at 2 for 30. So if you got Tyreek.
Hey, the Shermanator had a catch. Look out for the Shermanator.
How did that happen? Oh, it must have just been one of those quick throws off the start we missed. Or I missed. Now your job. Your job is to stay here and look good.
I'm here for color. All right. Solid half. Living up to the hype so far, I'd say. I want more TY.
I do too. Let's just break this thing open. Let's set some records here on a Saturday afternoon. Why not? And guys, don't forget, as we're talking about afternoons, tomorrow afternoon, it's the Major League Eating Contest. It's going to be brought to you on the DraftKings Dream Stream at around 6 p.m. Eastern. Preview starting around 5:30 Eastern. So tune in for that. Major League Eating. Got some stuff going on the DraftKings Sportsbook as well. So check that out. 6 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 pregame. Be here or be square. I'm going to check it out. I want to see how these guys do with the popcorn. Not going to lie.
Same. I love Major League Eating. I'm
The people
jealous.
Seem really cool in it.
I wish I could have the skill to do that. Like,
I don't know if I want that skill, but I'm very impressed that these people can do it.
I've talked about it on the Dream Stream before. I've tried many eating challenges at like restaurants and bars, and I always fail miserably. Mo, Tommy, how about that #1 spot last sim? Yeah, baby. Yeah, man. I saw that. Congrats, bro. I'm jealous. I've never won.
Second and 5 from the 30. Shotgun, empty backfield. Mahomes over the middle. First down, picking away here. Looks like CEH on the catch. Oh, it could have been McCoy, actually. No, it was CEH, excuse me. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
DJ, clap your hands, saying, Tom, put a fork in the microwave. Fireworks at the end of the game.
That's right. Just
Sure.
Every time.
Why not?
Madden After Dark. Spice things up.
Kelvin Batts is in 6 right now for a grand. Congratulations, Kelvin.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, dump off. Oh,
wow, bad play.
Those screens you wish wouldn't have been completed, but it was. Another reception for CEH, but he did lose 8 yards, so basically gained 0.2 yards on that play.
Nope,
lost
not good.
Not great, Bob.
Not what you're looking for.
Yeah, kid.
Not what you're looking for, guy.
All right, 2nd and 18. Now you got to let it go. Now you got to shoot downfield. Cross over the middle. Tyreek picking up most of that back. 3rd and 11. Tyreek, that's true. Is he 99 yards? I want to say that put Tyreek right at 99.
Ooh, all right. So we'll get a bonus from Tyreek.
Oh, he's right at 99 yards. 7 receptions.
I still have TY in the wooden nickel
for sure.
driver's seat.
Yep. Tariq's catching up to.
Oh, wow. Oh,
no.
I thought you had him.
Did have him. I think that was Hill, too. Would have put him over the bonus. So, not going to get it here. 4th and 11. Probably going to see a punt. We'll see a fake. I'm not seeing a fake punt for a while. I'm going to call it right now. We're going to see a fake punt.
Oh, that was a weird throw. It kind of got tipped.
Shoot my shot here, right now. Here we go. Punt. Fake. Probably for the best. Everyone would have thought I just knew it was going on.
Nice punt. Got him at like the 6.
Oh yeah.
8. There we go. 8-yard line. Damn.
It's quite good. Usually the punts go 110 yards and into the end zone. So
very nice. Showing a replay of this TY touchdown from the first quarter. All right, here we go. We see more TY here.
Probably going to see a little running, if I had to guess, with the lead, but a little Mac action. Mac truck. He'll be back with the Colts to muddy up that backfield. Should see a lot of Jonathan Taylor, though.
He'll be the feature guy, no question.
Yeah, hard to stay away from talent like that, right?
Complete player.
It's an interesting formation. A little bunch up to the top on the strong side. I'm going to hand it off. All right. Oh, it worked.
Hines.
12-yard pickup.
He's fast.
Brings him up to 16 yards. Yeah, he'll be working in there. Should still see Hines next year. Could be a good late-round PPR dude.
Definitely. He's a guy I will have my eyes on, no question.
10. You're going pretty quick here. Going to sling it out. More Hines. No yards.
Jeff, I forget if it was you and I that have talked about this, so forgive me if it was, but as you sit here today, who would be the number 1 pick in your fantasy draft if you had the number 1 pick and everyone is available?
So, I mean, obviously it depends a little bit on the scoring and stuff like that. But
let's say full point PPR.
I'm going to be dead honest here. Whoa.
Big gainer.
Is that Pascal? 14? Yes. Yes, that is Pascal. I'm going to be dead honest. I really do not like the Sam Darnold. I don't think I like the Sam Darnold signing for Christian McCaffrey.
So you're shorting Christian McCaffrey.
Well, I'm not sure if I dislike it enough right now that I would take Dalvin Cook over him. But I'm kind of starting to think that way. So it's really close between those two. I still think you have to go with one of those two as one of your top two. As Rivers goes back here to pass, and he's going to get, oh no, he got it off that time. Rivers actually having a pretty good game. Oh, Doyle rules! Glad I got you on that one.
I love that movie so much.
So classic. Shampoo
so you're going with Cook?
Well, it's like shampoo and conditioner. It's like Billy Madison in the bathtub. That's what I'm like right now. No! I keep the hair silky and smooth. I am better. It's Cook or McCaffrey, man. It's one of those two. So I honestly think I might lean Cook.
Must be saying that he would pick Kamara number 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that with.
I wouldn't either, just because we don't know. We don't know what that offense is going to look like yet.
Winston has never been a huge dump-off guy, and we know Taysom Hill ain't dumping it off to Kamara very often. Right. So that really worries me on Kamara. Obviously, you like him with Sean Payton. Be way more positive if it is Winston. But, again, I just, no, not for me.
Oh, what a move.
I'm not saying I'm going to be right. You know, Kamara is still, like I said, he's going to be in a high-level offense. But that situation just scares me a little bit too much.
Which receiver would you draft highest?
So, probably going to be between Diggs, Adams, and Tyreek Hill for me.
I like Adams. I like the Adams call. Diggs, he obviously was great this past year, and Josh Allen is great. I feel like I want to wait one more year before I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
Steph Diggs is that dude.
Look, Josh Allen had a great year. They could regress a little bit for sure. I think Steph Diggs, the talent is real. Like I'm not worried about Steph Diggs' talent at all. But you make a good point. Like that situation, is it going to regress a little bit? Is Devontae Adams? We have to see what happens in the draft too, right? Like is Green Bay going to draft a wide receiver for the first time?
They're going to draft another quarterback.
Right. So if they don't take like a legitimate wide receiver too, I mean, Devontae Adams is the easy choice. I might even just go Tyreek Hill, man. Honestly, Tyreek Hill has turned into like a 10+ target a game guy. I almost think Tyreek Hill is the answer there. Yeah, but between those
He's
top
a beast.
three, real close. I almost think like the top 3 wide receivers there with Hill, Devontae, and Diggs. Maybe Diggs should be like third there. I think I kind of agree with you. So maybe it's more like Devontae and Tyreek. I think those two are super close.
How many running backs would you take ahead of a receiver?
Okay. Cook, McCaffrey. Depends on the league. Full PPR. Oof. Let me see here. Do I have Saquon? Man, I just hate the Giants.
Saquon, yeah.
Oh, Saquon and Kamara are really like I just not really huge on either of those guys, but it's hard for me to sit here and be like really want to take a wide receiver over them too, right? I think that's going to be the dilemma for most people. Like, I almost would say I would take a wide receiver, and I'm talking full PPR. I think I would almost really heavily consider taking a wide receiver third this year, and it would be obviously Adams or Hill there. It sounds a little bit out there, but like that's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't want to like waste my high draft capital on Saquon or Kamara. I'd probably be more willing to do it on Saquon, but I just do not like if Taysom Hill starts. I'm so out on Alvin Kamara. It's not even funny. Like,
yeah.
So, yeah, I honestly, I'd really heavily consider a wide receiver 3, and it would be Hill or Adams.
Interesting. I love it. Hey, and things could change between now and your fantasy drafts, but.
Oh, absolutely, dude. It's going to change when we get to the draft. Like I said, I mean,
yeah.
the Patriots or the Packers, maybe move up and grab a wide receiver or something. Who knows? Like a lot of stuff could happen. So, yeah. Oh man, I can't wait for the draft, dude.
I love the draft.
It's so great. You guys, obviously I had my mock draft up on the Dream Stream. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. A couple days ago, sometime. So I had my top 10 there. Had a couple movers and shakers, things like that.
Who were they? Give it to me.
Sure.
Give it to me.
So the top 2 are pretty obvious, right? At this point, we got Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence. I have Mac Jones going at 3. Again, that's not who I have as the third-rated player.
That's just you're reading the tea leaves.
I just think that's who San Francisco wants to take, right?
For some reason, no one knows why.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that's where I'm leaning. I think San Francisco will just go, whoa, oh man, T.Y. almost got in again. Is that only his 3rd catch? Did we miss a T.Y. catch? We were talking on this drive, possibly, but Colts driving here as we get, that is the end of the 3rd. Yes, it is. So we get to the end of the 3rd quarter, but yeah, quickly, I'll give you my, so I went Mac Jones 3, Kyle Pitts 4, Sewell 5. I think once you get to 5, I mean, the Bengals could go like 3 different ways. Sewell's one of them. A wide receiver's another one. If Pitts falls, easily could go.
I think Sewell's the way to go. They need to protect that asset.
I think that's what it's going to fall down to. They're like, we got to do this. Like, we have to take care of home base here first. 6 is where I have Justin Fields going. I think the Dolphins are in the trade market.
Really? Oh, okay. So you think someone else is picking him at 6?
Tyreek Hill's still at 99 yards, by the way. But T.Y. Hilton quickly 4 for 140, so he does have a couple more catches. Really cementing himself as the player of the game.
Yep.
Wants that wood nickel. My philosophy is Miami will ask for less than Atlanta, and that's where a team like I have the Bears slotted in, but it could be anyone. That's where a team
So
like
you think the Bears
will.
are taking a quarterback?
I think the Bears have been hot to trot for a quarterback all season.
You mean the entirety of the existence of their franchise?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry,
the thing is, you look at Fields and Lance. Trey Lance has a lot of Mitch Trubisky qualities, and I don't mean he's going to be Mitch Trubisky, but he's that dude from college who popped up with one good year, looks insanely athletic, but there's a lot of raw potential. And if the Bears draft him, it's basically like, oh my God, did we just take the next Trubisky? Whereas Fields is like the opposite. He's got the full meal deal. He looks like the good asset that's fallen. I think Chicago will be all over Fields if he gets to 6, and I think that's a possible trade back spot.
I like
with
that.
Miami. So I think that could get worked out. And then 7, I have Jamar Chase to Detroit. They need a wide receiver, although a little iffy on that one because their new coach is really defensive minded. So really wasting
Dan Campbell. Yep.
Maybe they'll just take the wide receiver there and then go defense. But
although Dan Campbell was a tight end in the NFL for a long time, so
yeah, true. So maybe they'll do like the one token like offensive dude and then just go defense the rest of the draft. But I'm a little bit shaky on that one. 8 is also obviously a little bit wide open, but I think with Carolina committing to Darnold, they're going to go O-line and take Rashawn Slater, who's pretty much the projected number 2 O-line, and got smart. They could also go wide receiver. Number 9 is the other trade back. I think Denver is really open for trading back. Unless Fields drops there, I don't think they'll be in on Trey Lance. I think they're kind of similar situation to Carolina.
So you think this is a draft day trade?
Yes. Could happen before. Could happen like the night before, but I think it'll be a draft day trade. Team trades up to get to Trey Lance with Denver. Now, I slotted the Patriots in there.
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go.
So let's go. And I think, again, my philosophy was the Patriots have been so aggressive. They're just going to keep being aggressive. One of the top 5 QBs falls. Trey Lance, obviously, sure they've done their due diligence. If he falls, it won't cost them much to get up to 9. Denver's a willing trade partner. But BK made a great point. He said Minnesota. The GMs from Minnesota and Denver have some familiarity. Trey Lance from Minnesota, the state of Minnesota, too. And look, I mean, Kirk Cousins, they can get out of they can trade Kirk Cousins next year because he's got 1 year left after this. So Trey Lance could definitely be a Minnesota Viking target as well. So they're picking 14, the Patriots are picking 15. But I do think that's a spot where a quarterback will go, where someone will trade up, because I think Denver's in business to trade back. 10, I got Patrick Surtain, so that was my top 10.
All right, I like it. Very reasonable.
It almost, my problem with it, it's almost like too reasonable, So there's probably not enough shocking things that's happening. So we'll see. If I get the first 4 right, I'll get excited because then things could really.
If things are to get crazy, it usually happens the week of the draft. Although the Niners trading up to 3 is pretty wild.
Yeah, that was wild, especially a month before, right? Because you're right. We could see a trade the night before, like a big trade too. So that could really shake things up. I wouldn't be shocked if we did. I had a field goal there. They brought out the Blankenship. Stalled on that drive, as Tommy and I were talking about the late draft. Tyreek Hill returns kicks for them in this game, man. It's interesting.
He's fast.
Even with a 99 player, we still don't see a kick return touchdown.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough in Madden.
It is. As it should be. We never see it in the NFL either.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we did catch that. Who is it, though? Everyone wants to know. It's Watkins, wasn't it?
No, it's Robinson.
Oh, Jamarcus Robinson. You're right. Sorry. Excuse me. The numbers mixed up there. So still waiting on one Tyreek Hill catch.
I was just going to say it looked like Tyreek for a split second there.
Yeah, the top 3.
The 1.
Yep. All the wide receivers start with 1 on KC. Although who knows what they'll be next year.
Hey-oh!
Gonna mess with Tom Brady and change their numbers.
Yeah, I feel like corners now all need to change their numbers just to mess with Brady.
Oh, completely. There's Kelsey finally making an appearance. Good to see you.
Hey there. Let's check out the old contest here. Did you get in the free roll, Jeff?
I did, actually. I'm just.
Wow, I'm having an awful day. in the free rolls. I am now in 114th out of 118.
Yeah, I'm getting hammered. I'm in 105.
Oh, just brutal day.
I mean, if you don't have TY, you're getting absolutely slaughtered, right? So,
yeah. And I don't.
Neither do I. I'm a burden. Oh, going to hit DeMarcus over a little crosser. It's well covered, though. About 5 yards, 4 yards, 2nd and 6.
Yeah, Kelsey's had a quiet day.
Five minutes left. KC trying to tie the game. 2nd and 6. Down to crunch time here. Over the middle. Tyreek. No, excuse me.
They're making Tyreek earn this last yard.
It was Watkins. Sorry, I thought Tyreek grabbed that out of the air. That was weird. Watkins on the possession catch. I thought Tyreek was going to catch that over the middle.
All right, this is Kelsey territory. Let's go.
This is from the 9, 1st and goals, where you use your massive tight end over the middle to block out, do a little basketball. Gonna run it. CH, a couple yards.
PGZ Man 666. How about San Francisco taking quarterback at 3 and then trading Jimmy G to New England for their 15th? I just don't think Jimmy G's worth a first-round pick, especially a high-end first-round pick, top half of the first-round guy. He just isn't that guy anymore. Those are valuable trade assets.
Does San Francisco still have their 2nd? I think so.
Do they, or does Miami have it?
I think they still have their 2nd from this year. If they do, then maybe they could throw in their 2nd too. Jimmy G in a 2nd for their 1st. Could work.
Oh, you mean their 2nd-round pick? Yes.
Yeah. CH touchdown. Easy. Just smash the easy button there. My kids are smashing something right now. I don't know what it is, but...
Yeah, it seems like they're having a good time back there.
I think a parcel came for them. They got some new clothes or something, so...
Nice. A parcel came. Very Canadian of you.
Your parcel. CH touchdown. I'm going to have a tie game here in 1 second. Once buttkicker.com slashes that through. That could work, though. 2nd-round pick and Garoppolo for the Pats first. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. I mean, I still won't be shocked if Garoppolo somehow ends up on the Pats.
Ryan C. asking, what is he worth? A 2nd-round pick, a 3rd? Here's the thing. I think he's still a good quarterback, but people value these draft picks like they're, Fabergé eggs or something. It's crazy. So I bet a 4th, honestly, at this point.
Well,
with the amount he's been injured.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably worth a little bit more than that. But Darnold, what did he get? A conditional 1st.
True, but a lot younger.
Yeah. What did Wentz get? 2nd and a 3rd. The 2nds could be a conditional 1st. So maybe something somewhere like between Darnold and I don't know. It's a tough one. He's got a contract too, right? Like that's
big money.
Yeah. So I would say a 2nd probably for Jimmy G. Maybe like a 2nd. I'm just gonna say a 2nd. It just sounds easy, but that almost sounds like a lot. It sounds like a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, stuffed the goal line or the
kids are arguing, Jeff.
They are arguing. Apparently only one thing came.
Share, guys. You got to share.
To go out there and do nothing like I usually do. There's TY over the middle. Down to the 46 into Chiefs territory. So,
are you the fun parent?
Oh my God.
There's always one. There's always the good guy and the bad guy. You're definitely the good guy.
Oh.
Wait till your mother gets home. She's going to be upset. And then let her handle it.
Honestly, we take turns. Like we're very good. We're good partners.
Co-parenting.
Really,
very nice.
It's definitely like no one shoulders the load as much in that regard. But when you have twins, it's different, dude. Like trying to lay the hammer down with twins is just like.
I honestly didn't know you had twins until this exact moment.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, and it's like, what? Because you talk to one of them, then the other one's like getting mad at you.
Are they identical?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you tell them apart?
Just certain little characteristics. I couldn't even describe to you. Like they have slightly different voices. They're just slightly different facial features that a normal person probably, if they saw them, like wouldn't be able to pick up on. But yeah. I got them wrong one this morning for like a second.
Do you get them wrong often?
No, it doesn't happen that often, but it still happens. Like one of them came up and started talking to me, and I thought it was the other one. And then they get mad at you.
Don't they understand that they look exactly the same?
No, they do now, but still.
How soon?
They think I should know all the time.
How soon into the twins' life do they realize that they are like the same person, basically?
Probably around 2, they start kind of.
Do you have to explain that to them? Like, hey, you guys are the same.
No, I mean because once they go out in the world, they see like there's not like 2 of every people, right? Like so they learn it really quickly on their own. I think it's not really something we ever had to explain. Yeah, we talk about it with them, but they kind of just pick that up naturally. Yeah, that they're a little bit unique or whatever. So
interesting. I think it's so
like necessarily they've like clued into like how unique they are, but like when they get older they will.
Yeah, identical twins are so cool.
It's like I said, trying to corral them can be like really taxing. It's funny because like when they're younger, you spend all your time changing diapers because everything happens at the same time, and then doing stuff when they're older, it's like still taxing.
It's like, oh, they're still doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. It's just like double the effort. I love it. My aunts are twins, but they're not identical twins.
It's still crazy though. I always tell them, I'm like, you guys like, I always tell people like they've been apart for like 10 minutes max
of their lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, Hines getting tackled just short of the first down marker. Gonna get a burn time out here, so 20, right? So short field goal, but Kansas City 1 timeout left, but 1:20. They should really just go for this.
Tate of the ops team on YouTube, lol. Tom, if he has twins, you guys aren't special. There's literally another one of you. Put them in their place.
That's right.
The Blankenship. All right. It looks like I predict overtime here, Jeff.
It's setting up because Patrick Mahomes can get 30 yards in about the blink of an eye, right? So, and they have a timeout. Yeah,
maybe they go for the win here.
Colts really ridiculous not going for it. They could. That is definitely on the table with Tyreek Hill too, right? So, 1:22 left. Colts D gonna need to come up big here.
Colts defense is good.
CJ says the only sport my kid follows is video games.
That's basically every kid.
Yeah, I think so these days.
That's why esports, man. Get in early. Here we go. 1:18, 1 timeout. Chiefs from their own 30. Oh.
Going deep. Oh, wow.
Taking a shot.
Yeah, dude.
I respect it.
Almost intercepted, actually. I thought that might get picked. And then it looked like he came down with it, but fell short.
Unless I'm really stupid, did T.Y. hit the bonus yet?
Oh, yeah, dude.
No, Tyreek, sorry.
Oh, I don't. Now that is a good question.
Is he still a yard short?
I'm pretty sure he's still a yard short, but let's double check here. Over the middle again. Oh, he's got him.
Touchdown.
Guess what, Tom? He's hit the bonus now because speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Tyreek Hill breaking the tie. There's no overtime.
Wow.
No overtime in football, says Tyreek Hill.
Right on cue.
My God. Just like,
wide open.
Didn't work the first time. Let's just try it again. Okay.
That was awesome.
I guess there's a good selling point for Tyreek Hill as your number one wide receiver there. Well, we foreshadowed it that Patrick Mahomes can go 1,000,000 yards in a second, and that's what happens. So
there it is. We avoid OT, my friend. Congratulations.
Yes. And that was the thing that pushed Tyreek Hill over the bonus. He was not at the bonus before that. So
wow, a lot of people going to be happy there. That's going to move lineups around quite a bit.
That is going to juggle things up.
And now the Colts, 3 timeouts to go with just over a minute. We're going to see them work the ball to some of these receivers here. So points for Phillip Rivers, points for T.Y. possibly. Maybe Naheem Hines catching the ball out of the backfield. So we got some movement to go here. Trey Burton. Chiefs DST maybe. A little pick action. Let's see what happens.
Anything's on the table. Phillip Rivers needs 29 yards.
I'm still in 114th.
Yeah, I'm getting hammered too. Actually, did I not have Tyreek or... Wow, I didn't have Tyreek or T.Y. Hilton in my lineup. I can't believe how terrible. Patrick Mahomes, 352 yards. Like I said, Rivers needs about 30 to hit the bonus here, so... Or maybe 20.
Possible.
Anyways, doesn't matter.
Possible.
Nothing going on there. Second 14, lost 4 yards. Great way to start. And the clock's running.
That didn't help.
They do have 3 timeouts. Rivers back, throwing for
Get out of
like
bounds.
2 yards.
Okay,
Oh my
got
god!
a wasted timeout there.
So they've thrown for a 4-yard loss and a 2-yard gain. Oh, that's not true actually.
Jared Kilgore wants
Apparently they got
Paris Campbell.
I only got 7 yards on that catch. Didn't look like it went 7 yards. Yeah, do you have a babysitter Billy award?
You know what? For this one, I want to say Kelsey, but I'd like to see the numbers.
Oh, jump ball from Rivers here, knocked down. Oh, 80 whatever of his throwing power and play there. 4th and 7. This is gonna be ball game if they don't convert here. Travis Kelce, three catches for 46 yards, 65% owned, 15% in the captain. I'd say he's a fantastic.
That feels babysitter Billy-ish.
Billy's feels right in my opinion. Feels like
not my kid, not my problem.
No, not today. Here we go, Rivers, game on the line. What's going to happen? He's going to throw it, and like not even close. Nope. I don't even know where that ball.
There we go. V formation, baby.
Yeah. Mighty Ducks.
Good job, Chiefs. That wasn't a gimme.
Mighty Ducks formation. Oh, thanks, Indianapolis, for calling your timeouts and keeping us here for another minute for no reason.
Our producer Andrew is saying that was vintage Rivers there.
Vintage Rivers. I was gonna say something like that, and I didn't want to be mean, but I appreciate Andrew saying it for us.
It is. It really is.
Old man Phillip Rivers.
So you're on with Rossi next.
I am. I know.
Always a good time.
Rossi's awesome. Obviously, enjoy talking with him next. We'll be on with Rossi. As the Chiefs, we're going to need one more kneel here. Yes. Finally out of timeouts for the Colts, mercifully.
Yeah, like what are we doing here?
Okay, so quickly we've got the obviously babysitter Billy. We've got Travis Kelce. Who's your player of the game? Is it T.Y. or Tyreek?
Oh, T.Y.
T.Y. I agree. T.Y. Going to be the player of the game. Just quickly before we wrap up here, T.Y. Hilton, 6 catches, 166 yards, 2 touchdowns, insanely efficient performance on that one. And folks, that's going to do it. Game over. KC 24-20 Just to let you guys know, we got 3 more sims coming up. Washington at Bengals next with Rossi and I. Then we got Texans at Raiders with Kaufman and Rossi. So Rossi's doing a double dip. Then we got Cardinals at Giants with Kaufman and Lamarca. Kaufman going to bring you home with Lamarca there. So we got 3 more. We'll be back soon. But don't forget about the Big Birdie Play Day, guys. If a golfer in the final pairing birdies the 18th hole tomorrow, you'll get a free ticket into a 100K contest this week. So basically, you watch the golf tournament. If someone makes a birdie, it is a par 5 this week, so there's a good chance for a birdie. Then you're going to get an entry into a 100K contest. All you have to do is go to the promo page, click the opt-in button. It's really easy. It's free. You opt in, and if there's a birdie on the final group on 18, you get a free entry into this big prize contest. So go on to the DraftKings main page, check the promos, and then you look for the Big Birdie Payday promo. You click opt-in, guys. It's all right there. It's free to play. It's free. So just go do it right now. And coming up next, the Ross Tucker podcast, guys. Check it out. Here we go.
Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. And if you are watching on YouTube, I have to lean up a little bit. I got my DraftKings shirt on today. Love the DraftKings Sportsbook. Love when you guys throw the code Ross in before you make your bets. By the way, today's wisdom coming from Jim Nagie from the Senior Bowl, the executive director. Absolutely an awesome guy to talk to. You want to talk about imparting wisdom? This is his time of year. Well, this and late January when they run the Senior Bowl are his times to absolutely shine. We'll get to Jim in just a minute. You can check him out on Twitter at JimNagie_SB. We'll have a Spread the Word winner tomorrow with Greg Cosell at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. Sponsor confirmation email winner tomorrow, and the YouTube shout out winner, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. We've got some stuff to get to a little bit later with some retirements, Alex Smith, Jordan Reed. But right now, it's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, it's so funny, Jim. I was just thinking about, if you look in my background, okay, I've got all the helmets of the teams I played for. I think, Jim, you were with me for three of the 4 helmets or 3 of the 5 helmets. Both of those Washington helmets. Although I don't know if you were there in 2002 or not. And then certainly the Patriots again in 05-06.
Yeah, I was there in Washington when you came out, and I was in New England when you came there as well. I remember actually speaking with you in the building in New England a couple times.
Yeah, I've told the story when you've been on before, and Jim's been on the College Draft podcast as well. But you were the first person that ever told me about ProFootballTalk.com. That was like 2006. I had never heard of it, and you told me about it. Before we get into this time of year and the draft stuff, you're killing it, man. I mean, you've done an unbelievable job with the Senior Bowl. Kudos to you and the Senior Bowl staff for getting that game played, getting everything you got done when all the other ones just kind of canceled. And then obviously all the stuff you're doing on ESPN now. Really, really cool to see you flourishing in your multi-roles. And it seems like you're liking it.
Yeah, it's been a nice change, Ross. I mean, this has been a challenge here at the Senior Bowl. Really made the jump from the NFL to the Senior Bowl. It's a family decision. We just happened to be living in Mobile, Alabama for 13 years when this job came open. And son's getting to play high school sports now. My daughter's, growing up faster than I wish she was. And this was an opportunity to be around more. When you're on the road scout and you're gone 175, 200 nights a year, and this job it came along at the right time. I feel very blessed that I was their guy, that they picked me, and it's been a fun 3 years. It's been a fun 3 years. It's been a blast.
Yeah, well, you've done an unbelievable job with it. Hard to believe it's been 3 years already, by the way. And I'm sure this year was the most challenging. But you also have how many years of experience with what teams as a scout, Jim?
I was in the league 18 years, so did an internship year in Green Bay in '96, the Super Bowl year there. So got really fortunate to be around a great team and see how that team was built and what made that team great. Then went to Washington when you were there, and from there I went to New England. I had a nice long run in New England for 7 years. Then went to Kansas City with Scott Pioli. I got a really good experience there. Kind of, a promotion kind of got me all over the country, traveling all around the country, seeing players. And then didn't work out, which it doesn't always work out in football. We didn't win enough games. So, and then ended up my last 5 years in Seattle, and again, got to be around another Super Bowl team. So it's great experience, like seeing, and they were all different. That Packers team, the Patriots team, the Seahawks team, very different ways of team building in the 3 places, place value on very different things when it comes to players and their makeups and what they're looking for. So really valuable experience. And then coming here to the Senior Bowl, like I said, the last 3 years.
So I think that's interesting. This is what I love about you is like, I got a bunch of questions for you, but that is interesting because you've been a part of 3 different Super Bowl franchises, but you said that what they value, how they build it, is very, very different. Can you expound upon that a little bit? Because I do think at times, there's a narrative in the media that like, this is the way you win. Like this is the right way to do things. But it sounds like those teams all obviously did the right things to win the Super Bowl, but did it differently. How were they different?
Well, I think Green Bay's really unique. Just with publicly owned team, not an owner. You're out there. It's kind of Green Bay's kind of an outpost. And that was when Reggie White was the huge first free agent signing in the history of the league. He really kind of changed the narrative about going and playing in Green Bay, and then obviously Favre coming in. But it was a really tight knit group of guys. It's a very small town, Green Bay. I mean, you're talking about a population, I believe, of less than 200,000 people. You're just driving around. There's no skyline. There's no big buildings. And then there's just this huge stadium that pops up out of a neighborhood, which is crazy. I know you've played there, Ross. But so that's just unique how you need to put that football team together, because they spend a lot of time together, more so probably than the other teams I worked at. And then, being a part of the Super Bowl a few years back in Seattle when we played New England, it was very interesting because you couldn't come at it from two polar opposite ways of building a football team, from how the scouting department's structured and different values they place, and just the feel of the building and the culture. New England's very buttoned up and it's very businesslike and straightforward. And Seattle's just kind of controlled chaos. It's a blast. Pete Carroll's riding down the hallways on scooters, and there's music blasting out of every office. And it's just we could do a whole show on this. We could do a couple hours on this, but yeah, very different ways. Like you said, there's not one cookie cutter way. They obviously all work. I mean, Bill Belichick and Pete Carroll were the tone setters of those two programs, and the programs really took on their personalities. And you can't say one's better than the other because they've both gotten great results.
All right, so let's get into the draft, Jim, because you're obviously all over it. What are teams doing right now? We are 8 days away from the first round of the NFL draft. What are the teams doing right now?
They're really wrapping everything up, Ross. This time of year, you've either met in December or February or both, and then you come back in April, and you're really trying to tie up all the things that you heard from the pro day circuit. So you have the floor again as a scout to talk about things you heard at the pro day, interactions you had with the player, you observed, talk about his workout. Did he test as well as we thought? Maybe not as well. Reconcile that with what you saw on the tape. And what happens inevitably in every draft room is there's clusters of players, at every position group. So there's a cluster of 5 offensive linemen, that are all graded very, very similarly. And then the GM will just dispatch a group of scouts and coaches together and be like, hey, guys, go watch those 5 guys. Don't come back into the room until you guys figure them out and have a consensus of where they stack. And if that group can't work through it, then you work through it as a bigger group. But so there's a lot of that stuff being done. I think now they're really talking through strategy, especially the upper level guys, the GM, the director level guys are going through strategy about, where do we address certain position groups? You're going through depth of each position. Do we need to take a receiver up this high when we know we can get one down here? That's a similar player. So a lot of strategizing. I think again, on the director level, you're reaching out to a lot of other teams and having those trade scenario discussions about, hey, will you be willing to move off here if your guy's not there? We'd like to move. You really got to lay the groundwork for those draft day trades right now. And then the scouts are all reaching out to players. And this is going to be a crazy year for undrafted free agency. That is complete chaos every year. There's no way around it. Some teams have streamlined it a little better than others, but it gets hairy. It's like kind of the NFL's version of Wall Street, there after the draft. That hour after the draft is insane. But in this year especially, I think the word got out. Kaylin Kaler did a great piece that she posted on Twitter this week, and it was about how many players have signed with agents this year. And right now we're a little under 700, whereas the last 2 years we're like 1,800, 1,900, which tells you that pool of undrafted rookies is so much smaller. So these scouts are on the phone with these guys and really trying to recruit and connect and, again, lay the groundwork for, hey, man, we've got a late draftable grade on you, but if it doesn't happen, it's out of my control. We might have other needs there late in the draft. If we don't pick you, it doesn't mean we don't like you. We really want you to be a Patriot or a Seahawk or a Packer. But so, again, that's a lot of what the scouts are doing right now is really trying to connect with these later round picks and free agents.
I don't understand the 700 compared to 1,800 thing. Why is that the case?
Because so many guys opted back in, Ross. They're taking advantage of that extra NCAA year that was granted because of COVID. So next year's, and it's going to have a trickle-down effect. Like next year's class is going to be bloated. The year after, I mean, we're talking probably to 2024, 2025. The draft is going to feel the effects of this past year with COVID.
Got it. So that many guys are taking advantage of their extra year. What I've noticed is guys that in other years would have gone pro, they are transfer portaling it, going somewhere else, for the last year to see what they can do there. Gosh, there's so many things here. So you mentioned the complexities with the process this year. It's been documented a lot. What are they, Jim? And are they as big a deal as all of the people will make it out to be, or is it a little bit overblown?
No, it's been a challenging year on these guys for sure. Last year, everyone thinks last year was impacted by COVID because we all sat around and watched the virtual draft on TV. But what people lose sight of, scouts scouts were on the road last fall, the fall of 2019. They were in the buildings every day. They were getting real information. And this year's been totally different. They were able to go to games on Saturdays, but not be on the field. I mean, it was literally go to the game, sit in the stands or the press box, and leave the stadium. So they couldn't be in the buildings. The schools were great about setting up Zoom calls with everyone on their staff. And they were gracious enough with our Senior Bowl staff of letting us on those Zoom calls as well. So we were in on all those conversations. And as good a job as the schools did, the information was still pretty vanilla, right? I mean, we're all human. I mean, if you were the offensive line coach, wouldn't you be a little more forthcoming if you had a relationship with a scout for the past 20 years and he came into your office and shut the door and it was just you and him talking? I mean, that's what the teams are missing out on, rather than being on a Zoom with 80 dudes. So what they're really trying to do right now is get a handle on who these guys are as people. They had more time to watch tape because they weren't crisscrossing the country. They weren't burning 6 hours a night driving from one school to another. So in terms of tape and report writing, they had plenty of time. But it's getting to know these guys, and that's by far the hardest part of the process. I think tape is the easiest part of it, after you've done it a long time. But it's really figuring out these guys as people and what makes them tick and what they're going to be with more money and more time. I mean, all those different factors. So that's why the Senior Bowl, that was a huge selling point for us this year, was because we were the only time where these prospects were going to get face-to-face time in interviews and be seen on a field. There was only one GM I talked to this entire fall, and I think I've spoken to everyone in the league at this point, that actually went out to games this fall, because they either went to a game on Saturday and then would have to sit out of the team's bubble for 3 days before they could re-enter. And most of the GMs like going to the games on Sunday and being with their teams. So of the guys I talked to, only one of them was out at college games. So the Senior Bowl was the only opportunity for the decision makers to see these guys with their own eyeballs and get in front of them and have face-to-face conversations. So it's been hugely impacted, but really it's just the access to the players and access to the people at the schools that really impacted the process.
You mentioned the higher level guys and going over the strategy stuff. One thing that feels like it's changed recently, and maybe this is how it's always been, it feels like the circle of decision makers has gotten smaller and smaller. Like, I'll talk to scouts, Jim, and they'll be like, yeah, I have no idea what they're going to do. I just tell them about my guys, and then they just kind of do what they're going to. Like, it feels like, and maybe it's different from team to team, but I've heard about teams having like separate draft boards, secret draft boards, only the owner and the head coach and the GM look at it. Like, what's your understanding of this, the lengths that teams go to keep their true intentions secretive?
Yeah, this is a sensitive subject for me. I if that's the direction it's going, and I don't know if it is or not, I haven't talked to many guys on that level, but it very well could be. But I've been kind of part of different situations like that. And what it does when you kind of pull in ranks and tighten that circle, it eats away at the morale of a scouting staff. Like, if you can't trust your guys that they're going to stay tight-lipped and not share information and let leaks get out, well, then get rid of them and hire somebody else. But I know, speaking from experience, you feel so much more connected when you feel a part of the entire process. I mean, we talked about it earlier. I mean, that's a hard occupation, man. I mean, people don't want to hear that, but when you're away from your families, I don't care if you're a trucker or you're in the military, when you're away from your family, as much as scouts are, that's a grind. And you know, you put in all that sacrifice. When you get closer to the draft, you want to feel a part of it. Like you've put in all the work. So when teams do cut their guys out of it, it just, to me, it sends a really bad message. And again, if you can't trust your guys, you've got the wrong guys. I think the teams that do it best keep their staff connected all the way through, because that's where guys want to work. I think those teams have an advantage getting a better scouting staff, putting a better staff together, because that stuff gets out around the league. I mean, guys know which teams are better to work for and which teams aren't. But you might be right. I mean, I've heard that from a couple of teams, like, hey man, we're closing ranks at this point. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why are you closing ranks? Like, that's your group of guys. I mean, it's like 10 to 12 people. Like, how can you not trust those people? But yeah, there might be something to it, Ross. You might be onto something.
Jim, that what you said, that's a life lesson, right? Like, you need to include people in the process. Like, that matters. And you're right. If you don't trust them, why do you even have them? It's such a good point by you. A couple other things I wanted to hit on. You know, when we hear about draft boards for different teams, I think the thing that would surprise people is how different draft boards can be from team to team. I don't know how to phrase this question, Jim, but if you looked at all 32 different draft boards, right? How much do you think would be very similar, and how much would be different? How much variation is there from team to team on their draft boards, do you think?
Yeah, they're kind of like snowflakes, I guess. They are different. I mean, I don't think they're wildly different. I think that at most positions, especially at the top, they're all talking about close to the same players. It's just where they have them stacked. And again, it goes back to organizational philosophy and what the head coach wants in players and what they want in people. You know, I can speak from my experience in Seattle. Like, we wanted a bunch of alphas on our team. You know, you look at how they were built when they were winning Super Bowls. You had Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor and Doug Baldwin. I mean, you had some really big personalities on that team. And going back to my experience with the Patriots, some of the teams you were on, look at that defense with like Junior Seau and Teddy Bruschi and Mike Vrabel and Rodney Harrison. There were some alphas on that team too, but again, so back to your point, yeah, the boards are all different. I think when you get into the later rounds is where it really starts to vary. You know, probably rounds 5 through 7. There's some teams that want to take shots on height, weight, speed guys and guys with developmental traits, and other guys just want to take a safe football player. They know even if he's just at minimum a career special teams guy, let's just draft a player that's going to make our team and get to the game on Sunday, and maybe not try to hit that home run, maybe just try to hit a single or double.
Are there some guys that you can think of, Jim, that the league is a lot higher on than the media? Because it's interesting. You see these guys like, you know, Davis, the linebacker from Kentucky, or other guys that seemingly come out of nowhere. I don't know how that happened. Supposedly he got a 4th or 5th round grade from the NFL or somebody, and now he might go in the first round. Are there guys that you know about that teams are generally higher than maybe the draft gurus, the analysts, the guys that do the mock drafts realize?
Yeah, for sure. And that really more so like a couple months ago, it was really out of whack, you know, like around Senior Bowl time, January, February, and then stuff does start to leak out. It does start to trickle out to the media, you know, who the league's really on. So it's tightened up a little bit. That's when in the media, when you see it looks like guys are falling, it's really the media catching up to where the league has players. So they're not, you know, that's the interesting dynamic here in like March and April, is you hear a lot about guys climbing and dropping. They're really not in the NFL. That's where they've always been. They're really dropping and climbing on the media side. So particular players for this year's draft, I'm kind of peeking over the camera now at our board right now of where guys have players. I mean, man, there is a handful. There is I mean, I would say Landon Dickerson is a guy. I'm looking at the center position. Creed Humphrey. I haven't seen Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma in any mock first-round drafts. I mean, this guy's going to be a 10-year pro and Pro Bowl player. And, you know, and if you have a chance to get one of those, why wouldn't he go in the first round? Just looking across this board, Trey Sermon at Ohio State, the running back, the league's high on him. You don't see him in barely anything in the media. So there's a number of them. Divine Diablo, safety from Vatech. I don't think he's getting out of the first 40, 50 picks. You don't see him talked about a lot. So there's a number of guys, but again, it's probably tightened up in that area since January, February.
It's interesting because I saw you tweet this morning about Damar Hamlin and from Pitt and his cover skills. He was a really good corner in high school. That's what he played. And I don't know if he played corner his first couple of years at Pitt or not. I don't know what they did there. But I think people thought he'd be a corner. And I'm sure you already knew that, but that's like, I do all the Pennsylvania State high school championship games, and he was a good high school corner, which obviously benefits him. How much, I guess that's the last question, Jim, how much research do these guys do into like the high school backgrounds, right? So I'm here in Harrisburg, Jim. Micah Parsons never played a snap of linebacker in his life until he went to Penn State. He was maybe the best high school edge rusher I've ever seen. It was crazy, but he's only been off the ball, Jim, seeing things like that for 2 years. Like, I just think he can be so much better when he actually can process things that quickly. I wonder, I'm curious, how much work do they do on the high school side of things to really see how much these guys have left?
A lot. And what you just did, Ross, that's exactly how you would make your case in a draft room for a player. I mean, when you can go back to high school and talk about what he did. I mean, Divine Diablo, another guy. I mean, he played like he was like a big wideout or H-back type player for Vatech his freshman year. He was only played defense for 3 years. So it really helps you build a case. Again, when you're talking about guys that like maybe like projection guys, when you're talking about running backs, do they play some fullback in high school that we haven't seen yet? Or if you've got a linebacker that maybe you want to, kind of a down the line linebacker who's going to be nothing more than a backup as a linebacker, but you need a fullback. Say your team likes a fullback. We'll dig back into his high school background, and maybe he was a great high school fullback. And just being back there and even doing it at the high school level, there's some familiarity. He's done it. He knows angles. He knows where to insert and how to strike from that side of the ball. So they do. They dig in big time. And that was always the first question that Pete Carroll asked any player when he came into the combine interviews in Indy was, talk to me about your high school experience. What other sports did you play? What positions did you play? Really to dig into that background of the athlete. And I think, and more to that point, Ross, I think teams are really digging into high school track stuff. And so we do that at the Senior Bowl. We use the high school track stuff a bunch because Phil Savage, my predecessor, gave me a great, heads up before I took the job. He's like, Jim, your draft is in late November, not April. Like, you got to figure those players out. And so we've really dug into the high school speed stuff because we don't have the benefit of the combine when we invite these players to the Senior Bowl. So they do. Back to your question, they really dig into high school stuff pretty heavily.
So the key now is to follow Jim on Twitter at @JimNagie_SB. Follow the Senior Bowl at Senior Bowl. That way you can see the great tweets from Jim. He usually has video clips with it, and you can see what he's up to. Jim, fantastic stuff. Really appreciate the time. Keep up the great work.
Yeah, thanks, Ross. This was fun. Thanks for having me on.
Love Jim Nagie. That guy was awesome in Washington. He was awesome in New England. He's still awesome now. You know what else is awesome? MyFrontPageStory.com. Mother's Day will be here before you know it. Most of you are loyal listeners. Most of you have heard me talk about it before. Most of you have not ordered a story from MyFrontPageStory.com for your mom. Trust me, she'll love it. Being able to give her that framed picture that looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper and saying, hey, Mom, I want to do something special for you, so I wrote a story about you. That's unbelievable. I had a story written about you. Incredible. And then when she actually reads it, she will cry happy tears. Trust me, fellas and ladies, MyFrontPageStory.com.
Tux Takes.
Good morning, Ross. Let's start with a couple of notable retirements. You alluded to them earlier in the show. First, Alex Smith, 16 years in the NFL. The other, tight end Jordan Reed, after 9 seasons in San Francisco.
So, and that's after a nice season with the Niners, not 9 seasons, Bri.
You're right. Sorry.
For those of you that aren't watching on YouTube, Bri just put his glasses on, his reading glasses on. When did they start to go on you, Bri?
About 2 years ago, but it's yeah, I need them on pretty much all the time.
How old are you?
48.
So when you were like 46.
Yeah, 45, 46 is when the I really started using them all the time.
And you only notice it when you're reading, right?
Correct. Or staring at a screen. Like if I'm reading a book or a newspaper, it's not as bad. But if I'm staring at a screen for some reason, it gets worse.
Okay. That hasn't happened to me yet.
Got to look forward to, Ross.
I know. Gosh, getting old stinks. Anyway, Alex Smith, 16 years. What he did last year, I will never forget the rest of my life. Unbelievably impressive. I'm excited to see what he does next. I just don't think he was that interested in just being a backup. I just think he'd rather do something else with his life. So kudos to him. Sounds like he had some opportunities to sign places. Jordan Reed evidently got some type of scan of his brain and was advised to retire. So I guess I have mixed emotions about that, Bri. On the one hand, I am really happy that Jordan Reed, who's got a lot of concussions, got a scan of his brain and got that information and made what sounds like the smart decision to retire. On the other hand, it makes me sad that there was something on the scan that compelled him to retire.
Tuck's Takes.
Speaking of the 49ers, former Niner Aldon Smith recently signed with the Seahawks, is wanted on charges of assault down in Louisiana.
It's weird because I guess he hasn't turned himself in yet. We probably would know about it. If he did, maybe they're making those arrangements. It also seems like he didn't tell the Seahawks about this before he got signed. Yikes. He's been a troubled young man throughout his time in the NFL. And, there are people like that I think we all are rooting for and hope figured out. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear the percentage of how many of those guys ever actually do.
Tuck's Takes.
On to the transaction front. The Bears re-signed safety Tayshaun Gibson. Raiders inked cornerback Rasul Douglas. And the Steelers signed head coach Mike Tomlin to a 3-year extension that goes through 2024.
Gibson started every game for the Bears last year. It's interesting. Some of these guys that sign now, there just wasn't a lot of interest in their services. He probably got about the minimum, Tayshaun Gibson, even though he started every game for the Bears. Rasul Douglas, I thought had a decent season for Carolina. Evidently, they didn't think he did. They didn't have much of an interest in bringing him back. Mike Mayock, very familiar with him from the Eagles preseason when Mike Mayock called the games before I did. So he obviously knows the good and bad of Rasul Douglas. Mike Tomlin deserves it. He's an outstanding coach. Obviously, everybody's already tweeted about the fact that, the Steelers have only ever had 3 head coaches, which is just unbelievable, like in the last 60 years. But Tomlin's an excellent head coach. And the only other thing I'd mention is Daquan Jones signed a 1-year, $4 million deal. Oh, geez. And now I'm blanking with who he signed it with, Bri. Unbelievable. Now I got to look it up. That's embarrassing. I just saw Daquan Jones sign. Who was it? He signed with Carolina. They needed a run stuffing D tackle. He actually got $4 million, I think, fully guaranteed to be their run stuffing D tackle. So he waited. Good for him to get to get $4 million fully guaranteed as a run stuffing D tackle. Other than that, Bri, some shout outs are in order. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, humanheadnyc.com. They're all, I think we're done here. Patrons, patreon.com/RT Media. Yesterday on the Even Money podcast, we went over the DraftKings $50,000 free-to-play pool. So even if you're in any of those states where you can't legally bet on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can do the free-to-play pool. You just answer 10 questions. Listen to the Even Money podcast yesterday. You'll enjoy that. Today, we are going over the rookie running backs, the draft prospect running backs on the Fantasy Feast podcast with Graham Barfield. He's got that awesome yards created metric that I think you'll really enjoy. We'll have Greg Cosell talking draft DBs tomorrow on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And Andrew Brandt today is going to go over the Super League. And I have to listen to that or watch it on YouTube because I don't really know what's going on with the Super League. So make sure you listen or watch the Business of Sports podcast. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome in, DK Sim Fam. We are getting ready for your 6th Eastern Madden Simulation. We have the Washington football team. May not be that much longer, along with the Cincinnati Bengals. I am Jason Rossi. You can check me out over on Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. Got the Pop Culture Pile Driver. It is a podcast that goes over numerous topics. This week we covered the top, actually we just did the best songs, original songs from TV shows, not the themes. Songs that came out of TV shows. And with me today, yeah, we'll get to that. And with me today is the Batman to my Robin, one of the biggest brains north of the border. He knows where provinces are, and he knows a lot more things. Hockey, golf, we're talking football, we're talking Madden Sims. He's the man that will make you so much money you'll have to spank him to thank him. He is at the Fantasy Grind. We call him Moose, but he's Geoff Ulrich. Jeff, how are we doing, buddy? Woo, Jeff!
I'm doing great, man. Glad to be here. It's sitting in the side chair to you. I think of us more as like I'm Pinky and you're the brain. You know, you do the good color, the good play-by-play. I just sit here and ask you for taking over the world tonight. So
I will take it. I'm definitely not a brain and I'm definitely not good, but either way, we're here together. It is a full team effort. Moose, we mentioned it right off the top. We got the football team. We got the Bengals. I think honestly, and I'm going to say this with all due respect to Madden and everything, it's 2 trash teams and 2 really tough teams to really build a full line. You almost wish they were playing different teams just because I had so much money left over when I originally put a lineup together. But lineups have locked. If you are able to unveil your lineup, what did you do?
Yeah, I agree. It was kind of weird putting a lineup for this together. I put John Ross in the captain spot. I always seem to go down to John Ross whenever the Bengals are in play.
I feel
really easy. It makes the rest of your lineup easy, but I didn't even really want to play half of these guys. I threw Logan Thomas in there as a pure punt play. I wanted to get McLaren in there and Steve Sims Jr. always seems to go off. So I kind of went, I got Burrow and Ross. If Burrow and Ross have a big game, I'm good. I got Ross my captain, but I just skipped on Haskins and played some Washington skill players. So we'll see how it pans out. McKissick, the guy who everybody seemed to play 89% owned, and it makes sense. There's no dominant running back on the Bengals. So
no, and I'll be honest with you. I'm looking at my lineup. Got a lot of similar vibes. Ross in the captain, Burrow, McKissick, McLaurin. I went Inman. I did have Sims in there, but I ended up taking him out. I got Randy Bullock because I feel like this could be a couple of 3-pointers in this game.
That's probably a good call. This is probably a great one to stack the kicker.
Really? I thought about it, but it left so much money. Moose, my original lineup, I had almost 6,500 left.
I know. It's just you have too much money.
Yeah.
To do that in this game, so
I'm can I roll it over to my next game?
I don't know. I kind of like the Bengals for next year. I actually kind of like both these teams to be better next year, but in Simville, obviously, what we're talking about, they're not very good teams. Obviously, Dwayne Haskins, quarterback. Burrow still with subpar ratings. So,
yeah. I really do. I'm with you, especially the Bengals side. I like what we've, what looks like the Bengals are projected to be, especially with that number 5 kind of wild card just a few days away from seeing what that picked.
Yeah, they could go a lot of ways, the Bengals. I penciled them in for O-line, and they're going to have their choice there, but they're also going to have a choice at wide receiver. Maybe Kyle Pitts falls. Maybe they trade back, So there's 4 different scenarios there right off the bat.
Yeah, I personally, and we'll talk. We got an array of things to get to. I'm excited for this one. Again, we sure do. When we get together, that's kind of the way. But yeah, we'll see Cincinnati start with the ball here. There is Joe Burrow, but one of the things I want to get to, we can start here with it. I tuned in for Mouse's draft. Came a little bit later than expected. I waited. I waded through some UFC stuff, which was cool. By the way, if you haven't, that I think there's some stuff locking. I don't know when UFC locks. I'm just going to say 8 p.m., but I have no idea. Just going to sound right. Obviously, some night slate with basketball. You got some hockey tonight, but with all that, I saw, I watched The Sweat, which you guys should tune into every single day, every single Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. We'll give you little bits in between some sims here, but honestly, check it out. So worth it, especially when you're setting any form of lineups throughout the day. But Moose, when you had your top 10, I'm going to get right to the thick of it. You had the Patriots trading up to number 9 to take Trey Lance.
I did.
First off, I want to hear your reasons why, and then I'm going to tell you what bet I had to make with the DK Simfam if that happens.
Okay. So here's the thing. We know the Patriots are being aggressive here, and we obviously pausing just for a sec to get the video correct for you guys. But we know the Patriots have been aggressive this offseason. So my feeling is one of these quarterbacks is going to drop to 9. I have Lance as the guy. And when it gets to 9, I think the Denver Broncos are a very willing trade partner. So we have an aggressive team in the Patriots. We have a willing trade partner in the Broncos. I think that's a good mix. I think that's something the Patriots could be interested in, a team who wants the quick rebuild. They bring in a young guy. You've got an MVP to work beside him. A bit of Brady, Drew Bledsoe vibes going on there, maybe. I don't know. But I like that idea of them doing it. Now, before I say anything, I don't necessarily think that the team has to be the Patriots here. I think the Vikings could be in play, and I think Washington could be in play too. But they were the team I went with because, again, I just can't ignore how aggressive they have been in this offseason. I think it continues in the draft. So.
Well, I did say first I made me scream. I got very uncomfortable when I saw it. When I watched you live, it actually flashed up. The graphic flashed up right before because I was so intrigued because I know you had teased.
Right.
You had some teams trading up, and especially in that Denver spot. So I said, ooh, I thought Washington. That's just my guess from our conversations. Then I saw the Patriots there. I spit all my water all over my keyboard. My work keyboard is ruined. I'm sending it back to the office. And then I came on here on one of the Sims that day, yesterday, and I said, all right, I need to place a bet because I don't see, my personal opinion, that's all. I don't see the Patriots trading up to get a quarterback. I just don't see it. Maybe if somebody falls to them, that's different in my opinion. But I don't see Belichick ever being that guy with these quarterbacks, especially if it isn't like, I don't know, like a sure bet. So I said I will take down half a jar. I don't know if you know, familiar with this brand. I don't know what they have up north of the border, but it would be a half a jar Mrs. Renfro's ghost pepper salsa. I'm just going to drink half of it. So if Thursday night, I'm not on a sim till Saturday at noon. So this will happen Saturday at noon. If the Patriots trade up and take a quarterback, I don't care if it's one spot or the projected 9, I will take down an entire or half a jar because Christian had to calm me down. I said an entire jar. Christian thought I might, kick the bucket if that happened.
Okay. So all they have to do is trade up one spot, and you're going to do this.
If they take a quarterback, it has to be a quarterback.
And for a quarterback, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, man. I like it. I mean,
I'm putting it out there.
I think you should probably go buy some ghost peppers or whatever, because I feel like if one guy drops far enough, I think the Patriots will be a team that's in on it. But they will have competition.
Yep.
Like I said, I got the Bears going to get up to be another
that
team. Washington could be up there again. Kirk Cousins, they're really only attached to him for one more year.
Yep.
Washington. I
feel Washington is the best fit just because I'll just say this about New England. Yes. And all the stats are out there now. Everyone's tweeting about it. Belichick's traded just as much up as he has back, and we get it. But I still believe that it would shock me. I also love that you had the gall to put the Bears trading up to 6 to get Justin Fields. Not that you are crazy, but the Bears doing it again, right? The Bears trading up and being all right, we got it this time. We promise we're not going to let the stud, because this would almost be the guy slipping would be the best.
That was a very specific. You got to get in the minds of these GMs. I just sat in my room in silence and dark for
the red room
hours. I just let myself become the Chicago Bears, and they're definitely not doing this for Trey Lance.
Yep.
Because Trey Lance has the exact same story that Mitch Trubisky has. It's a one-year wonder guy. He made a massive jump. He looks like he's talented, but do we really know how good he is? It's like Mitch Trubisky all over again. But Justin Fields, if he falls, Jason, this guy's got a big, long history of college tape. Mm-hmm. People out there, the media's a lot of the kind of draft Nick media is oh yeah, he might even be the best talent in the draft. If he falls, someone's got to go out and get him. So I think the Bears will be very in on Justin Fields if he does drop. And I think that's the difference. That's why I have the Bears perhaps doing it again. But you're right. It would be very bold of Ryan Pace to go down that route again,
I'm telling you, if the Bears fans, immediate reaction would probably be jacked and excited, right? Because right now it's Andy Dalton, I still think is a solid quarterback, but doesn't excite a fan base.
And maybe that's the Bears' whole strategy. It's okay, well, Andy Dalton's our starter. And then, we get to the draft. It's surprise! Any quarterback drafted now is going to be a big positive reaction.
Yeah.
Even if it was Trey Lance, I think Bears fans would react positively because it's not Andy Dalton, right? So
yeah, that's true.
Maybe Ryan Pace is like playing the long game here, and he's smarter than we think.
But here's what they're gonna exactly. And here's the other thing: they're gonna wake up that next morning and then realize a GM and coach that's like should have been realistically. I know I have my Tomlin thoughts, but I don't think there's many people questioning. Like the Bears should have just moved on. Both of these guys, we should have just cleaned up. Once you knew that you weren't, once they didn't get, with everything going on with Deshaun Watson, didn't get the Russell Wilson coming in here with Andy Dalton, I would have said thank you both very much for your time. Later, like I would have said good night. But it would be very fascinating if they allow a GM that's basically 1 foot out the potential door to trade future assets to get a Justin Fields, Trey Lance, and fill in the blank quarterback, which very well could happen. We're just a few days away.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, but again, like maybe Pace is now looking like, well, I got 1 foot out the door. Like, let's go for the home run again. So I don't know. The Bears do need like someone obviously under center, but they do have other pressing needs. They're up against the salary cap a little bit, but it wouldn't cost as much draft capital to get up to 6 either. So that's why I got them going at 6. I really feel like that's good. Like the Dolphins are going to be the soft spot. I think Atlanta's going to ask for too much. I think Cincy won't even be that interested because a top end wide receiver, top end O lineman. I mean, they'll probably just take one of those guys. But once you get to Miami, they got other picks. They don't have like the major pressing needs that maybe Cincinnati does. They have needs, but I think they'll be more interested. So look, as most people know, getting like 6 or 7 guys right in the first round is like a major achievement. So if any of this, outside of the top 2, if any of this comes correct, like it'll be a good day here.
Absolutely. I did enjoy it though. Most importantly, you can check it out. It's over on YouTube from the Sweat yesterday. I know there's some clips out there, some of the things you had to say, you were sharing with Emerson. So awesome segment. The most important, that's why you got to check out the Sweat. Don't miss it. If you are wondering, like, why are these two buffoons still talking? Well, we have a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll call it a rain delay for fun. But yeah, little technical difficulties behind the scenes. Getting everything taken care of. We'll be up in sim action as soon as possible. But until then, you get the sparkling personalities of Jason Rossi and Geoff Ulrich. So you're welcome.
The gremlins, dude. I mean, we just got to like flush the internet. We got to like give the internet an enema here. I don't know.
I think that's,
I don't know how any of this stuff works. I'm like the last person who should be commenting on it. When the smart people figure it out, we'll be back up.
If there's one person that can give an enema to the internet, it is Daniel, our tech. All right. I know he can do it. Our technical advisor. We got Jordan, our producer tonight. And the one thing I will say that I loved about Jordan when we popped on, he said, I entered your contest, which I made literally like maybe 90 minutes ago. And I only put 100 because I'm like, it's not going to be able to fill. And it filled. So I appreciate everybody, being a part of that. We'll get to the action as soon as we can. Expired Name says, do you know we can't see the sim and can only see you and Jeff's wonderful faces? I do, Expired Name. And you're welcome. This is it. You have to guess how many facial hairs I have to get fantasy points.
1, 2,
yeah. Get in there. There's some of those sneaky ones.
5,972,000.
Well, honestly, let me jot that down. We'll get back to you tomorrow. Ops is on it. Joe is here. He's going to have to check my face later. But yeah, some of the other stuff, obviously, that hit when I saw the sim coming up. Gotta get that fiber, baby. We gave the fiber to the sim. We're back. We're going to get more to your action. Appreciate you guys, your patience, your diligence, your understanding. This happens. We are back up with it. We'll get to the sim in just a moment. Moose, Rossi, hanging out with you on a Saturday. Hope you guys are having a great day. Hope this is just a nice little cherry on top of an awesome day wherever you may be, whether you're enjoying the nice weather here in the Northeast. Moose, what's the weather like in your neck of the woods?
It's not too bad. It's a little bit cool, but it's not like there's no snow or anything up here. It is snowing in some places in Canada, not where I live, which is all I care about. So it's actually fine. It's fine. You know, it could be better, but it's also could be a lot worse. So that's the way we look at the weather. We're up where I live. So not a bad day at all.
It could be August as long as it's not snowing. We're all good.
July and August are like the 2 months where we like kind of expect nice weather, but like outside of that, anything goes. So like you get in a decent day, you take it. You just take it, Jason. Do not complain.
I was snowing earlier this week.
It comes back and bites in the butt fast here where I live. So
I feel you. In the Northeast, a little north of Boston where I am, I literally put the snow blower away about like 2 weeks ago, and then we had like a nice little storm like this time last week. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Always.
It was the curse. I blamed myself.
Spring weather, yeah. We both live in places where spring weather can be 20, beautiful and sunny, or like snowing and terrible. So.
Yeah, just like Joe Burrow throwing the ball here. That's one thing I am going to say. We appreciate, big shout out to Daniel, our technical director, making things happen here. We got Jordan, our producer. We have Joe in ops. But the one thing I do fear now, these two quarterbacks sure don't know how to complete the ball a lot. So we'll see what kind of action and pace we get throughout this one.
It's true. Two lower rated quarterbacks. We may be getting like a bad spring day here, but appreciate you guys hanging out, man, and waiting. And obviously sorry for the little blip, but we are back. Should be good now. Looks like the game is running very smooth. So all in all, really not that big a dip.
No.
It wasn't like, and it wasn't like the blip that they had to wade through in like the Infinity War and stuff like that.
5 years.
Everyone came back and everyone was like an adult and stuff. So you count yourself lucky, DK Simtown. It was like 5 minutes.
Seriously. Imagine just waking up and just snap your back 5 years later.
Wow, that'd be fantastic in a lot of scenarios, man. I mean,
I guess it's a really interesting way to think about it. Would you rather age 5 years and, be 5 years older and all that, or it be 2026 and you still be the same exact age that you are right now?
I guess you'd have to think about how the world would be too. Because there's probably advantages to like living that 5 years with like half the people gone.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's true.
But I don't know if there would be, because like the world looked pretty bleak, Yeah, nobody was picking up the garbage from what it seemed like in that movie, things like that.
Wherever Ant-Man lived, it was real.
It was rough.
It was a rough look. It looked
Ant-Man had a rough go of it. Ant-Man's daughter.
Yeah, just older.
Didn't make out well, but she looked fine. It was just
missing childhood. You just missed it. You're just like,
It is interesting though. Like, because I think you're coming back. You're coming back with all the people. Oh. But you are younger. You're younger. Like, so.
Yeah, let's say you were 35 when it happened. You're still 35, but your friends are now 40. Like all those kids in high school. And Daniel says, imagine all the new iPhone releases you've missed. I don't know if who knows? Who knows if they would be? That's it.
I would want to be one of the people who stayed. I want to live through that tough time, and then I can just hold it over everyone else's head.
You weren't there.
You weren't there. You don't know what it was like. The garbage got picked up like every month. It's terrible.
Yeah, I'll say this, and this is like, I loved Infinity War. I still think it's the best of the Marvel, all the movies they made. I have a lot of criticisms of Endgame. I kind of found that to be like some kind of lazy way of doing things, but that's just me. I'm not gonna listen. I've been getting murdered this week. I'm like hot take Charlie over here after my Tomlin stuff, people dragging some other stuff out of me. But I will just say that, like, I always thought, well, what if there was a baby? Like, if a baby was freshly born the moment the snap happened,
right,
or the blip, did the baby disappear? And is the baby just like show up randomly? And like, where do you show back up? Where you were? Somewhere else?
Is just a baby popping back up?
Yeah, like baby just randomly shows up in the middle of the field?
I guess so.
Like Superman? Like, what's happening? Or do you go back to the exact spot? And a lot of questions for those Russo brothers. They knew what they were doing. They're like, just avoid everything and make it cool. And do a toy dump. They just did the toy dump at the end of the movie. They're just like, let's just, that's why I always joke about the very end of that movie. Like, you watch, like, 3 hours of a film to finally get all the characters that were there throughout the entire movie of Infinity War, where I think it's still maybe one of the best movies of all time. Just such well story, but like, yeah, at the end they just do like when you were a kid and you're playing with like 2 toys and you just take the whole carriage of toy or whatever bucket, you just dump them.
Yeah,
that's what that movie was. That's what the end of that
true. Yeah, it was a bucket dump. Yeah,
it was like open up these portals and dump the guys in there.
Yeah. No, that was that. You're right. I mean, I liked Infinity War better too as a movie, but that scene was well done. It was just a good way. Oh, fumble, but gonna go out of bounds. Joey B, watch the knee, Joe.
Yeah, take it easy. Get you some protection.
Still got some rookie cards invested in you, pal. I like Joe Burrow though, just as a player and as a football player. I think he's gonna have.
I agree.
I could see Joe Burrow. I could legitimately see Burrow bringing the Cincinnati franchise out of the dark ages and being like a Tom Brady figure one day. You know, just being a guy. He was just like that in college. You know, just supremely he's gifted, but he's also just seems like that kind of dude who just will be clutch in the moment and stuff like that. So
yeah, I put him. I was talking to, I don't know if it was on here or off air sim. I was saying in my opinion, and I think this is a good. You could say where the ceiling or floor is. I said floor is like a Joe Flacco, even if you take the Super Bowl out. I know people think Joe Flacco stinks bad, but he has big moxie and can perform big games. And I think his ceiling, again, you could go higher if you want. I said like Phillip Rivers.
Right.
I could see him being somewhere in the balance of like a Joe Flacco, Phillip Rivers, like big game player, like steps up, has like the moxie, but may not get the job done, but
right. I think Phillip Rivers isn't like a terrible comparison. I just feel like he'll be more clutch than Phillip Rivers though, just from his like college career and stuff like that. But yeah, absolutely. A guy I think is going to have like a high compete level.
Yeah, like I think he'll. I don't. Obviously, if he can come back from the injury well, we saw the pictures as they unveiled the new unis with that scar right on the knee. It's a gnarly look. But if he can bounce back from that and have confidence in his body, and hopefully his offensive line gets a little restructured, hopefully starting Thursday night in that number 5 pick. But I like the idea of him, just getting on track, having belief in himself, and just being able to deliver. That's where these young quarterbacks have to be. Like a guy like Justin Herbert showed that. Just stand in there. You're probably going to take a hit or two, but deliver. Just make those plays. And also getting the ball out quick. That's huge too, where Burrow just didn't have that opportunity last year.
No, I mean he was actually pretty good at getting the ball out quick. It's just
how quick can you get it out? Every play was under duress.
Yeah. So it's tough with rookie QBs too. They always try to do too much. A guy like Burrow, obviously coming from a really successful college program, was definitely kind of probably had that in his mind as well. So
it was a big completion.
I think that's is he gonna go? No, not quite. I think that's could be a problem with Trevor Lawrence this year too. So
yeah, that's another thing that people are already forgetting to talk about. That that offensive line is decent at best, and they lost a player. Who knows with obviously the draft they may be able to address it. You got to see what those players look like, but he is gonna have to he's got good weapons. Yep. I believe. I think they're gonna, definitely James Robinson, if he can continue what he was able to do from that was just a big loss there. If he can continue to do build off of his rookie year, now that people are gonna know who he is and what he can do, and that the offensive line can run block, we could see if they can step up and pass block. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Lawrence is. You just don't want to see what happened with Joe Burrow happen to him. Not just the injury, but just that amount of pressure every play.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, dude. And with Lawrence too, he's a pretty athletic dude. He's not a straight up fast line runner, but he will take off. And I know in college he'd always try and finish plays. I just feel like if he does that in the pros, it could lead to something bad as well. So that's my one kind of red flag with him. I think I think Urban Meyer is a good hire. I think Urban Meyer is a guy who will be successful. So the combo I like. I'm just a little bit worried. And it's mainly just his first year that he might just try to do too much. But yeah, I think he landed in a good spot, to be honest, just because of the hire by Jacksonville.
Yeah, DFS Queenie says Flacco is the only quarterback 6'6" or taller to do well in NFL history. There's a 6'6" curse.
How tall is Brady? 6'4"?
Yeah, 6'4". I thought Peyton Manning he must be 6'5". I thought he was for some reason 6'6". Wait, are you saying Joe Burrow's 6'6"? Is he that tall?
No, Burrow's like 6'3".
So who was she referencing? Oh, maybe Flacco?
I guess just Flacco. I guess he was just bringing up the height thing.
He won a Super Bowl. Like, I think he gets a much, like, quote unquote, badder rap, if that makes sense, than I think he actually deserves. And maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but like those playoff games against the Patriots, lose or draw, he always played well. He always was a tough out.
Yeah, it's also hard to. Ooh, is that first
was picked? Yeah, it's close.
Very close. Oh yeah,
first and goal from the 10. We're gonna wrap up the first.
Terry McLaurin there on the catch. It's hard to judge quarterbacks too, like based on even from like Joe Flacco. Like the game's changed a little bit since Joe Flacco was a quarterback, right? So
yeah, she's saying Trevor Lawrence 6'6", I guess. So there we go.
Joe Flacco had a lot and still has a lot of arm talent, right? So he never developed into that consistent Drew Brees guy who just like complete 70% of his throws and have like 5,000 yards. But the high arm talent guys, they can get hot. Like Nick Foles was the same deal. Like he had a live arm, he got hot, won the Eagles a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So different type of quarterbacks, but you compare Joe Flacco to like a golfer who like misses 50% of his cuts, but like he wins more than like a guy who makes like all his cuts. That's kind of like the comparison with Joe Flacco, I guess. So
yeah, and I guess Trevor Lawrence is 6'6". Also, Justin Herbert, our producer, says he's 6'6". Josh Allen 6'5". So all right, so Herbert and Trevor Lawrence. We'll see if the curse. Damon says he's 6'7". Damon, I'd be 6'7" if I stood on top of 3 chairs.
Yeah, there was like 2 of me, I'd be 6'7".
DFS Queenie says Trevor is so afraid of the 6'6" curse. He says he's 6'5.5". I hope that's true. That's really funny.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. Is Josh Allen 6'6"?
6'5" is what Jordan says.
Yeah, I think he's 6'4", 6'5". So, but yeah, that's true. They're like the really tall quarterbacks. Yeah, not great.
No. We did.
Paxton Lynch.
Up there. Oh yeah, or what's his name? Another Denver. Why can't I think of his name all of a sudden?
Oh,
Osweiler. He was like 6'8". Dude was a giant. Had that big win for them against the Patriots, and then almost intercepted. That's why they play defense. But yeah, Osweiler, and then just ridiculously traded the Browns doing Brown things, traded for him, and really never playing him very little, and kind of petered out, but. Such a weird, there are so many guys. We've talked about various trades and things that have happened, but such a strange thing when a quarterback that's should be he should have been the future of Denver. He played well enough during that stretch while Peyton Manning was healing his body to barely be able to move through a Super Bowl run, and that Osweiler got them the wins they needed. Then Peyton Manning just replaced him at halftime in week 17, which is I kind of hate the fact that all happened because Peyton Manning literally was all right, I can't play for a few weeks, but plug me in at the end. I'll get every cortisone shot I can get. Is McKissick getting him down to the 6 here to get a 3rd and goal. Oh, sorry, 4th and goal. That was 3rd and goal. So
that was Osweiler's whole time in Denver, right? Playing behind Peyton Manning, any little sniff of opportunity, it was no, stuffed right out by Peyton. Even just getting on the field, it was no, I'll just take the kneel downs,
Yeah, seriously.
There was no hope. What happened after Peyton retired? Did he start for a year? I can't even remember what happened.
So in my memory serves me correctly, and I'm not even going to look it up yet. This is just basically based on my memory. I want to say that was the year they drafted Paxton Lynch in the last pick of the first round.
Yeah.
And then I want to say they started the year with I don't think so. I think they traded Osweiler during that. And I want to say, was that the Trevor Siemian year? I want to say they went to Trevor Siemian.
Yeah.
These all seem, because I'm kind of a low-key big Trevor Siemian fan. I always thought he could potentially play in this league.
He looked good for like a stretch. He did. And it was with the Broncos that he kind of looked good, Trevor Siemian.
Yeah,
I think you're right. So
I think Osweiler went to the Browns that year.
Why did they, I mean, it was smart of them to get rid of Osweiler, but was he just bad then with the Broncos? I can't even remember what happened there.
You know what happened. It's all the big guy at the time. It was all John Elway trying to play quarterback shuffle, got Paxton Lynch, believed he was going to be the answer, wanted a guy in Trevor Siemian who was a backup to, previously to just have a little bit of time to groom for Paxton Lynch, and he could never play. Paxton Lynch could not play.
No, he was legit. I can't even think of a worse draft pick than Paxton Lynch. I legitimately, that guy was, maybe one of the worst, just from a talent, like Jason said, he's not even a competent backup.
No, he's not in the league. That wasn't that long ago.
No, I know.
And I think he had maybe 2 starts to his name.
It doesn't get talked about enough how bad he looked when he was starting. He was legitimately not even, I don't even know if he's a draftable talent. So did they trade him to Cleveland?
Yeah. Osweiler went to Cleveland. And then it's funny because then Paxton Lynch, I don't know if he was traded. I think he was technically to Seattle.
Yeah, I know he was on Seattle for a year or something.
Yeah, and it just didn't. And then they got Geno Smith, who, by the way, just re-up there. He's another name. If somebody told me Geno Smith retired 3 years ago, or is a backup somewhere, I'd believe either way.
Well, and that's the difference between Geno Smith and Paxton Lynch. Geno Smith is at least he wasn't a worthy first overall pick or whatever. But he's going to at least play. That's why he keeps getting signed as a backup. He can run the offense, whatever. But Paxton Lynch, that dude, I'd be actually shocked if he was on the team.
He's definitely
as a serious backup. I seriously doubt it. So
it's just so wild. And then just going back the Osweiler trade, goes to Cleveland, gets a little bit of time, team stunk, and then voila, gone. And this is what we talk about too, when a lot of players don't get to announce their retirement, they're just kind of gone. Damon says Paxton Lynch and Christian Ponder both went 12th overall. I thought Paxton Lynch was the last pick of the first round. I could be wrong, obviously.
No, I'm pretty sure he went higher than that too. Yeah, I was going to say I didn't want to because I'm not sure where he went, but I was pretty sure it was higher than that. I was high up.
I thought Denver. Well, they won the Super Bowl. Unless it was the next. Well, let me check.
Didn't you trade up for him or something though?
That would have been 2000.
Maybe you're right. That's why I didn't say anything because I actually can't remember. 26th.
26. Oh, thank you, Jordan. I see that too. So 26, but even how did they get there? Let's see. 26th overall pick.
Probably just made it's only 5 positions. 6.
Yeah, from Seattle. And then Seattle. Oh, so how funny is that? And then Seattle, dropped back from Denver. So they moved up to get Paxton Lynch. This is the year the Patriots didn't have a first-round pick due to Spygate.
Thankfully, they might have taken Paxton Lynch.
Oh my Lord! You know what? Thank you.
Completion inside the 5 to Tyler Boyd, I think.
Yeah. While we're getting this is actually interesting. So 2016 draft, the first 7 picks. Very rarely do you see this. All Pro Bowlers. At one point.
Oh, list it off to me. I can't.
So you will remember first overall pick Jared Goff.
Okay,
also,
right. Goff,
how many of these players are still with their team? Let's see. I'll tell you after this play. There's a pitch.
Got
it!
Man.
It is Joe Mixon. Mixing it up. Finally, we get a score in this one in the second quarter. Halfway to go. Touchdown for Joe Mixon. So it'll be 7-3 like that. All right, so first overall pick, 2016, Jared Goff. Mixon, by the way, owned in under 15%. Number 2 overall pick, Carson Wentz. Both those no longer on their teams. San Diego took Joey Bosa 3rd overall. Boy, if you are the Chargers at that time, what an awesome pick. You didn't need a QB at the time, and you get a dominating, probably 10-year starter. The Cowboys took Ezekiel Elliott 4th, Pro Bowl. Jacksonville takes Jalen Ramsey 5th overall.
Right.
Also no longer on that team. Baltimore takes Ronnie Stanley. He's 6th overall. Still there. I'll see on Notre Dame.
Yep.
San Francisco takes DeForest Buckner 7th overall.
Man,
no longer there.
Outside of the QBs, this is a very strong draft.
Yeah, but just think about that. Bosa Elliott, Stanley, out of the top 7, all Pro Bowl, so all quality, good picks, one way or the other, regardless of what you think overall. Like 4 of the picks at the time.
Yeah.
Only 3 players are still there, and it's only 5 years later.
Who would you, if you're starting a team and you have those 7 players, who would you take right now?
If I'm just taking it like from scratch, so we don't even like factor in who you have, I would take I would take Joey Bosa.
Yeah.
I think you want to have. I'm debating between Bosa and Buckner just because the
impact
they would have on the team.
Buckner's very tempting. Ramsey's
it is.
tempting too.
Yeah,
it's definitely between Bosa, Buckner, and Ramsey.
Yeah. Like I don't need Ezekiel Elliott with all due respect.
No. Again, we're saying like today, like not like these are not when they're rookies, like today.
Today. Oh, definitely between. Man, Buckner made such an impression. Like I liked him in with the 49ers, but what he did for the Colts, like whole defense, he might be the guy. I might have to go with Buckner if I'm starting
it. Buckner or Ramsey, I think.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, and just to let you know, later on in the draft, Laramie Tunsil, Pro Bowler, 13th overall.
Yeah.
You had Keanu O'Neal for the Falcons. I know it's hard to ever give credit to a defensive player for that organization, but did his job. Ryan Kelly, center for the Indianapolis Colts. Kenny Clark for the Packers, a D tackle. That's all in the first round, so pretty good overall. You have, I'm trying to see, Will Fuller was in that draft. Josh Doxson, what an awful pick by the Washington at the time Redskins. Laquan Treadwell, yikes.
Yeah, Treadwell. That's
a bad pick by the Vikings. And remember, they kept trying to get him involved. Like I remember, he played way too many snaps for like a guy that just never had targets.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure they took Diggs in that same draft, didn't they? Check the 5th round. I'm pretty sure that's where Diggs went, 4th or 5th round.
I see the 5th round. Tyreek Hill was in that draft. That was kind of a garbage, but that was a good player. Jordan Howard. I don't see Diggs. Let me see if it was this year. I think Diggs might have been the year before. He was not in the 2016 draft.
Okay.
But still, I do know he was later. Eli Apple was a 1st-round pick. Just interesting to see, like Miles Jack.
Yeah, Eli Apple got picked pretty high too. Yep.
Just interesting to like look back and now think about where these guys are.
Yeah, Diggs was 2015, 5th round though.
What a score!
Which just makes it even stupider that the Vikings took Treadwell. Like, what were you watching? Like, Steph Diggs looked good as a rookie too. Like, a lot of people were saying like, you know, he looks really good, and then they went and wasted a 1st rounder. Wow, that's a bad draft.
It really is. He's just never caught on. Like him and Josh Doxson are two. Just like you never heard a thing. And I just remember Treadwell, I don't know if it was due to fantasy reasons at the time, but like I remember like just seeing that his snap count was way too high. Like what were they doing? By the way, Treadwell also had some play, if you remember, in Madden 20 for the Falcons. I don't know if you remember, like we're going way back here in Simba.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, dude. Yeah.
He had some games here.
Big time. He was a big time member. He was a good value target every time the Falcons took the sim field. Laquan Treadwell was the guy we'd bring up. Treadstone. So his overall favorite.
His career numbers: 71 receptions, 750 yards, 4 touchdowns in like 6 NFL seasons.
It's funny too because the Vikings made legitimately probably one of the best value drafts with Diggs the year before that. Like, I mean, getting Steph Diggs in the 5th round is insane. It's such a good draft pick. And then because they drafted Treadwell in the 1st round the next year, they automatically, like, they took snaps away from Diggs. They made Diggs into a malcontent, and then they had to trade him.
Seriously, that's a great
point.
Like,
legitimately, they screwed up their franchise by taking Laquan Treadwell. Like, they've rectified it because they made another good draft pick in Justin Jefferson. But it's still interesting to think, like, you know, this is because when teams take a guy in the 1st round, they have to play him. Yep. Like they just do. I mean, like because the GM doesn't want to look bad. They don't want to look bad to the fan base. They want to play the guy, and so they get more opportunity. And
by the way, you know who else they could have had? Michael Thomas was a 2nd-round pick. Michael Thomas, and I understand that. I also believe, and I'm not saying this disrespectfully. This is a compliment, if anything, to Drew Brees too. Like I don't think if Lacrosse Treadwell, say that name 10 times.
Lacrosse Treadwell.
Yeah, Lacrosse Treadwell. If he was a Saint, do I think he would be Michael Thomas? No. But, Thomas, that's a great spot to fall to. Derrick Henry in the second round. Like, what a just...
It's kind of funny. Like, Thomas was known as, like, basically what he is. Like, a professional wide receiver, look good running routes, high catch rate, but, like, no one really thought he was going to be like explosive enough for the NFL. I also didn't. I was like, okay, well, he'll probably be good. Drew Brees will, probably bump him up a bit, but like I wasn't expecting him to like just turn into an absolute beast. But that's when he's just really good at getting himself open in certain situations, and he has like a really accurate quarterback to throw him to. So yeah. I don't know. It just shows, certain attributes can be so much more important in the NFL. Again, Treadwell, someone dropped in the chat. He was a beast in college, of course. He's a first-round draft pick.
Yep.
But, just running in a straight line, it just doesn't get it done in the NFL. You've got to be able to, like, just think on the fly, get open on the fly in certain situations. And if you can do that, like, repeat things like that over and over, man, like, Michael Thomas is a perfect example. I mean, makes his whole living basically on getting open on slants.
And Michael Thomas arguably could have been the MVP 2 seasons ago. He set the single-season reception record, had a ton of yards, touchdowns. He's been the reception leader twice. Like, that just doesn't happen. Like, there's a lot that goes on there. Nice catch. Is that the sprinkler getting involved?
Sprinkler.
He used to be a big part. Yeah. Nice. It's just really fascinating to look at things like this. And Michael Thomas, obviously, big-time down year last year. Rumors of being traded, rumors of not being happy with the organization. That's all been very quiet. They've calmed him down. I think there was a restructure of his contract as well, because I think if you are a Saint, you had to. I actually think, with Jameis Winston, we saw like Mike Evans. I know Brady was with him this year and he was really good again, but he also set the record for having the most, 1,000-yard seasons to start a career, 8 straight years for Mike Thomas. Like, that was a lot with Jameis Winston, So I think Winston is going to fit with Michael Thomas really well. I think those two, as long as they can be on the same page, I think that's going to be a recipe for success for Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Thomas didn't even look that bad with Taysom Hill. So I think Thomas is going to be okay. Like, obviously he benefits from having Drew Brees. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But I do think, like, part of why Drew Brees was able to play longer was having a wide receiver like Michael Thomas. So I wouldn't just – I think it's wrong to just say, oh, well, Michael Thomas played with Drew Brees. Like, I don't think that's what was going on there. I think Drew Brees benefited a lot from having Michael Thomas too. So I think he will work pretty well with Jameis Winston. I still don't really like the Saints next year, but could see a massive bounce back from Michael Thomas. Could be a really interesting DFS pick. I think people will probably, when it gets down to bare bones, won't be willing to take him use a high draft capital on him. So
agreed. Yeah, I saw DFS Queenie talk about Alvin Kamara. Yeah, you're right. People didn't think the explosiveness, all that. And listen, he also this is my opinion, I think he benefited from that Saints offense just as much as anybody. He has taken full advantage. He is an absolute monster. That's early, and then he's become incredible. I also joked with Jordan in the back. I was saying, is he 6'7"? Because he was picked 67th in the 2017 draft. So DFS Queenie has the 6'7" curse. Imagine a running back being 6'7".
No.
No, I think Brandon Jacobs was close. He was like 6'3".
He was big. Oh, sacked. That's gonna end the half.
Look at that. We're getting Hoyered.
He was 6'5", Brandon Jacobs, wasn't he? I think he was 6'5".
Wow.
I think so.
Maybe it's 6'3" might be Derrick Henry. He's another bigger than you would expect.
Brandon Jacobs looked so ridiculous back there, especially later in his career when he was like a little bit bigger.
Yeah,
especially, it was like, is this the running back, or like do you just have a linebacker in there now? Or,
dude, I'm with you. I remember when he was like if he ever got to the edge and you'd see him running with that head of steam, he was always so upright. I'm like, this guy literally looks like Lurch running down the field. He's so big. He was fun to watch, though.
He was a pretty fun player to watch. You're right.
That's why I love Derrick Henry now. Like, Derrick Henry's fun to watch. Yeah. It's like Kamara, I'll give you that now. Like, I think he's another player that's like interesting to watch. He doesn't get enough, I feel like he doesn't get enough carries, but he's just so electric on both sides. As long as Taysom Hill isn't the quarterback, he's fun to watch.
Yeah, that's something we talked about last sim too. Like I'm not going to be in on Kamara if Taysom Hill even has a sniff of getting a starter job there. So
no, I'm with you. By the way, if you're joining us, 7-3. It was a Joe Mixon touchdown running it in a little behind. If you're like, well, it's only at halftime. Yeah, we had a little technical difficulty, a little internet rain delay, but we are with you here. We're feeling good. We're feeling fine. If you're over on YouTube, smash that like. Appreciate you guys being here with us, making each and every single one of our days.
Yeah, appreciate you hitting the like there, Tater Hater. Appreciate it if everybody else smashed the like, get us over 200. We do apologize for the delay, but it was really quick. It was only like 5 minutes. You only had to listen to Rossi and I jibber jabber for an extra 5 minutes. So
it was awesome. Don't even pretend like it wasn't the highlight of the day.
It was great. Extra 5 minutes, just hanging out with my pal.
Come on. Oh, I'm just started going live here. I've been rude to my Twitch homies. Been focusing on YouTube. I got you guys over here as well. So appreciate you guys as well. You can't smash a like, but you can at least smash the follow. So yeah, we'll get to the second half here. Stats have been updated. Shout out to Joe. Jordan is our producer. Daniel's our technical director. We're having a day. Hope you're enjoying it. Moose, this is your second of 2, right?
This is my second of 2. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I thought so. I was looking at the schedule. Like, I know next week there's a couple trifectas coming up for your boy here. So we're heading to that time of the year. Weather's getting nicer. Those weekends seem to have a little bit busier, but don't worry, DK Sim fan. 6 sims both days.
Yeah. No, totally. I know I'm light next week, but I'm sure the week after I'll be making up for it, so to speak. So.
Oh, wow. Look at Percy very quickly says, I don't know what this part, I must have missed part of the conversation. I've never seen that Spider-Man. He says, I'll go like the YouTube video and remove the dislike if I get to see it. I don't know what he's talking about, but Percy, just do that. It'll make my day, dude.
No, he wants to see one of the comics in my backgrounds. It's it's a cool little, it's a variant cover Spider-Man issue. So I'll show it to you at third quarter.
Yeah, I want to see it here. I'm gonna.
It's a little artistry.
I've seen this.
Yeah, you seen it?
I've seen that. That's not new, is it? Or am I dumb? Is it new?
Oh, like just released?
Yeah.
I honestly don't even know when it came out.
I feel like I've seen that like in poster form or something similar, if not. But that's awesome.
Oh no, it is pretty new. Came out in February. Yeah, I just got it too. Yeah, no, it's like fairly new released.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he caught that.
Oh, come on.
Oh, he did catch it.
He did catch it. Yeah, did not go further. Scary Terry getting his groove on here. Another guy I think will be exciting to see what the Washington offense looks like with, Fitz having a weapon like that is Dwayne Haskins, onto black and gold pastures. Still think he's a fascinating case that will be, because his talent, like we were talking about all these quarterbacks that were huge busts. I think right now you have to put Dwayne Haskins in that category only because of what has happened. But he's got a real chance to rewrite history for himself. The quarterbacks that we've seen in Pittsburgh, Dwayne Haskins has a chance to potentially be somebody.
He's got like a live arm too, right? So those guys with live arms, if they can just rein it in a little bit, Josh Allen was like that at one time too, right? Just couldn't hit enough, wasn't hitting enough throws to be like super effective. But reining it a little bit, you never know.
TFS Queenie brings up Matt Schaub was 6'6". Dude, I don't care what anybody says. There was a lot of belief in that guy in this league. He had some good years there.
He had some really big years with Andre Johnson. People forget that.
Yeah. And he honestly, I believe he was a Pro Bowler once or twice. Andre Johnson's probably the most underrated receiver of the 2000s, or 2010s.
Andre Johnson was a beast.
He literally was. That fight with Cortland Finnegan, I don't know what he was thinking. Cortland Finnegan is a little dude. But I appreciate the moxie. But yeah, he would have gotten, I think, trounced in that.
I know people like to talk about Randy Moss. You create a prototypical receiver. Andre Johnson was massive. He was a great possession receiver. He had enough speed. You want one well-rounded, perfect receiver. It's pretty much Andre Johnson.
Yeah,
he was a beast.
That is such a good point. His speed I still think the perfect receiver of all time, and maybe I'm biased, maybe I'm not, whatever, is Calvin Johnson. I think he had the softest hands for a big guy. He had this. He was like Terrell Owens, Randy Moss, Jerry Rice wrapped into one. Yes, I said that. I truly believe he had all the talents in the world for to be if he continued to play. Think about it. He's going into the freaking Hall of Fame this year. He's been out of the game for 5 years. He's only 35 years old. I think if he continued on, especially if he got another opportunity like some of those receivers we mentioned.
So here's my argument for Andre Johnson over.
Please.
Calvin Johnson. Calvin Johnson, I'm not dissing at all, but Andre Johnson ran a 4.40, dude. That's what I'm saying. He was big. He wasn't as tall as Megatron, obviously. He wasn't. He couldn't. No one's gonna do the jump balls, but he was big. He was probably almost as solid, and he was fast. So very much the DK kind of Metcalf, sort of prototype. So
we get a touchdown, by the way, by Sprinkler.
Oh my God, Sprinkler
he's back. What is this?
On for us, Jason?
Is this the return of the Sprinkler? Is it like January all over again when everybody was all over the Sprinkler? But yeah, I guess I do forget. But what did Andre Johnson run? Calvin Johnson run. I feel like he ran a ridiculous.
I think he ran a 4.5.
Okay,
which is really good for a guy who's 6'6".
Sure.
And weighs 250 pounds. Let me check though. I think it was 4.5 something.
Yeah, let's see. But either way, we're really splitting hairs either way because these are
never mind.
Two guys.
I'm just ignore everything I said. Calvin Johnson ran a 4.35. So.
That's what I thought. Okay, I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure, literally, he is a freak of nature. He was legit a freak of nature.
Best wide receiver. Never mind. Andre Johnson's a good number 2, though. I'll just shut up now.
No, you don't ever shut up. And you see, this is what happens. You can be wrong. We all know this. You, me, we can do it. I say some dumb things. No, you didn't say anything dumb, by the way. You got to believe in yourself. That's what he does.
I thought
you were thinking of Calvin.
I'm trying to think of. I must have been thinking another top end guy, but yeah. Anyways, I will say Andre Johnson definitely a prototype, perfect wide receiver. Obviously, he's not as good as Calvin Johnson, but
yeah. This will be
not the career that Calvin Johnson did either. He had a very similar career, but not probably not as high end. So.
No, and he also had a rotating quarterback. Obviously we talked about Shaw.
Yeah, Matt Shaw.
And people, whatever you think about Stafford, obviously Stafford's a top flight quarterback overall, and had some monster years. Don't forget Calvin Johnson, almost a hair under 2,000 yards. I want to say that was in it was probably 2004. No, it might have been 2012 actually. Now that I think about it, because that's when he was just a maniac. But yeah, Calvin Johnson is I still if he did not retire, and he has played these last 5 years, we'll say, I think the conversation's close to being over. I think he would have over 100 touchdowns. He'd be just ridiculous. His numbers were good enough, and he's only 35 right now. Jerry Rice played into his 40s.
Yeah. No, Calvin Johnson's biggest issue was that he was too big because he took so many hits, right?
True.
Whereas Jerry Rice obviously just, sort of his yards were all kind of gained going around guys, running past guys. Calvin Johnson was legitimately going up and just out muscling guys, and obviously took a bunch of hits doing it. And if you read up on what he's doing now, he's got a lot of long-term pain issues because of it.
Yes.
So it's it was obviously had a rough end to his career. You could kind of see his performance dip, but for the 8 to 10 year stretch he had, you're right. It's not really a comparison. So I was a little bit too overzealous on the Andre Johnson thing, but I will still make a pretty big stand argument for Andre Johnson being very, very underrated top
completely end. And forgotten too. There's a flag on this play. It's 10-7 Washington. Completely a guy that people just don't even discuss anymore. Because DeAndre Hopkins came it was such a segue, right? And DeAndre Hopkins, I also will say, I think was a better receiver overall. He's kind of quarterback proof there when he was with the Texans, but
yeah.
Just so much damn talent this league has had, and we I don't remember because of we think of everything in these fantasy windows, but in reality, Andre Johnson just so good.
Fantasy windows, guys who want. Wow, just got smoked there.
Yeah, that's a second tight end around. Wide receiver.
Yeah. Guys get we remember Calvin because he set some records and guys who won Super Bowls, but Andre Johnson was just he played in the same era as one of the most dominant receivers ever. He was never on a Super Bowl winning team, so he just doesn't fit in the memory bank as easily, obviously. So.
There we go. Koff's going to be triggered on the next sim if his contest is canceled, says Robert J. Jordan pointed out. So yeah, just go fill up Koff's contest. I'm with him. I really don't want to deal with it. So if you just do it for us, do it for Jordan. I know he's probably in there touting. So go fill up Koff's contest. We don't want. Listen, Saturday night with Kaufman's one thing. Saturday night with the bitter Kaufman is a whole other. So we're gonna get a 3rd and 2 big play here for Cincy. Run up the middle, Mixon looks like he's got it. Yeah, Jordan doesn't want to deal with it either. Neither does Daniel or Joe. Just fill up the. I might have to just put a lineup in. So that's going to be, got it moving there, first down. Moose, we do share a lot of our favorite pop culture things together, too. I did have to mention another cheap plug for the Pop Culture Power Drive. You guys can check out the podcast, wherever you listen to your podcast. If you do stumble upon iTunes, want to leave a 5-star review, I'm going to hate you. But, yeah, this week we did best original songs from TV shows.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So anything come to mind when I bring that up?
Like original, so created for the TV show?
Correct. So I'll give you one that when I first thought, well, Babysitter Billy came up with the topic, was great. I thought of like Smelly Cat for Friends.
That's a good one, sure.
It's like intro. See, like intro doesn't count, Daniel. That's the thing. No intros. Even though it may there's teetering in there, but like no theme songs. Different topic. Just songs that were created within a show.
God, that's. The Simpsons had some good ones.
There you go. Yeah, there's a lot in there.
Yeah.
Monorail. Monorail is
Monorail.
Yeah.
Monorail. Monorail's definitely up there. That's got to be considered.
We also did. It wasn't like a adaptation of another song, so it wasn't like just switching words, if you will.
Yep.
Got anything from Hannah Montana, says Daniel. Nah, never seen it, unfortunately. I'm sure they would be great, but it's a perfect call.
Really making me rack my brain here.
Okay, I'll tell you some of the others that were in there. Maybe some of the chat drop stuff, but like big How I Met Your Mother fan here. So they had the Let's Go to the Mall, which was a Robin Sparkle. Daniel says probably some Glee. No, Glee are all like covers, so that didn't count.
That's right. Yeah, Glee was like that was just one big cover, right? So.
I'm trying to think. Now I'm trying to remember our own podcast. South Park. Kyle's Mom's a Bee.
South Park definitely would be up there with some songs, dude. Yeah.
Blame Canada.
Blame Canada. Yeah.
Even though that might have been from the movie, we had an argument about this, but I think it was on an episode as well.
Oh yeah, and the Canada thing is like such a part of the show as
touchdown Joe Mixon.
You almost wanted to give them credit for it. So.
Yeah. No. Again, no covers. I'm trying to think of some of the other. I can pull up my list without giving everything away. But there was a few. The Office, for the jingle, the original jingle. When they had like the piano and Michael comes in and goes, "I hate it. I hate it." Yeah. the People's Paper Persons Company or something like that.
People's Paper.
So good. Oh, it's so good. By the way, we're here at the end of the third. Do you want to show that variant cover real quick?
Oh yeah, good. Got it all out and everything. I was gonna forget. So yeah, it's just a variant.
Spider-Man. Look at that beauty.
It is a beauty. That's why I got it. Pat Gleason is the artist. Spider-Man 55. I think it's 55. I don't even know. Anyways.
Spider-Man.
Just buy fancy things. I like so. No, it's a cool cover. I do like that artist. He did. I actually have another one of like Venom back there. I'll show it on the next sound. I don't want to show them all at once, but yeah.
Keep the people.
Spider-Man 55. Pat Gleason. Right there.
All right, look at that beaut. By the way, Joe Mixon probably leading the charge for your player of the day, the Moose Magnificent player. He's got 8 carries, 24 yards, but he's got the 2 touchdowns. It was the sprinkler getting it in for Washington. So that's your scores. You got the Hopkins field goal as well. So we'll get here to the fourth quarter. Sprinkler, 73 yards. He's in the conversation. We'll see what Moose does as we get closer to the end of the fourth. But
Sprinkler is in the conversation for sure. 5 for 73. Like he's not far from the bonus. Boyd
could happen.
Theoretically at the bonus. Kizik, I don't know. But yeah, Sprinkler, Mixon, keep an eye on them.
Yeah, our guy John Ross not really having the day we both expected. You give a roll call real quick on where everybody's doing in our contest or any contest. I am currently sitting in 78 out of 100. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Obviously, guys, I see there could be some site issues with NBA. Definitely email support, because I know it's going to come as a shock to you, but Rossi and I don't also do the support and technical stuff.
It's right here.
So
there's a server. Here's your server right here. Weak. Right. It's weak. Everyone.
But no, I mean, obviously, it sucks if something's going wrong. But definitely email support, guys. I've legitimately never had an issue with DraftKings support. It's fantastic. They will get it sorted out. I understand it's frustrating though, so not trying to make light of it, especially with real money contests. But definitely hit up support with a well-worded, polite email. I can't stress that enough.
A lot of thank yous in there. Thank you very much for all you do for us, DraftKings.
Just explain yourself. Just explain what's going on in a well-toned.
What I would give back in the day with one of the stations I worked for, I used to get all the emails that anybody would send. Woo! When people didn't like the quote-unquote same song playing every 10 minutes, nothing better.
Have you seen that TikTok with the guy who just does the reactions to customers?
Moose, I'm so glad you brought that up. It was maybe 90 minutes of my night the other day. There's the Twitter version where somebody just clipped them all. It's like a 2-minute, 10-second just
right.
loop.
Yeah.
I was dying because you know what it is, and I've dissected this enough. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Scott Sessions or something like that, I want to actually give him credit because he does this when you know, social media is all about hitting something right, and he nailed this.
The music's just great,
and that's the thing. The music, that's what the best part is. It's just oh hey, my contest got stuck, or I'm not going to make this. It's all about IKEA, and then it's just boom, doom, 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 doom. It's so good. Oh, it's Scott Seiss, Seiss. Seiss. I'm going to go with Scott Seiss. You got to check him out. It's on his Instagram, TikTok, if you have that app.
This isn't how things were when I worked here. Things change.
Sorry they didn't ask you. Or I know I missed the sale last week, but can you still give it to me? Time marches on.
Time marches on.
We can't go back. You have to hop into the quantum realm with Ant-Man.
It's funny because I saw the video pop up on my feed a couple days ago, and people were talking about it. I just didn't watch it, but then I watched it this morning, and I'm like, I wish I had watched this right away.
And it's his face. He has such a good. He almost has Freddie Mercury, thin mustache. It looks kind of funny looking, not bad looking, but just has a funny look to him.
Yeah, it's just.
And I love can you go in the back? Are you sure you can't check in the back? Because what do you think's back there? A magical box? It's it's a magical place. It's Diane's brownies. It's too good. It really is. If you've ever been to any department store, whether you've worked there, if you've been there, or anything. I've been these customers, by the way.
Totally. We all have. I mean,
Zach there. The one I've definitely been is when it's hey, you guys still open? Yeah, for 10 minutes. And he's I'll be quick. And he's quick to the exit. You want to hold a bunch of? He's you want to hold a bunch of part-time employees hostage? You could have shopped tomorrow. You come in now. You made the wrong call. So great because I've done that. I've definitely been that guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Again, it's Scott Seiss. Seiss. I'm gonna continue to go with it. So funny.
Can I talk to the manager? Can I talk to your parents?
Can I talk to your mother? How she gave birth, to such a whiny adult, and then he's like, "You want to talk to a manager?" The manager doesn't know anything. Have you ever worked anywhere? Oh, great stuff. Oh, DFS Queenie's holding it down for the DK Simpim in there. Look at you. Appreciate you. The punt. By the way, if you ever want to catch any of us forgetting or not knowing what's going on in the game, is when we're looking at one thing, go back over and it's a punt. Because the first thing I always think is, oh, he's going deep, but I don't want to say it. I knew that was a punt because I saw that they're down stop, but I've definitely been, whether I'm calling the game or on the, whatever chair I'm sitting in, quote unquote. I've once thought like, oh, that's a deep ball. And it's like, oh wait, no, that's a punt. That's a punt.
Oh, completely. I usually what usually gets me is like if it's fourth down and I'm not watching the downs.
Yep.
And then I'm like, oh, they didn't get the first, and then I'm like, oh, why does the other team have the ball? And I'm like, oh, wasn't paying attention to the downs. That's usually what gets me every time if they go for it on fourth. Yeah.
Just very quickly, now I have a couple of my list up. Some of the other songs from original. I put "Blank in a Box" from SNL.
Oh,
that counts.
All those guys, all three of them.
Seriously. Guy Love from Scrubs. I don't know if you're a Scrubs fan.
I wasn't, but I know like they had some good musical numbers for sure. So it doesn't shock me that there's probably a couple good ones.
By the way, Scrubs might be the best show that include music in their show for like that time frame from like 01 to whatever 2011 to 2010.
Yeah.
Happy Birthday Lisa from The Simpsons. That was just like an iconic version of Happy Birthday. By the way, Michael Jackson performed. What are a few other here that you may know? Family Guys, a couple Family Guys, but a lot of those are covers. But the things that you've missed. If you remember that Brian, when there was an older woman that came out of a coma, and he showed her he's basically like kind of caught her up over the last like 60 years. Something you can't play on television today. I'm guessing this episode is not airing because it's very unpolitically correct.
There's a couple Family Guys like that.
Yeah, which is funny because I was reading about how like The Simpsons being on Disney Plus, like all the episodes pulled from that, including that Happy Birthday Lisa episode. Yeah. But there is like I don't know the Family Guy situation, but I'm assuming there's a ton there.
Yeah.
Daniel asked if I got anything from SpongeBob. Nah, never. Oddly, it's not just because of my age or anything. I just never watched SpongeBob.
Yeah, me neither.
But he's giving me some good ones. I'm gonna check these out.
2 minutes, 50 seconds.
2 minutes.
Ooh, first down would actually almost kill this game.
Oh, there's going to be one.
Wide open.
And some. Nice play there. Nice cut block, by the way.
No, that's Boyd. Excuse me. I thought it was 33 for a sec. I was like, what is going on?
Is that Rudy Johnson?
Rudy Baker.
Well, I actually really liked Rudy Johnson there for a bit. Bengals have had actually some pretty good running backs. Remember when Cedric Benson, who cried when he was drafted by the Bears because he literally did not want to play for Chicago, when he came over to Cincinnati. By the way, R.I.P. Said Ben. What a nice couple of years he put together there with the Bengals.
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah, I think he passed away sometime in 2020. It might have been 2019.
What?
Yeah, it's shocked. Came across my fantasy league chat a while back. Let me see exactly.
Oh,
and I think he was an early first-round pick, the Bears. And literally, if you watch the video, he passed away in August 17th, 2019. Oof. But like, if you watch the video of when he was drafted, he's bawling his eyes out. And everyone's like, oh, look at the emotion. He's so excited. And then it came out later. He was just literally did not want to play for Chicago. Like, imagine, like, it's so weird, right? Like, Eli Manning at least, like, got his dad to cry him out of out of San Diego. This guy just literally just tears. Just, nope, don't want to play there.
Yeah. I don't know. These guys, especially like the top end guys, they feel like they just have too much.
Yeah.
Like most players just like, God, I'm glad I got drafted. You're crying because of the team you got drafted. It's like, do you remember, this is an NBA reference. Remember when Stevie Johnson got drafted by the Vancouver Grizzlies?
Yes.
Oh my God. And he like legitimately like almost refused to put on the hat. Like
they had to like convince him to get to the
stage. Had his head down, wouldn't even get up. Yeah.
Yes. That is like, those moments are like so like uncomfortable for like the general public. Cause like no matter what team you're on, you're supposed to, this is your dream, A.
Yeah.
B, like you don't have a choice.
No.
Like in 4 years you will, or 3 years, depending on the contract.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, where does this like entitlement come from? I mean, I guess they just don't understand the league. Again, a lot of these guys have been like the top end. They get things their way. They're used to getting things like, in high school, they basically become the top end guys, like kind of like kings, They have like their people always just like, serving them, the coaches, whatever. And then something doesn't go their way. It's like, oh my God, like what just happened? So I think that's what ends up, some of these guys, not all of them, but some of them end up like that.
Yeah, as Jordan reminds us, he says Jim Kelly refused to play for the Bills. Didn't want to be in Buffalo. Played for the CFL. Remember that? And then eventually did come over and is a Hall of Famer. And also a guy that's battled so much off the field in recent years, still doing well. There's a field goal.
I don't understand the whole Eli Manning thing either. Like,
it makes.
What is the big deal about the Chargers that's so much worse than the Giants? Like, what?
They had, like, I don't know. It kind of bothers me to this day. Like, that's why I don't have a lot of respect for him because of that stuff.
I don't really have respect for the Mannings at all, to be honest. I know they're like beloved by the media and stuff, but like, it's not exactly, stuff I'm not going to talk about on here, but like,
I just think you don't cry your way out. Like, you don't get to choose. Like, no. Thankfully, San Diego, and too bad they never won a damn Super Bowl, especially in San Diego.
But like, it is kind of too bad, like that it worked out the way it did, because like it really, San Diego's the one that deserved it after that nonsense.
And like, they got Sean Merriman, who for a few years there was a dominant linebacker because of that trade. Like, so it worked out for them. It just they never were able to get over the.
It was very smart what they did, rather than try and like draft him and hold him hostage. What Houston Texans didn't do this offseason, which is just cut ties right away, get all your draft capital and build, and don't worry about it. No one player doesn't make a team, even if that player is like really, really good. It's the NFL. Like, the Tampa Bay Bucks just won with a 44-year-old quarterback. I mean,
True. That's a great point. Obviously, not your prototype.
I know it's Brady, but still, he's 44 years old. Like, he's not exactly in his prime. So
yeah, and it should have never happened in a way. When you think of not because Brady isn't great and the team didn't play well, it's just like teams should have been able to slay that giant. They just weren't. And there was, a field goal in by the Packers. Which, by the way, Aaron Rodgers is getting a lot of love for that Jeopardy job, by the way. Like, and I'm thinking this is like, there's no way he's getting the job. A lot of people really liked him. I thought he was fine. I'm still pro Ken Jennings. I want Ken Jennings to get the job.
Ken Jennings is pretty fun. Yeah.
I just think he fits well. He has the nice acumen, and he's synonymous with Jeopardy. So I know LeVar Burton's getting a shot because the world wanted him to, but I'm like, I don't need LeVar Burton with all due respect. If he gets it, he's great, cool. But it will be fascinating. Especially, I'm really intrigued also with the Green Bay Packers do in this draft, just because of what they did last year. Like, again, they're just like a potential player away.
And one of these wide receivers could fall to 15 or something, to the mid rounds.
Yeah, they make a move.
Like, if the Packers really want to make a statement to Aaron Rodgers and say Devontae, Smith falls to 15 or something, they go up and get him this year. I mean, they do that. So I don't know if they'll actually do it, but the opportunity could be there for one of them. Or at the very least, just stay where you are and draft. There's always.
You get a bounce? Looks like he did. Lucky.
He did, yeah. So okay, no harm, no foul. Yeah, we got 35 seconds here. Yes. One timeout left. Washington could tie it up.
Could. While we do this, who's going to be your Moose Magnificent Player of the game? You got Sprinkle, and you got Joe Mixon. Those are your. I know there still could be a big play, but
a lot going on this sim. So I really haven't been tracking the dudes here.
Don't pretend. Don't lie to the people.
I'm gonna go with the Sprinkler, man. Yeah. 18.3 points, 5 receptions, a touchdown. He's only 6,400. Mixon's right up there too, but he's more touchdown reliant. Sprinkler really delivered. Sprinkler's still open possibly for business tier too. So
absolutely,
I'll go with the Sprinkler. Not anymore.
Yeah,
there's still a one timeout.
So then, who will be your babysitter Billy, not my kid? Maybe our captain. He wasn't owned as high. I'm just seeing also here. I'm in 49th right now. Actually, John Ross didn't play that bad. 5 catches, 56.
Quarterbacks were brutal in this game.
Inman, yeah, quarterbacks are bad.
Joe Burrow was pretty bad. Let's give it to Joe Burrow. 6.4 points. It's just
and no
pretty
touchdowns.
terrible. He was 58% owned. That's really
good
bad.
Call. Good
but
call.
Joe Burrow, but not my kid award. Here we go. 4th and 12. This is it.
Ball game. Doesn't throw for the first. What an embarrassment.
Throwing 7 yards on a little out on 4th and 12.
Give it to Dwayne Haskins.
Not a good idea.
Give it to Dwayne Haskins. He stinks. So that's going to be a booth review. Great. Let's just.
Oh yeah, let's drag this out.
Sure. Let's take a look at it because it doesn't matter, guys.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Hey, ref, it doesn't matter. Hey, Blue.
Big time sweat here.
Yeah, seriously.
Is it going to be 1st and 10, Cincy, on the 47 or the 43?
With a one need, regardless. Oh my Lord!
Here it is.
And big decision.
Give us the call.
I don't even know. I actually don't even know.
I think it was complete.
All right, great. All right, so we're gonna wrap up here after the knee. Gonna give you guys a little info about what's gonna be going on about a little under 24 hours from now. Some exciting stuff coming to the Dream Stream. But Moose, this is fantastic.
Yeah, man.
And big shout out to Daniel. What a battle.
Totally. No, Daniel's, the tech wizard back there. Got it right up, back up and going. Smash the like for Daniel on your way out, guys. Let's get over 200. Really appreciate it if you could hit that like button. Subscribe if you already haven't. But otherwise, it was fun hanging out for a couple sims today.
Sure was. Give Daniel the Moose Magnificent Player of the Game. He was most resilient player of the game. We'll give him that. But Moose, as you know, tomorrow, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn ready. It's part of the Film Award festivities tomorrow night. That's right. You got to watch a bunch of movies that nobody heard of because 2020 was the weirdest year ever. But Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Event. Film Feast event in Las Vegas, Nevada this Sunday. That is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. And you can watch it all go down right here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is also offering a free entry to the DraftKings Sportsbook pool that will hand out 10,000 smackaronis, actual dollars, $10,000 in prizes for answering a series of questions about Major League Eating contest on Sunday. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast is scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern with a preview show, so you don't want to miss it. And let me just let you know, as part of this preview show, they're eating hard-boiled eggs. They're eating hard-boiled eggs, and then you're going to be scarfing down popcorn. It's going to be madness tomorrow, Moose.
It's going to be fun, dude. I can't wait to see how these popcorn guys, and these guys are all got great characters, so it's going to be fun to watch go down. Get in here, pregame show, like Jason said, 5:30, popcorn, main event. I'll be definitely catching some of it.
Oh, yeah. Let me set my Surrey. Watch Moose's I'll do it after. 8 p.m. coming up next, Texans, Raiders. I'm going to be joined by Adam Kaufman. 10 p.m. Madden After Dark, Koff, Lamarca, Cardinals, Giants. Moose, it's been a pleasure, my friend.
Same here. Have a great one, guys.
Yeah, go follow him at The Fantasy Grind. Shout out to Daniel, to Jordan, to Joe. I'm Jason Rossi over at Jason D. Rossi. We'll be back in a little over 40 minutes. We'll see you then, folks.
Well, that brings us to best original score. Giant favorite for Soul, unless they somehow split the votes with themselves. Is that how it's going to work?
I don't know, but it's interesting. They're both the 1 and 2 favorite here. So it's like if they lose to themselves, and they don't even have to share an Oscar with John Baptiste. So, it's interesting. I think Soul is the best of both worlds because both they and the movie has kind of 2 scores. It has their kind of social networky, techie score, and then it has the jazz stuff, and all that stuff is included here. So I'm totally cool with this movie winning. I told you, I think the best score of the year wasn't even nominated in Tenet. Minori's got a fun score, but I don't think it's enough to get it done here. So I think Soul wins, and Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross take home another Oscar.
Yeah, they won for Social Network, right? Like what is probably widely known as the best score of the past 20 years.
Yeah, I think they're ripping off themselves with this score. So I think it's interesting. I almost think the Manx score is almost more interesting from their perspective, because to me that was was a pitch I didn't know they had. That was a curveball by them, and they managed to perfectly score this movie that takes place in the 30s or whatever it is, 30s and 40s, and have it scored like it's from that period, but also with their level of sensibility and kind of the modern, tension points and stuff. So I actually found Mank to be the more interesting of their scores, but I think when you throw in the jazz stuff from Soul, 2 for the price of 1, I get why that's the one getting it done, but it's a little too derivative of their Social Network score for me to really think they need to run away with it again.
Well, it's funny because I might be getting this wrong, but there's like weird rules in this category for score and even for song, but and maybe I have this wrong, but Johnny Greenwood wasn't nominated for best score for There Will Be Blood, right? Because he had stuff that was previously written or something, but it was not released.
Yeah, it was stupid, but that's one of my favorite scores.
Yeah, that is a horror movie soundtrack for that movie. That and Social Network, I can just, in my mind, imagine like those are the 2 best scores, except for maybe, I don't know, Mulholland Drive from very early in the 2000s.
Yeah, no, I really love that Greenwood score. It sucks that didn't get to be nominated. I think he got nominated for Phantom Thread though, Greenwood, but I don't know that he won. So, but yeah, I think that they've really, to me, it's so cool because I think Hans Zimmer has done this a few times, right? Like I think Hans Zimmer, he did it in the 90s with both what he did with the Lion King score, and then you kind of had everything kind of having this like, kind of African vibe, and then he also the kind of action movie scores that he created with the Crimson Tides and the Rocks of the world, and then Gladiator I think has a little bit of that, but also a little bit of the tribal stuff that he infuses in that movie, especially towards the end. And then he does it again with the Nolan stuff, and to go back to the bombs of the Nolan and the trailers and the Dark Knights and the Inceptions, and then he kind of does it again with the the Interstellars and the Dunkirks of the world. Hans Zimmer's constantly doing that. And I think with Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, we talk about it with the documentary we just saw about the admission scandal. They, with the Social Network, created this vibe of this, like, it's like very techie, like almost millennial thing where it's like inverting. It's like telling you that something is like a think piece. And that's what they do with score with Soul. And so much of the scoring they did is what takes place in this like, existential, purgatory thing. And it almost like, does all this math for you just by having this score kind of, the seeds that they planted in 2010 with the Social Network. It like tells you that like, this is a very intricate thing that was put together by God, and this is your plan in life. And it's like the same way that like Mark Zuckerberg is like, putting together the thing on his window, and it's been mimicked and mocked in so many times once over. And there are so many things you can do with it that all resonate back to that Social Network movie and score. And how, and truly is when people are putting together their decade lists, why to me it was my number one is because even things like that you don't think about, that like, of course, Facebook plays a part in this too, but that movie that came out in 2010 really set the tone, literally score-wise, especially for the decade in movies and TV and stuff, and kind of put this millennial technological sound to filmmaking and TV. And all you have to do is either have Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross or have somebody who can do a good impression of them. And you can really just like, create an entire sound space in the viewers' heads just with that, sort of thing that they created 10 years ago. So interestingly enough, 11 years later, they're kind of, going to get a second Oscar for doing pretty much the same thing, but I'll take it.
Best cinematography, Nomadland is the favorite, -400. Mank, which won, was the Ace Award, is +350, and then you have the rest of them. So Nomadland or Mank. Is this a spot where we can take Mank?
Yeah, so I mean, look, I said it when I was talking. So I took Nomadland at -200, and it is now beefed up. It is both beefed up to -400, but also has since lost a cinematography precursor award to Mank. So Mank won the Cinematography Guild Award. And the thing with that is people are saying, all right, the cinematographers understand the idea of interior lighting and black and white and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. But when you bring in the other people, Oscars wise, the big showy, scapes and stuff of Nomadland, it's still going to get it done. It's enough to scare me. It's enough to maybe say, do you want to throw a little bit on Mank? And it's enough to say that it opens up Mank as an alternative. If you're in a pool and you think that someone's taken Nomadland in all these categories, I don't mind taking a flyer here on Mank in the pool. I really don't, because of that. And I don't know that anybody in your pool is going to know that it won that cinematography award. So I think it's probably one that not too many people are going to take here in your pool. So that's always a good value.
Best film editing, The Sound of Metal. This is the first time we've seen it pop up as a favorite for the amount of awards that it has. It's a slight favorite, -118 over The Trial of the Chicago 7, which is -110. Then you have Nomadland, The Father, and Promising Young Woman. They're all long shots. So it does seem it's between Sound of Metal and Trial of Chicago 7. Going through this so far, we have neither one of these movies getting an award. So I would think that because there was no movies really in theaters this year, and we kind of saw this with The Irishman a little bit, and even Roma to a certain extent, that there was backlash, I think, amongst voters, that these were Netflix movies, you could watch them on your TV, you didn't go to the cinema, and that's why there was kind of pushback against it. But now everything is streaming.
Now everything is that
we're seeing this year. So maybe that's not so much the case, but it feels like the big prestige Netflix movie doesn't do all that well.
Yes. It's and the thing is that especially with Trial of Chicago 7, sadly, the things that it did really well, other movies did better. And so, had a great screenplay, but, I think Promising Young Woman the screenplay itself, the originality, and then obviously this great female auteur in Emerald Fennell being able to kind of give her this big award to kind of launch her career, kind of a better narrative than Sorkin getting another screenplay award. Then you go to editing here, and I think the movie's very well edited. I think it's one of its strong suits. Remember, it starts off by interweaving these pretty much 7 different stories and then kind of bringing them together, and then it tells the story of this trial from inside out, and I think does a really good and effective job doing so. So I think this might be its only award, and I think it could take this home here. Sound of Metal, we're going to get to it, as a big favorite in another category that I think it'll win.
Let me guess, the sound category.
Yeah, so I think that the editing of the Chicago 7 will win here.
Okay, so Trial of Chicago 7, we'll put that in. If the one thing that I've learned about the best editing category at the Oscars, they love a good time jump. Like, I liked Dunkirk. Dunkirk's one of my favorite Nolan movies, but I thought the editing in that movie was horrible because I couldn't figure out what was going on the entire time or who everyone was, because everyone looked exactly the same. Now, maybe that was the point of the movie, that it was just one unit, that kind of thing, of the British Army during that time period. But I just found it was confusing at some points where I couldn't really tell who was who and who was going on, but that like runs away with best editing. And I just thought it was very poorly edited for me just watching it. You know, I do editing in my day-to-day job, video editing. I can figure out how some of this stuff works, but they do love the different time periods and weaving different stories into one. Like that's just like catnip for the best editing category.
Yeah, and likewise, I agree. I mean, it took me probably the second time to truly understand what I was watching with Dunkirk time period wise, like what happened before what. And it is a bit confusing, but I think maybe the people that did see it again or got it the first time, probably appreciated the degree of difficulty. I think with Trial of Chicago 7, it's pretty seamless, works very well. And I think that with Sound of Metal, it's probably what I would imagine they're giving credit for is the way that it, plays a lot with the sound and the perspective. And, Sound of Metal, for those who don't know, is about a guy who's basically going deaf. He's a heavy metal drummer and he's pretty much losing his hearing. He's kind of coming to terms with that. And they play a lot with the sound design, but they also play a lot with the editing and kind of, showing you as a viewer what it feels like to be going through that. Similarly, the Father, which is in a terrible underdog position and has zero chance of winning. That movie is about a guy, going through, early onset or even late onset dementia. And they do some really interesting editing stuff in that movie. So that would be a movie that I would think in another year, maybe against some different competition, could be its award to win here. Because I think that and the production design and some other ways that the craftsmanship of that movie helps carry through the narrative of this great performance by Anthony Hopkins, of course, but you get to go through it with him due to some tricks that they do, but with both the editing and with the design and stuff like that, and even the casting. So it's a shame it's, I think, 20-1. I wouldn't take it here, but that's another movie where I think the editing is on the forefront. I wouldn't be shocked with Sound of Metal. So here, flip a coin. If you want to take Sound of Metal here, it's fine. But I think, again, if you have people going down their ballot and taking the favorite, you might be able to pick up a point here if you end up winning with Trial of Chicago 7. And I think what I can see happening, and this has nothing to do with the psychology of the voting, but just as a bit of a someone who is a bit of a cynic, the editing award sometimes is a precursor for the best picture winner. And I know a lot of people are going to be watching on Sunday, dreading anytime someone says Trial of the Chicago 7, and that includes editing and screenplay. And so I could see editing coming out in the first third of the telecast, it winning, and a bunch of people in film Twitter being like, uh-oh. And I think Nomadland still takes it. But that's why I kind of see it winning here for some reason. I kind of feel that panning out.
Best production design. If Mank doesn't win cinematography, this seems to be its best bet to pick up an award. It's -500 favorite. Ma Rainey's Black Bottom is +650. Tenet is 8-1. Then you have that weird Tom Hanks movie from Apple Plus that came out that I don't think does anyone watch Apple Plus?
Well, what's interesting is you're confusing. So the other movie, Greyhound is the Apple Plus one.
I'm sorry.
Which is, and News of the World is the you had to rent it movie, so even worse. But I watched this movie. It's, not great. And so I can check this one off. I wouldn't give it to this one. I don't even know what was so great about the production design. It's kind of like your standard Western. But to go back to The Father, I think The Father would be a great movie to give this to. But again, it doesn't look like it in that spot there. I love the way Tenet looked. I think that's a really cool cool nomination here. I would love if it was a live dog. I don't know why Ma Rainey is. I mean, to me, it's a movie that, I mean, is so clearly like a stage adaptation, and I think did a decent job of moving it onto the screen. But like, to me, I wasn't like blown away by the production design by any means. Mank, I totally get it here. It makes sense. So I think Mank does win. But if it doesn't, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, man, talk about like a really, really live dog at plus 2,000. I would throw $5 on The Father. I really would, you know, because the production design, if I can, you know, I don't think this is a spoiler to say that the movie's about a guy, you know, kind of losing his wits and you know, he has dementia and he's kind of, and a lot of what they do is, you know, he thinks he's in his flat, but he's really in a home, and it's kind of like, you know, toying with you as a viewer and what you're seeing and where he is and where you're seeing it from his perspective, but then you're seeing it from the other person's perspective and this and that. And a lot of that, as much as the editing, is also in the screenplay, but in the production design. So at 20-1, worth a 5-piece, I think. I don't think it takes it. I wouldn't take it in your pool. In the pool, I would lean towards Mank here. Probably I would stay with it. Yeah, I don't love Ma Rainey as a second pick there.
Do you find it odd that Tenet's not getting all the love in these technical categories? Because it seems like there's that one movie every year that kind of, like the year that The Matrix came out. The Matrix didn't have any huge nominations, but it like
Mad Max Fury Road.
Mad Max Fury Road, but that was at least nominated for Best Picture. But there's these certain movies that are so above and beyond technically. And when we had our David Fincher versus Christopher Nolan discussion, and we talked about the budgeting that comes along with Christopher Nolan, I'll talk about that with Cust. If you're listening to the audio podcast, probably at the back end of this show. If you're watching the video, it's its own separate video, which will be coming out a little bit later, where we talk about the movies of the last 15 years, because we had nothing else to talk about because neither of us saw any of these movies. But he loved Tenet. But Tenet, to me, just seems like the perfect representation of a movie that would kill these categories, and it's not even getting any love here.
See, I think what Tenet ended up being was it was like the fulcrum. It was like coming to a head of both what people who hate Christopher Nolan wanted to hate about this movie and successfully were able to hate about it. And that also what some people who even like Christopher Nolan would just kind of went over their head and they didn't even like it. So that, coupled with the frustrating release strategy of this movie was earmarked to potentially be the big return to theaters. They overshot it. They honestly, Nolan, I appreciate him like standing firm, but they really should have put this on HBO Max or whatever they needed to do, made it easier for people to see, because I think it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, because it's one of those movies. Again, Nolan over the last 20 years has built up this cachet where you want to see his movie, not just in theaters, but the week it comes out. And he made everyone decide, do I want to die potentially to see this? For a lot of people, the answer was no. And for a lot of people, that pissed them off. So then when it, you know, showed up on their lawn as a screener, or when it finally came around to rent for $20 in January, they said, F you. Or they said, I've already heard for 6 months that this is hard to understand, or it makes no sense. And if you go into that movie thinking that, yeah, that sentiment is going to be echoed. I wanted to love it. I actually did risk my life and go see it in a theater in Stamford, Connecticut in September. And you know, I still had to see it again at home, and I still had to put on the subtitles. And it's a hard move. But again, a lot of his movies, he has built up this equity with people where, you know what, didn't love the first time, give it again, boom, oh, now I do appreciate it. And that's probably what he got from Dunkirk and Interstellar and Inception and all these other films. But with this one, I think he really sacrificed a little bit of that goodwill with the way he handled this. And you see that with it not picking up score, which I think it should have been dude, the guy who does the score for this movie, because what happened was Hans Zimmer could not do this movie. It's the first time he hasn't done a Nolan score, and I think since, I want to say, The Prestige. The only reason he couldn't do it is because he was doing the James Bond movie, which ironically was supposed to come out before around the same time and still hasn't come out. So he goes to Ludwig Göransson, who won Best Score for Black Panther. He has since done the score for The Mandalorian. He is amazing. And he somehow both embodied the epic nature of a Hans Zimmer score while creating his own new kind of Nolan back and forth. And it was breathtaking. And the fact that missed here, and the fact that it only picked up visual effects and production design, I think it can go home empty-handed on Sunday, including production design, where it's including visual effects, where it's technically the favorite. So I think Nolan kind of shot himself in the foot with this movie. I honestly think in a different scenario, not even in a different year, but I think truly, definitely in a different year, if say no pandemic, this comes out in the theater, I think this gets, sound. I think it gets, visual effects, score, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think maybe even Robert Pattinson sneaks in a best supporting actress conversation. Who knows, right? even in the pandemic, if they dropped this on HBO Max and made it easy for everyone to enjoy, I still think it picks up some of those extra tech categories, picks up score. And I think it's kind of, yes, probably one of the only big budget fun movies we have on this slate of relatively small movies, since Dune moved off this year and Fast moved off this year and Top Gun moved off this year, and Nolan would have been the one guy to clean up all that stuff. Instead, he made it so you had to go to the theater. Not enough people did it. And I think he kind of shot himself in the foot with a movie that was already kind of a hard sell. So no, I really like it. And I feel like the people who didn't like it, I have a hard time talking them out of it. And I think that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it, so I'm going to wait. Maybe they'll re-release it into theaters, and I can watch it in IMAX.
May 1st, it's going to be on HBO Max. I don't know if you guys have that up north, but May 1st, it will be for free if you're an HBO subscriber on HBO Max.
All right, it's money time in the pool. This is how we win, so we need you to be right here. Best animated short. So we have, what is this? If Anything Happens, I Love You, minus 335 is the favorite. Then Opera, Burrow, Genius Loki, and Yes People.
So look, I mean, the one way to go about it is chalk, and I'm okay with that. I did see Burrow. I actually watched it. It's on Disney Plus. Is delightful. I think that's always kind of a safe bet to go Disney. So
yeah, so Burrow, check it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one, best documentary short, A Love Song for Latasha, minus 250. A Concerto is a Conversation. I mean, I would dispute that, but I guess I have to see the documentary short. Plus 350. Colette, 10-1. Hunger Ward, 12-1. Do Not Split, 14-1. And who even sees these things, really?
All 5 of these are comedies, as you can tell. I'm just kidding. No, I would say A Love Song for Latasha is the favorite, and just feels, it feels like a win for me. So I would go with that.
All right,
one.
so we'll go
say thanks for doing all the research, Scott. I'm literally judging it on the thumbnail photos of the posters you're showing.
Okay, perfect. So. Best live action short, The Letter Room, plus 165. 2 Distant Strangers, plus 150. Feeling Through, 12-1. The Present, 12-1. White Eye, 33-1. I just feel like not enough people see these things or care, but still vote on them, that you can just see weird upsets.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And again, you joke about it being the categories that end up winning these pools. I sometimes will try to negate that, and I will make them less because I don't think that's one way to look at it is it's like a fun way to win a pool, and then the other way is like that's what I got kickers taken out of most of my fantasy.
Kickers is one thing, but now you're like, I don't think that tight end should be in the league because there's only 3 good tight ends, and not everyone can have one. Now you got to make your picks. Come on.
So I'm going to go with, I don't know if you noticed the good-looking chap in poster number 1 there in the favorite spot, but that is Oscar Isaac. So I'm going to go with that movie because it's rare you get a big star in one of these. So I think that'll jump out at people.
I'm going to pick 2 Distant Strangers just based on this thumbnail. I think that's going to win.
You know what you did is you went to the restaurant and you didn't get the cheapest bottle of wine. You got the second cheapest bottle of wine.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
Yeah, you could have got the cheap Pinot, but instead you upped it to like a Cab Sav that was like
there you go,
$24 or something like that. Best costume design, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, huge favorite, minus 500.
Yeah, this was a lot tighter, and I think that Emma was considered to be in there as a live contender because I think British period films often do well here, and this one even has like another spin to it. Is this kind of got like a modern Clueless like feel to it as well with some of the costumes, but not full on 90s, but like in a way with the colors and stuff, different palette. But Ma Rainey has won a lot of the precursor awards, and I think that Ma Rainey, it's ironic because it did not pick up the Best Picture nomination here. But with having the potential for 2 of the Best Actor wins, especially the one that we know is a lock, and maybe 2 if Viola wins too, it could come out of the awards as having won the most awards, which is really interesting for a movie not nominated. So I think here it's safe to say it might pick this one up. I think it has a better chance in makeup, but I wouldn't be shocked if Emma pulled the upset, but I would go Ma Rainey here.
Okay. Best Sound, Sound of Metal, minus 2,500. Let's just check that one right in. That leads us to Best Visual Effects. Tenet is the favorite at minus 560. But we even talked about it that The Midnight Sky, a movie which you did not like or make it through, is plus 275, but might be the pick here.
Yeah, I would take this in the pool too, actually, because I think a lot of people in the pool they know Tenet. They've heard about Tenet for years. They don't know what Midnight Sky is. If they Google this, they'll see the odds. They'll go Tenet, Tenet, Tenet. And again, it's not a sword I want to die on, but it's like, to me, I love Tenet. Like, I don't think Tenet's going to be mad at me for saying this. I don't believe in the relationship that Tenet has overall with the voters and with the viewers and with Hollywood. I think it's not a well-liked movie. And I think you can tell, again, as you said, by not the other nominations it failed to even get. So as much as I think it should be a runaway here, I think it's a good pool pick and a nice little betting underdog in Mr. Midnight Sky.
All right, that will do it for the Oscar pool picks. There's something I want to bring you back for at a later date to talk through about the Oscars. Maybe we can say this for next year's show. But you put out, they said pick your 3 favorite Oscar Best Picture winners of the past 40 years. And you went Parasite, No Country, and a tie between Gladiator and Braveheart for third. I think I got some problems with that.
Well, I get it. But, to me, I believe it was framed as like only 4 get to stay and the rest have to go away and stuff. And like Schindler's List, of course, I think is one of the best movies ever made, but I can only watch it every 10 years, And so I tried to think of the movies that, both I really like, but both that I watch the most often. And I really would say that most years the Oscars gets the Best Picture winner wrong. And I can count on 2 hands probably the times that they got it right. And among those 10 times, by far my favorites, I think, are probably Parasite and No Country for Old Men. I think both are like absolutely perfect movies. I love Braveheart. I think probably without Braveheart, there is no Gladiator, but I think Braveheart has some problematic things about it. Actually, it has one problematic guy about it, But Braveheart, I think, is one of the best movies ever made, truly one of the best movies of the 90s. But the fact that I can't get past the Mel Gibson of it probably 100 days of the year, I lean towards Gladiator. But I think both of those are kind of neck and neck. And if you want to know who my tier 2s are, it's Silence of the Lambs.
Silence of the Lambs is number 1.
Yeah. I love Silence of the Lambs. I love Silence of the Lambs too. It's probably, like I said, my next tier, but yeah.
All right. Scott Yeager at Shotty Yeager.
Departed.
On Twitter.
I like Departed.
Yeah, I like Departed too. That's not a great movie. It's a fun movie.
I just rewatched it. It is not, it's funny. It's like people say it's not a great movie. I think it is a great movie, but it's not a prestige movie by any means.
No,
There's
it's
so
fun.
much.
It's like John.
Yeah,
it's like John
fun.
Wick.
Yeah, it kind of and Jack Nicholson's doing one of the most odd performances that I've ever seen, and Mark Wahlberg, which I remember loving at the time, and somehow he got nominated for the Oscars, doing like such a surface level shtick, but it works. But it's still like I can't believe he got nominated and like DiCaprio didn't, because that year he got nominated for Blood Diamond, which when was the last time you watched that? But upon rewatch, he is so good in The Departed. Leonardo DiCaprio is one of the great unheralded performances is him in that movie, because that movie does not work if he is not as good as he is, and it works for me.
Don't throw any shade at Blood Diamond. My man Demon Hanashu was great in that and in America, a very underrated movie which no one has really ever seen. But either way, I will let you get out of here. I have taken up way too much of your time. At Shot of Yeager on Twitter, Challenge Mania Podcast. What's the Patreon for the Challenge Mania Podcast?
Patreon.com/ChallengeMania. And we've been doing weekly watch-alongs for All-Stars, which I know up in Canada you guys don't get yet. But for those watching or listening to this that do watch All-Stars on Paramount Plus, you can watch it with us. And more importantly, you can watch it with Derek, who's on the show, and you can watch him watch it and then ask him questions about it live on Zoom. So we're doing fun stuff during this. First time he's been on the show since we started the podcast. So it's been a lot of fun.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the Dream Stream. If you had the nerve to step away, how dare you? Either way, we are grateful that you are here with us. As a matter of fact, so much so that I called it the prime time, the hi, thanks for being with us tonight free roll. Mainly because I was not feeling at all creative when it came down to identifying something between Houston and Las Vegas. We appreciate you hanging out with us. That is Jason Rossi. I am Adam Kaufman. Rossi, of course, was with you with Moose for the previous sim, and he is coming on back, so he can fill me in on what has gone on this Dream Stream day. What's up, man?
Rain delays of the technical, version. I couldn't think of a proper word there. But other than that, dude, everything is good. The world is great. Come on, we're spinning in the right axle. Hopefully everyone's feeling good, feeling fresh. You got a haircut or something? What do you got going there?
No, you know what I think I've got going? I didn't get it. I could use a haircut. I think what I've got going on here is day out in the sun where, like, up here, you can tell, down here, I clearly had a mask on. And a couple more days of that, I don't know. Do we call it the pandemic tan, the quarantine tan? It's an upside down raccoon tan. I don't know what to call it, but either way, it's coming. It's going to happen.
Well, it depends on how many mixed guests you have. Sometimes, if it's just the fam and you're outside, you're in your outdoor shower, you pop that mask right off. But
I mean, even my wife said to me just a little while ago, when she got a good look at it after a couple hours outside for youth baseball and then a couple more hours for youth soccer, she said, she's like, I mean, you are on camera. Like, you need to even that out. It's like, well, what do I can't take off my mask at
put it
sporting events.
Just like this. Does this look fine, everybody? Is this okay?
Her solution was, well, maybe you should just wear a hat, and then at least you'll have this and you'll have that. And so, well, okay, so do I also wear sunglasses, and just I'll just have tan ears or something like that? Like, what are we going for? What is the approach?
Yeah, making me think. I was in sunglasses today. I went car shopping. We'll talk about that in a minute.
I can't wait.
It was
in
awesome.
It to win it, baby.
Well, listen, if you ever need a car and you want the right price, call me. That's all I'm gonna say.
I hope I'm nowhere near that point, but when that rolls around,
you let me know, because I'll tell you, I know the ins and the outs, and I yell at people. I don't yell. I'm just kidding. I just tell them stern. You got to stay strong. If you're ever buying a car, everybody, stay stern and be realistic. Don't ask for something dumb. They can do it for you. Oh, bug. Got it. Anyways.
Must Be says, no NBA contest love today. Freak of Nature says, I would have been first in your NBA contest, Koff. Yeah, I got some thoughts that I'd like to share of that variety that we will get to. Let's let a few more people trickle in here. But what's your lineup looking like, man?
I told the DK Simpim, I promoted it in there. I said, we do not want Congo Cap. I don't really drink. I'm drinking Polish seltzer. That's my style. But
we don't want an angry cough.
I said we don't want a bitter cough. I think you would be angry. Well, I don't know what angry cough would be necessarily, but I think bitter
doesn't happen often.
No, but anywho, in my lineup in this one, I got Deshaun Watson in the captain spot. # stack them kicker in full effect. Both of them in there. I got Darren Fells. I have tight end stack as well, because I also have Darren Waller, and then I also have Henry Ruggs to wrap out magnificent lineup.
We are underway. Virtual Vegas, Allegiant Stadium, which I understand is gorgeous. Not a lot of people obviously have had the opportunity to go to this point. My lineup, I do have that guy that you're looking at right there, Deshaun Watson, though he is not starting in the captain spot for me. I considered it, I really did, and he'll probably go off. But in an effort to have a more well-rounded lineup, here is what I did. Will Fuller is my captain. Watson, Brandon Cooks, Darren Waller, Tyrell Williams, who I think is a new Buffalo Bill, right? And Hunter Renfrow is what I've got going on. 32-yard pickup to my captain, Will Fuller, and what a start here for these Texans.
Yeah, first and foremost, I looked at everybody's trends, and I know any given sim day, it was tough to pick who to really dive in on for like a receiver. That's why I ended up going with Deshaun Watson, hoping he can get it done on the ground as well through the air. But yeah, nice start there for your guy from Notre Dame. With that 1-year contract. Now why did it just slip my mind? Where'd he go now? It's so weird how this offseason has been. Where did is he Miami?
Top ownership, courtesy of producer Jordan for the larger showdown, not ours. Watson at about 84% owned. Waller, 59%. Fuller at 52%. Ruggs at about 46%. Cooks at 45 and Carr at about 44. So DFS Queenie says, Adam, before you get pissy, DK kept your contest from filling up. Lindenbaum says, Koff, it would have filled. There was an issue with people getting in lineups. It was saying the game had already started. Well, here is my gripe with that. Now, I noticed what you're all talking about because I did not come in to set my lineup for this contest, for my head-to-heads, for whatever. I didn't come set my lineup until about 10 of 7. And for some reason, like I may have to message DK_assist on Twitter with this question because I don't understand it. For some reason, it was saying the 7 o'clock game between the Pacers and the Pistons was already underway, had already locked. It was already going. When in reality, it hadn't started. It was part of the slate, but you could not build a lineup with any of those guys. And I would have, by the way. I would have had at least a couple, maybe Brogdon, definitely Karis LeVert, a couple other guys, Joseph that I was looking at. No one on the Pistons side, but there were some Pacers I absolutely would have had in my build and couldn't do it. So I had to do a completely alternative build, with all games starting at 8 o'clock on. As we got a nice long run there, 14-yard pickup for Johnson, 2 for 17 for him, first and goal on the way for Houston. That's David Johnson who has the 2 for 17. But that's where I'm going with that, Jordan, and anybody else. You had an alternative. I mean, I don't know what the weird glitch was there for DK. Obviously, there was a glitch because I'm going against plenty of people who set their lineups earlier in the day that have Pacers that were able to take advantage. I wasn't. Johnson, the touchdown. First points of this game, they belong to Houston. But you still could have built the lineup and just not use that game. It was one game off the 6-game slate or however many there are tonight. You still could have built the lineup. You still could have filled the contest. It didn't have to die on the vine at 85 or 90 or whatever it was. So, no, we're going back down to 75. We're getting away from 100. We're going back down to 75 because this is ridiculous. I don't know that it would have filled. I think that is an assumption on your part, Jordan, and anybody else.
This was my nightmare. This is what you guys did.
I think I like that you said this was my nightmare and then also wrote in our Slack channel, this was my nightmare.
I'm letting everybody know. I'm texting several people. This was it.
It's not the Zoom window yet.
I don't type in there.
I think that I am being actually.
I'm not mad at you, Koff.
Quite reasonable about this.
Yeah, but this is what I was mad about. I know this was my nightmare. This is what I was feared. You would come in with a little edge. You're like, man, I do these things. I come in. You point fingers right at Jordan Lindenbaum. No, I'm kidding.
Well, no, Jordan, why weren't because Jordan I know was in there.
He's like, I put in like 6 lineups, dudes. No, I feel it. It does stink. Listen, these things do happen. But the Koff is telling you could have done it. You're a bunch of cowards. Here, I'm going to read through.
I knew we'd hit scorched earth, Koff, tonight. LOL. I'm not Tater. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
No.
As the Sim Dad, I'm not mad. I'm just all right. Rossi's taking off his headphones. He's put on his sunglasses.
I'm going to pull a Kenny. I'm going to pull a Kenny the rest of the way. Does anybody have any snacks and music?
If you were going to pull a Kenny, you would just mute yourself. That would be the Kenny.
All right, hold on. I'll do that then.
DFS Queenie says, pissy. Is, speaking of, I do have some things I'd like to address, actually. Is Sean Preston here? Sean?
Here we go. Koff has turned into that guy on Twitter, the Twitch guy. Now the music, he's like, hey, like DK made a mistake, and it's like, oh, DK made a mistake. You don't know how to enter a lineup before 3 minutes before the contest ends.
Well, Anna says Koff's going to turn this sim van right around.
Seriously.
It's not even just that. Like, I don't understand. Let's say what Jordan suggested is true, and I don't believe it is. But let's say what Jordan suggested is true, that like the contest didn't fill because people couldn't lock in members of the Pacers-Pistons game. Are people seriously so short-sighted that they said, you know what? If I can't play anyone from this damn game right here, I'm not playing the slate. I'm out on NBA tonight because there's no one else that I want to roster if it's not a Pacer or a Piston. Are you to tell me that you were going to completely stack that game and then like one player from another game? Of course you weren't. Like, get out of here with that nut. If I can't build a lineup that doesn't have Malcolm Brogdon in it, I'm not doing it. Not gonna do it. I have no interest. All right, good. Sean Preston's here. Sean, here's my question. CEH says, WTF did Sean do? LOL. Here's my question for Sean. I want everyone to know this. I want Rossi to know this. I want everyone to know this. This is one of the first things that I do when I come in for a sim. I join the Zoom window. Okay, I join the Zoom. I open up YouTube, and I scroll back the last little bit to see what's going on in the chat just before we've come on. And usually it's just a lot of you guys going back and forth about whatever it is in between sims. Maybe there's a video, a clip from the sweat. You know, you're excited about the Major League Eating event. It could be any number of things. And Sean probably knows where I'm going with this at this point. I scroll back. Sean says, LOL, I'm shaking in my boots. I'm not going to yell at Sean or anything like that. Sean's not in trouble. Sean's, I want more. I want to know more from Sean. Sean, I got to scroll back and see if the comment's still there, because I would love to read it verbatim. I would love to present it exactly as it was written. No, I think it's expired. I don't think it's there anymore. So Sean said something to the effect, I'm paraphrasing, something to the effect of, Kaufman could be great, but I have so many issues with him. Like, could be great, but it's something like that. So all I want to know, Sean, like, that's totally, I don't need to be your favorite, but I would love for you to verbalize, or I guess type, yeah, what are these issues? I want to know what happened. How have I prevented myself from being great? Tell me more. Rossi can't believe what is happening right now.
I knew this was going to happen. I blame each and every one of you. I blame DK Assist. I'm now going to tweet at DK Assist or whatever it is and say, listen, whatever happened, I can never allow it to happen if I'm going to have a sim with Koff post NBA lock.
Jordan's like, let's just let him get this off his chest before the end of the first quarter, and then we'll move on.
I'm gonna start playing tunes in the back. I'm just gonna listen to music like our friend Kenny would do.
Tater Hater says, Koff, the glitch made it so you couldn't mess with the other games either. I couldn't switch out 8 p.m. players for 8 p.m. players. I think that's probably why the contest didn't fill. Tater Hater, normally I'd say, oh, okay, that makes sense, except I was doing it. I was sitting there 2 minutes before lock. The only thing you couldn't do was mess with the Pacers-Pistons game, and I don't know why either, but all other games were available to you. Everything else, it was all right there.
All right, I meant him. Oops. Him.
Alana says, Koff just cares too damn much.
Koff wanted all of your GD money. He was you know how good he felt about his lineup tonight? That's what this is all about.
I would have felt better if I'd been able to roster Brogdon and LeVert.
We're all looking for Malice in the Palace too, but this time on the court. Everyone's expecting 280 points plus between the two teams.
Having a sunstroke. Steve says Sean is Brendan's burner account. Touchdown, Houston! We got another one.
Oh, baby!
We got another one. Thank you. First of the day.
Cooking.
Brandon Cookson up in this sim late in the opening quarter. CJ, well, Koff, that's not fair because those teams did not have the early lock like you guys had. So I was able to update 1 minute before lock. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I'm going to reach out to DK_assist to get to the bot. Has Sean responded yet?
Yes, right, Sean responded.
John says, you're awesome, bro. The wraparound talk sometimes is bothersome. It's like you can't be wrong. That's all. Otherwise, you're great. He trapped me. Did you notice how he trapped me?
Yeah, because what are you going to say? Oh, I disagree with you? Because then you're trying to say you can't.
What I was going to say is I'm wrong all the time. But then I ate my words there, or at least I started to, because even that sounds like I'm coming at myself, and it sounds like I'm coming at him. He wins. There's nothing I can do there.
Sean, you have a new profile or a new
Sean's backed
gimmick.
Me into a corner.
Sean, you have a new gimmick. Every time whoever comes on the sim, you have to give them their pros and their cons, almost like a draft analysis. Be like, Koff, I really think you're great, but here's all the reasons why you're not. Like for me, you don't have enough characters to write. I think you only have 200 characters per YouTube comment, so don't bother with me. I can see it. 200. You can't. Please, it would take like 3 minutes to tell me all the things that are wrong with me. But I like how Koff just coming in. I knew it. I smelt it coming out of the last sim.
First time playing Fortnite says, if I was good at Photoshop, I'd put Koff's voice on a photo of one of the Karen memes. Or as our pal Moose calls them, memes.
Memes. No, that's what they're called. That's what they're called in Canada. Give them a little respect.
I can't. Ridiculous.
It's a lot different. The currency's different.
Alana says it's a little something called the compliment sandwich. It really is. Who
Listen,
doesn't love a backhanded compliment? I'm not saying that's what that was from Sean, but who doesn't love a you know, I happen to think you are great except for when you're not.
Compliment sandwich is great. Like, Koff, you look really good today. That rant right there made me want to throw up, but I think your your call of the touchdown was really good too. It's like, what?
Steven says Koff also had a slow time in the cones drill.
Yeah, it is tough. Cost 40 time, I bet you would be a little more impressive than people think, though.
Edzo Herzberg says he's a prima donna. In the previous sim, Rossi said that people would enter his little contest so he wouldn't have to whine like a baby for an hour because people didn't enter his contest.
I didn't specifically say that, but it was the gist.
That was more or less the...
And I kind of hit
Sure.
it. I don't call anybody a little baby. I'm not that. I'm more goofy than I am like
Sure.
rude.
Be careful, Cops, says Jay Duncan. If you keep going about this, you're gonna get the wrench. What are you gonna do? Mute me? go ahead.
Oh, Daniel, that would be awesome. I don't know who has the power. Is it Daniel?
Jordan, put me in timeout.
Yeah. I need to. They don't have to know. Behind the scene, the fourth wall, we can still. But like, who could mute Koff? Like, which one of you two can mute Koff?
Probably both of them.
Daniel, yes, Daniel. Whenever you want, just smash that mute button. You could be on me too. Oh, he just did it. Done. All right. Anyways, yeah. So after one. That's what happened. Koff went to timeout. For everybody that's ever gone into timeout, we just had to put Koff in there.
For the record, I just want to point out that then you get the notification on your Zoom window that the host of the meeting would like to unmute you. So I could have just put my foot down and maintained my mute, and there's nothing that anyone could have done about that. I didn't realize that I ultimately hold the power.
Oh, jeez. This is unreal. Get Lamarca in here early. I got to take a bathroom break. This is, you don't get this stuff every day, people. This is what I knew was going to happen, and I kind of like it. And listen, it's Saturday night, right? You were out all day. It was a like one of the best days we've had, well, since like the last time we had a 70-degree day. But this is like, with all due respect, we love doing this, right? It does not work, but it's 8 o'clock. You're like burnt out a little bit, and then boom, you got give Koff even the littlest chip on his shoulder. He's going to let it out. It would have been me too, by the way. I'd be in the same shoes as you because it was like beautiful. I got in for the 6 o'clock, did a little outdoor dine for the first time in a while.
Nice.
Oh yeah, bought a car.
What'd you eat?
I got, you know what? It was not what we wanted to do. I was really in a wing mood.
Oh, I love it.
But we ended up getting sushi. Are you a sushi guy? You don't strike me as one.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I think we may have talked about this once.
Generally speaking, and this will surprise no one, I've said it before, but even if you haven't heard me say it, you would just presume it. Generally about as bland as it comes. Not too adventurous with the food. Sushi, that's outside my comfort zone. Most fish stuff is.
What about like other like Chinese food? Like, do you like fried rice or lo mein?
Oh yeah, yeah. I could eat fried rice every day of the week and never get tired of it.
What about pad thai?
I'll eat pad thai.
Okay, we got 4 rolls, some pad thai. That was our.
I enjoy. Now this is my only. If you were to call it this, my only pickiness with pad thai is I prefer it without the peanuts.
Okay, so you don't like the crusted peanut on top. That's fair.
It doesn't really. That's a to each their own sort of move, with the crusted nuts, if you will.
Sounds like the way
out of control.
A crusted nut sounds like the way you came into the set.
Exactly. Alana says Koff was singing Disney songs while he was muted. It's true. I was just singing the song from Frozen.
Oh, was it
Let It Go? Let it go. Except I won't.
Yeah, he's like, there it is. Koff, I think you've been practicing that dude. We were talking about him, Scott Cece. Cias. The dude on Twitter.
Yeah.
The IKEA guy.
I just saw that for the first time, I think last night or the night before. I guess he's been around for a little bit with little short ones, and then I saw someone put out like maybe he put it out, like a 2.5-minute montage of them.
No, somebody picked it up. Like that was somebody random. I was looking. It's
really?
It's one of those content Twitter, like where they find content to make. That's why they have they follow one person, but they have like 30,000 followers.
Yeah.
It's like one of those like somebody like me, probably like a Daniel, who just like grabs all this stuff and puts it out there under an alias. But yeah, he just I found his Twitter. I don't have the TikTok app, but I found his Instagram, and I know me and you had seen the one when I posted, but this guy is
God, I was sneezing up a storm over here. Can you hear that?
No, I thought it was
right next to me, just sneezing.
Oh, I did hear like a slight noise. I thought you may have passed gas, so I didn't want to say anything.
No. It was entirely the dog. I mean,
yeah,
all right,
blame it on the dog.
Don't have Jeff's dog sitting on my lap tooting. You were saying?
Oh no, that guy was. It's just he was hilarious, but I feel like you are coming with that energy here tonight. 1 second you're calm, the next second you're just Sean Preston, please stand up.
That dude, I mean, it was perfect. It's so funny. I don't even know which one of them is my favorite. I think maybe my favorite is I'd like to talk to your manager. I'd like to talk to your mother. I think that one is the one that got me the most.
And it's just because we were talking about this last sim, so anybody that's already heard it, I don't care. It's great. When he says the line, he goes, "You want to talk to a manager? The manager doesn't know anything about this place. Have you ever worked anywhere?"
Yeah. I texted a couple, or I texted the video to my wife, and then we just started going back and forth with a couple. Like, you think I hate this place more? You think you hate this place more than me? I work here.
I said
you mess up my order every time. Then why do you keep coming back?
The meatballs aren't that
different.
Good. Oh, dude, I was rolling. So my wife didn't like it in the beginning. So because I was like,
really?
Yeah. But then it's like by the same the Twitter loop that you probably retweeted is that out of bounds. Or talking about once it hits the third loop, so she's now been watching for 6 minutes. She starts quoting and laughing. And at the end she's like, "What is this? This is stupid." And I'm like, "Oh, you wait. It's gonna grow on you."
It really does.
And we've all been there. We've all been maybe that guy in some cases, but we've all been the people on the other side.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we've all been the people on the other side. So it's nice that he puts it in perspective. Intercepted in the end zone.
Nice play. I think that's McKinney. Nice play. Just take the knee, bro. Don't try to get out there. Let the offense do the work.
Give it up, Houston DST. Proud of you.
Yeah, remaining in the shutout here. But yeah, the one that I said is absolutely me is you guys still open? Yeah, he's like, "All right, I'll be quick." And then it's quick to the exit.
Yeah.
It's like you chose to keep a bunch of part-time employees held hostage, and you had the choice between shopping tomorrow or being here now. Wrong choice. But I've definitely done that. I've showed up to we'll just say Kmart.
Yeah.
And it's
2 minutes before close.
Yep. And I'm like, "You guys still open?" You see it, you feel it. I've worked in a restaurant coffee, and that's the worst. I was in the kitchen employee, and there is nothing worse than you're counting down the you've seen Waiting, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Love it.
You know that famous scene when Dane Cook and the other guy that was on that MTV show that time with the curly hair, they're sitting in the kitchen waiting, and then boom, somebody walks in, and they're just like, "No,
no!" They start throwing things
in
the kitchen.
Got one more seating a table. Oh, what a great movie.
Must Be says, "Cough, apparently this is what I get when I'm out. Cough, your co-hosts have been bashing you all day, fam. They made jokes about plain Chinese food. They called you Big Bird. You only eat sunflower seeds. Listen, if this is bashing,
that's bashing. That sounds like compliments.
If this is bashing, I'm here for it. So, you know what that sounds like? Must be people who know me.
Those are his friends.
Yeah, that sounds like people who are well equipped to discuss my dietary habits.
I will also say, what is plain Chinese food?
So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and call myself a foodie by any stretch, or even adventurous with food, but I will eat pretty much anything when it comes to Chinese food. For some reason, Chinese food, Japanese food, hibachi grill sort of stuff, that. There's
Polynesian.
Yeah, there's this weird, like quantum vortex. There's this weird loophole that exists for me in not eating anything to then Chinese food, where it's like, yeah, pilot it, whatever. Like, just throw it on. I'm in. I'll eat pretty much it.
Okay, let me. Can I run down a couple items? See if we go there. I'm gonna start with some softballs. Chicken fingers.
Delicious.
Thought so. Nice for spin. A boneless spear rib.
I mean, obsessed. As long as they're not super fatty. You know how you go some places and
you're like my wife. That's what my wife says.
Like there are some places just because I know they'll do it that I will order them lean because I know they will actually look to make sure they're not just giving you all fatty ones. Because I love me a boneless spare rib. Just I don't want to have to, basically not eat anything because they're entirely fat.
No, I'm with you. That's why we always say well done.
Yeah.
Because even the fat ones, if you burn it down, you can it's easier to peel off. Yeah. What about
as well as ribs on the bone, by the way, or pork strips?
Oh yes. I'm trying to beef teriyaki.
Love it.
Okay.
See, none of these are. I feel like these are all kind of ordinary.
Soft. Okay, egg roll.
Not an egg roll.
Okay, found one.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're getting to safety. Oh wait, ball's on the ground.
Almost a safety, a fumble.
Fumblerooski.
And the Raiders have it on the 2.
Fumblerooski. Almost.
Daniel says, "You say boneless spare rib, I say where."
Hell yeah. If I had more time today, we would have had an absolute feast outside. But
Daniel, by the way, says American Chinese food is very different from Chinese food.
Yes.
That could not be more true. I went to, this was a couple years back, obviously pre-pandemic. We were in, and I'm not even saying this is like Chinese food like we're in China. Another fumble, and the Raiders have it. We were in Epcot, and we were, going around the world. And there's a hibachi place within Epcot. And obviously the whole point of that experience is they do try to make everything as traditional and specific to whatever country you're in, wherever you're dining. And so all of that food was very traditional to, I guess it would have been Japan or Korea or wherever specifically we were. I'm going to say it was probably Japan, if memory serves. And that food was not for me. I very much like Americanized Chinese food. Absolutely. Yeah. And I will own up to that.
What about General Gao's chicken? Or General Toes, if you will, or Taos?
Don't prefer it, but I'll eat it. I tend to gravitate to the beef dishes, whether it's, beef and mushroom, beef and broccoli, beef and bean sprouts, beef and...
Well, I got a good one.
Any of those.
What about lobster sauce? Like the...
No.
Yeah. Still to this day, don't know if that's pork. I know they say it is, but I swear sometimes it's ground beef. Depends on the place.
Alana says, is there any part of the poo-poo platter you wouldn't eat? Good question.
Egg
really
roll?
Just the egg roll.
Yeah, because chicken wing, chicken finger, sometimes they have
teriyaki, spare rib.
What about shrimp, though? Sometimes
I
they
don't
have
like shrimp.
Yeah.
But that, I don't, in the same way that I don't think of chicken wings as, a Chinese delicacy. I don't think of shrimp either. You know what I mean?
Good point.
Now, I will occasionally order chicken wings from a Chinese restaurant, which I have been scolded for before, or scalded, criticized, taken out to the woodshed for.
Really?
Evidently, you can't do that. You can't. Well, I'm like, it's on the menu.
Yeah. What are we talking about here?
I didn't order French fries, even though those are on the menu.
On the menu.
Chinese restaurants.
Oh, please. I have a friend, when we were growing up, the most whatever people want to criticize you for, this kid was a straight child. We would go to Chinese food restaurants. He would order French fries, extra ketchup, because you actually have to ask for ketchup at a place at most Chinese food restaurants. It doesn't really correlate. And then what was the other? He would ask for the kids menu chicken fingers because he didn't like the tempura style that of most Chinese chicken fingers, like that thicker batter, if you will. He wanted the breadcrumb version, which they always do accommodate because, they understand it's going to be and sometimes mac and cheese. I was like, dude, you are a legitimate child.
Nope.
Can we at least try?
No. You know what I will have to do sometimes for the kids? Well, one is pickier than the other. I mean, big surprise, right? Coming from, this tree right here. But, I really like, we didn't even get into the noodle dishes. I really enjoy chicken lo mein. He doesn't necessarily always want to deal with all everything in the dish. So I will sometimes order, I'll say could I get just plain lo mein noodles. And they'll do it. In fact, some places even have that on the menu, or some will just do it. And there are occasions that even for myself, I've just opted to order the plain ones because I just really enjoy the noodles.
Oh, please. I am right on the same boat with you. I love a good noodle dish. I'm trying to think of some of the other things that I've gotten pretty adventurous. I always try to try something new if we're going to go somewhere, but today, just with time, didn't. But sushi you can get adventurous with, which I know that you're not down with, but.
Well, obviously, we all need to get together, go to the Kowloon or something like that.
Oh, please, just tell me the time. Tell me the time.
Hang out with Andy and have ourselves some food. 14-0. The Texans are on top at the half. Check your lineups for NBA game locking at 8:30, by the way. I wouldn't want people to be left out. Is Ed Zone Dance in the chat?
Dun, 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 dun.
It's like Price is Right. And let's call up Ed Zone Dance.
And he comes running down. Yeah. I'm here.
Executive Session says, this is so great. And I don't think this is true. I'm just reading the comment. Executive Session says, the co-hosts are so jealous of Koff. I don't get it. Koff must be independently wealthy or something. I think this goes back to Mustbe's comment about everyone bashing me all day. This isn't anything that you did or indicated him to write that.
Listen, here's what
someone, by the way, also wrote that they love Us Together. It might have even been Executive Sessions, and I love Us Together too, Rossi. I just want to say that.
I love me some me.
Yeah.
I love me some you. I will just say this, and I think this is as real as I can be, while as complimentary as I can be. There's the two I think polarizing people in Simland. I think Koff is on one side. I think Kenny is on the other. And this is both a compliment and can be disrespectful. I think Koff has that, can be kind of made fun of, but not. It probably kind of hurts him a little bit, so he eats a little extra ice cream scoop every so often. But in reality, is open to it, appreciates the conversation being around him. Where there's and this is just my general. And I think you're talkable because you have you're not afraid to say certain things. Not that anybody really is, but you're not this is who I am. Whatever, say what you will, and you're synonymous with the Dream Stream. Where then there's Kenny on the other side, where I think it's sometimes we might talk about him too much because he comes in like a firecracker. He'll say some ridiculous things, and sometimes it's blatantly annoying, and I don't think he understands that he's annoying, and that's okay too though. He is that's the way I kind of think those are the spectrum. I think then there's on your side there's the Glash. I think Glash comes up in a lot of conversation. Mm-hmm. I think Emerson's somewhere in there. I feel ever since he changed, he's lost a little bit of his consistent conversation piece, I would say. Mm-hmm. But I'd say you, Glash, are on that side. Then there's Kenny, and I don't, I feel if I ever come up in a conversation, it'd be something specific. It wouldn't just come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? But Kenny will. Hold on, I just.
You seeing this from Daniel?
I just get sometimes
not a firecracker, more like a runaway train. Steamrolls his haters.
The thing with Kenny is, and I really he's younger, and he's Kenny could potentially be a good radio host. I know we don't talk about this stuff here, but because he's so dead, if he says something he truly believes it is not only right, it's the only way it should be.
Yeah.
And he really believes and stands by that to the point of
he filled the phone lines, no doubt about it.
That's I've once, because I know he used to do stuff with now currently part of the Ringer. Used to do overnights with which station in New York? Joe. You know what I'm talking about? With the Fan, but what's his name? Now I can't think of his name. Oh, it's really bothering me. It doesn't matter. So he would sometimes be on with them. I was like, Kenny, you need to you need to go on there and not be soft Kenny. You need to be agitated Kenny at 12:30 at night, and this place would be lit, especially your thoughts on New York.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he took my advice because I haven't heard that he does that as much anymore. But he goes on, he talks his bet stuff. I'm forget that, dude. Just be here's a take, and it's that say some crazy stuff about the Jets, and you absolutely would be great at it.
Well, I will say, and I'm not being funny. I'm being insanely genuine in making this comment. It's not. It may sound like it's very easy to do this, and the crux of it are just sitting here and talking about football and being partnered up and, sprinkle in some plays and track your lineups and give you the leaderboard. Like, that's all easy. I'm not saying we have a difficult job. That's easy. The difficult part, the hard part for some, is being on the receiving end of whatever it is you may be putting in the chat. Or, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, wherever the interaction. Like that can be the hard part for some. And if you don't kind of come from the background that Rossi and I do, and some of the others do, where you have just developed a thicker skin because you have to, to anonymous people just coming after you and saying, hurtful things. And generally everybody in the chat, really, genuinely everyone in the chat is great. But occasionally, you get the, a lewd or inappropriate or just, hurtful comment. Like, truthfully, I'm not going to pretend in the last year plus those haven't existed. Of course they have. So if you don't have, kind of that thicker skin that prevents, you from like being kept up all night by some of the stuff that get written, then I can imagine that would be different. And Kenny, and I'm not presuming Kenny feels one way or the other. I'm attempting to put myself in Kenny's shoes, knowing that Kenny is not of a radio and TV background and been on the receiving end of potentially some of the slander he has received here in the chat in Simland at times, as we have a 1st and goal from the Raiders coming up, trying to cut this deficit in half. Like, if I were just, if I'm, I don't even know how old Kenny is, but if I'm like 25, 26 years old, never really done anything like this, never really been front facing, I've always, mainly written things and don't necessarily pay attention to the comment section. So I'm my own voice and I don't really hear from critics. And then I jump into this and I've got like Bukes dumping on me every chance he gets. Like, Kenny, and he was serious about this. He said one time during a sim, it was like a therapy session. He was like, he said something to the effect of, my parents don't watch these sims, but they watch The Sweat every day, and they have absolutely said to me, like, who's this Steve Buchanan guy that seems to hate you? And it's,
I gotta go after Bukes. I hear he's a bully. I gotta get him.
But like, and I love Bukes. Bukes is actually a really nice guy. It's a character that he plays,
of course,
as we have a touchdown. But if I didn't know Bukes, and Kenny doesn't know Bukes, like they don't have any relationship, not really, and certainly Kenny's parents don't know Bukes. Bukes seems like I was going to curse, but Bukes,
a dink. We'll go with dink.
Yeah, a dink. Bukes seems like a dink, and if he would admit it if he were hanging out in the chat with the wrench right now. So I empathize with Kenny, for some of that stuff to, cut a long-winded rant short. It's not that is the tricky part of what we do.
Oh yeah. No, and I think the last part to tie in, and actually Old Man Dog fan kind of hit it. It's like you said with Bukes, it's kind of like a character, right? Like not Kenny, not me, not you, or all of us at times. Like, just to give an example, like I feel like I come in here and I definitely have people that don't like me, which is totally cool, all in. Feel how you want to feel, be yourself always. That's what I try to be. I am just me. Good, bad, or in between. I'm not going to fluff up a conversation piece. But I will say this, like the other day, I've come hard in here about my thoughts with Mike Tomlin. What I've come to realize with the DK Sim fam, just like what you talked about with radio background, TV background, when you have a take, but it's not like I'm right, you're wrong kind of take, which who we've been talking about, Hannah does. At the end of the day, if you have a take, the DK Sim fam will eat right there, you get split down the middle.
Yeah.
So I've had this whole thing where I thought Tomlin should have been fired after last year. I think he's reached his cap, and it just says, oh, Rossi's the worst, blah, blah. And I'm cool with it. Like what you said, fine, no big deal. Not going to keep me up. I also, if some people, nobody actually knows this, Coffee, you probably have a little bit, but I worked at a radio station that had an absolute horrendous presence at it, and someone that embarked on hate and wanted people to like come after a show I worked with, individuals. So I used to have a lot of weird stuff going on in my social media for a long time. And it's hard. Like those are the days where you're like, geez, you're like, you don't even know me. And I'm like, you're saying that. And like, people are fine. Like your DMs are open, but like, I'm not private. So it was just like, whoa. So like, I agree with you. Like, and you've done it, you've been in the industry long enough that like, yeah, like some of it's funny, people just trying to make a joke on your behalf or on your, I don't know if it's behalf, but like trying to get at you. But then there's people that are just like, you don't even know what you're saying. You're just saying it because you hear other people say things. You maniacs, get off of Twitter.
So Alana mentions, and I don't think I was with you. I think I was with Tom when I brought this up. But I had said sort of along the lines of like, you know, Daniel will probably send us the image again right now. But we've all talked about like the DK SimFam bus, you know, like the Glash bus or whatever you call it, the thing, and going on a tour of the country or whatever. I've joked, and Alana makes reference to it here in the chat. She said we need a stream in front of a live studio audience. I've said, like, imagine how much fun that would be. Just sitting at a bar or wherever, and you know, like I'm not even talking about like a money-making sell tickets. Like just everybody come on in. Let's put the sim up on a 200-inch screen behind us, while the two of us are just up on a stage talking and having a good time, and people are just yelling and screaming things out at us. I guarantee, and I'm not naming names because that's not the point of this, but I guarantee like some among us would probably have trouble with that. Because there's a difference between sitting here, you know, the two of us in a Zoom window in front of a microphone and a whole bunch of people in a chat that we can't hear, and if we wanted to could easily ignore just by not even opening up YouTube or Twitch. But you know, like just, I mean, we've done radio or whatever else in front of people, and how different that experience is from doing what we're doing right now.
Cough, it is definitely happening. It's been one of my many shutdown ideas because of probably more timing. I don't think it was shut down, but and
it's still a pandemic.
Yeah, well, I never said to do it today, but you're right. I agree. I think that would be awesome for anyone local or whenever there's like, because DK does travel occasionally. I know like parts of the crew. I don't think it's going to be like someone like me. Almost got it.
Fuller, Captain Fuller, touchdown.
Just in case you didn't know, he put up the sign for the touchdown. Now he's jackhammering his way through your lineup.
As one does. It's about to be 21-7. But like, we don't even need to travel. I mean, obviously, and
no.
I know people are international and all over the country and everything, but most of us, and certainly our crew, are in the Boston area, New England anyway. Like we could, you know, we could go all around the greater New England area and do some of this if we really wanted to, and if obviously people, you know, well above our pay grade felt compelled to set it up.
I'm telling you, that's why we're gonna do I want to do the Madden After Dark stream. It could be in my garage. It could be outside now. We're getting to that weather, and we just, you know, let it rip live. Just don't swear. Don't say anything bad. 11 p.m. after the last sim, just have the guys, and like, you know, whether it's like, it would be interesting. It'd be like, just say if it's like you, Emerson, and Glash. Let's just use that to start. And I'm putting myself here because I'm here, but enter whoever, and like just like asking you guys the questions from the chat. And slowly evolving themselves too. So it'd be like a 4-person, because you get more people. It'd be hilarious.
Speaking of hilarious, I love this comment from Jay Duncan. It says, it would be epic. I want to be in the room when everyone goes caw caw for a vulture touchdown. Is that, would that feel for you like an artist feels when they sing their song at a concert?
Yeah, the sing back when I can stop saying, like when I can I can't think of a song off the top of my head, like Wonderwall or whatever, and I just like everyone drops.
You couldn't have come up with a better one. That's perfect.
Everyone drops the instruments, they mute out the crowd, and you just hear it. You're my wonder. Wow. Yeah, woo. Yeah, if I got a vulture call in real life, woo.
Alana says, Jared and I will be front and center. I'll hire the babysitter right now.
No, here's the thing, Alana. Bring the babies. All right?
Bring Madden Samantha.
Bring all the children. I want the cough.
It might be a late night, but we don't curse. We're family friendly.
Listen, I don't care. This is going to be like those parties when I lived in Everett, Massachusetts. You can look up why this might be. But people were just up. Kids were up late. It didn't make any sense. My kid would be saying
DFS Queenie. I don't want anyone seeing me watch these.
DFS Queenie, they won't know you're going to be in person. We're going to bring you out.
Alana says, free bird.
It would be awesome. Honestly, I really, like, no matter what, that other part of it, like, even if it's through the chat and we're just, like, shooting the breeze, that's going to happen. Whether it's here on this stream, there's the 19th fumble of the game. This one's actually turned over.
But Steven like, says, I was thinking of 200 people singing the safety dance. I'd cry tears of joy.
honestly, here's one of my other ideas was, and this could tie into that, like if we had our own little, like, because we've been calling these Madden games, right? Like, what if me and you were playing each other? Whether we stink or not, that's different.
Yeah,
like that was one of my things. But again, whether it's here on this platform here or it's on our personal Twitters, something is going to happen. Something is going to happen in the next few months because it's been too much time coming. We talked about basketball games, fireside chats, compound chats, wherever they're going to be.
Imagine if we built our own DK Thunderdome, says Daniel.
Daniel, we could put all the fans' faces on the TVs. Ooh, this is getting good. Ooh, Bad Boy says he'll write the theme song.
Love it.
Dude, let's reuse some of your archive music. You don't have to do any work for this.
Yeah, love that.
And I just want to say, look at this, DK Simpson. We've turned this whole thing around. Koff came in all P and V. we cried it out. We both had each other's shoulders.
The live buzzword might be a little weird. I feel like I'm in a cult or something.
And we're all sharing pass the Kool-Aid.
Can't you just hear Glash going, well, what should we do for the buzzword tonight, Jeff? What do you think? What makes sense? Oh, I know what we'll do because we're all here for the first time together, right? Let's do here. I'm here. You're here. We're here. Here.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I came in all P.
I don't care. I don't even care. Who cares what I'm saying? This is amazing. What a night. What a night to be alive. Smash that. If you're not smashing the thumbs up, this is as real and as raw as it gets. Is there a game going on? I forgot.
Who cares? Honestly.
Koff's basketball contest is down the toilet. He's still upset about it, but we turned it around. My point was we ripped open our chests. We showed our innards, and now look at us. We're patching each other back up. We're all in this together. Thank God for Daniel and Jordan, because they're probably right now thinking, what do we do? Like, I want Daniel and Jordan to talk to their closest family and friends and explain what they do after this.
DFS Queen.
And Joe.
All the dogs in the area would come running with the here. DK live stream kiss cam, says Alana. That could get weird for the people.
Listen, I'm down. Whatever. Let's just get funky with it. You're going to go there.
Let's get weird. Daniel says, all right, back to our suspension of disbelief. When's the Glashkoff sumo wrestling happening? I'm not kidding. If we got those, I mean, Daniel sent us a picture, but obviously, you out there can't see. If we got those giant fake sumo suits, I can't tell you how fast I'd hop in one of those, and I guarantee Glash would too. And you bring back Madison to film it, and let's go.
Here we go.
Let's party.
All right, here we go. We're gonna do a little bit of a little test. First of all, those Zumo suits, very fun, very safe. Number two, Jordan, do you know how to do any video editing by chance? Do you want to film on your iPhone? Koff is looking for potential third-party help here.
Yeah. Just in case Madison's unavailable.
Let's see. Oh, he does.
He's in. You know what else you could do too? Some of these, I'm sure you've seen these, going to like kids' birthday parties or whatever. But some of those play centers that have they have like the American Gladiator jousting set up for just. I went in there. There's a video. It's on Facebook somewhere. You wouldn't be able to find it, but I mean, you might, us being Facebook friends, but the royal you would not be able to find it. But there's a video. I ought to see if I can find it somewhere on my phone and put it on Twitter or something. We were at, I don't remember if it was one of my kids' parties or another one that we were at, but either way, a buddy of mine got in there, way too big for the thing. I can't imagine we were even allowed to, but we get in there, pick up one of those, jousting sticks or whatever they're called. And he wasn't looking, and I clocked him across the side of the head. And he went down so fast, and it's so great because a buddy of mine, I didn't even know anyone was filming it. A buddy of mine's recording it, and he's doing play-by-play, like, here's Nitro against whoever from American Gladiators. And he turns into that meme of the one guy with the glasses dropping back into his friends and everyone jumping all around him, screaming because I hit him so hard, not nearly as hard as or way harder than I intended, pardon me. And he just goes down, and I just hear my buddy going, oh my God. But But anyway, long story short, I want Kenny in one of those.
Okay. We can potentially make that happen.
Good.
I'll do my best. I'm going to work on it.
Thank you.
Jordan can film. He's already in. If Madison, of course, isn't available because coffee, still needs to give her tasks. I wonder if I still think sometimes if you're just like messaging her like, hey, can you help me with this? Hey, I got something for you.
Mads, listen, this is awkward, but I don't want to reach out to Drew about the schedule change. If you could be the third party here, here's what I need to do. If you could reach out to him and see if we can make this move.
Is this possible?
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry, you know what's funny, Koff? Did you have FOMO? Because there's a touchdown by, is that Duke?
Do I have FOMO? Like, do I experience fear of missing out from time to time?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who doesn't? I mean,
Okay.
you'd be lying to yourself if you said you didn't, right? I think.
Sure. I agree. Now, here's something I wonder more about sometimes. I will say this. Do you have, when you see people together that you're like a group of friends with, so if something's happening here on my side here, and I see a bunch of guys I know getting together, which I'm absolutely fine with, though, for the most part, because I don't think I'm ready for that. Especially if there's a couple characters in here I don't know. But, like, I don't recall getting an invite. Did that ever bother you? Because I'm not necessarily bothered, but I'm like, it's a little weird. Like,
short answer, yeah, for
Mhm.
sure. But it sort of depends who's there. Like
Sure.
if it's a couple people I know and then like a bunch of people I don't, then probably not. I would just say like that's not really, my group. But like let's say if I don't know, I'm gonna pick out names of people we all know that we're not with right now. Like if all of a sudden like the two of us were just scrolling through Instagram, we see a picture of like, I don't know, Billy and Emerson and Reed and Samir hanging out, it'd be like, oh, well, all right. Thanks for the text, fellas. No, it's cool. I didn't want to go. I'm fine.
yeah, it's similar to that. It's like I have like a group that we have like aside, like a little podcast circle that I'm in, and I see all these guys like they're shotgunning. We'll just say soda water.
Sure.
And
as one does.
Yeah, like me with this Polar. It's delicious. But I'm looking at this. I'm like, and I'm looking through. I'm like, was there an invite? Not that I know I would have said no, and I'm not trying to sound like a big this is again we're being real here. But then I'm just kind of like, it's just weird. I didn't even know about this. Especially like two of the people in this. I'm like, wouldn't even just come up being like, oh, dude, I'm doing this week. Not even like, hey, you're not invited. I'm doing this, and that's what I think I get offended by a little bit. Not offended. Mm-hmm. It's like you could you could have told me this was happening. I could care less if I'm not involved.
But do you ever wonder, and this may not be you at all, but like me, I definitely feel like, being married, having a few kids, being far enough outside the city where it's not like, okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Like if you're invited to enough things and you say no enough times, for sure people just stop asking.
Oh, 100%. I just nobody's gotten together in a long time, so this is the first time I've seen this. So I think that's.
Oh no, I agree. I agree with that. I mean, I don't know like any friends that have, people are out there approaching this whole situation differently, obviously, but
sure.
I mean, I don't have any friends that have been.
Period.
Period. I don't have any friends. That's why I do the green screen. I love all of you in the chat so much. I can't stand the idea of Sean Preston not liking me, so I want to address all of these things. No, I don't know anyone who's really been, unless you're like within each other's bubbles and all that, I don't know anyone that's really been getting together doing anything in the last year plus. Other than the people that are just totally, blowing off science.
Science!
As some are, but.
No, sure. But yeah, I don't know, this is just strange to me. But again, not like I'm definitely not mad. It's just like when I see them, I'm like, oh, just intrigued.
Yeah.
And it's always funny because the best thing I could do right now is just be like, oh, snap, did I miss the invite? Like, just say something like that and just watch what happens.
But don't you wonder how you come off doing that?
Oh, like a complete bitter POS. Yeah. I'm not doing it. I've already given it too much thought. I just thought it'd be an interesting topic to see, like, how you felt.
Well, a perfect example of that is, so 3 of my really good friends, and admittedly, like, we're not as close as we once were in like high school days and even a little after college, but still they're close friends. Thing is, they all they've become like their own clique. Like the three of them, their families, because they all live in and around the same town. So they're all, like they go to the same like kids activities, the same like daycare, same school, same like they're I mean, all about each other's lives. Like it's just overlap all over the place. And I saw on Facebook a couple days ago that they went away. They took like as they called it, a vaccination vacation. So the three families went away together. And my wife showed it to me, knowing that it was going to irritate me. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, like, not like we would have been around to go. And also we're not fully vaccinated, so we're not good for them if they are. Yep. But we're not. We wouldn't have done it anyway. But we weren't invited. We weren't included. And I even said to her, to your point, it's like maybe I'll just send a text saying like, I'm glad to see everybody's vaccinated, something like that.
Jeez.
And she's like, don't do it. don't. You don't need to be that guy. You don't even want to be that guy. Don't do it. And I said, yeah you're right.
Just move on. Yeah. As I like to say a lot on social media stuff, just keep scrolling, right? Just keep scrolling.
Exactly. Like on to see what else is on the wall.
I'm just going to go ahead and mute this chat now, too.
I can't believe the chat is making these plans right in front of us and not including us.
No, not that chat. This private chat. Yeah.
Come on, chat.
Come on, you jerks. Not you, chat. Not this chat. This is the fam. By the way, I don't know what Steven's talking about, but I like it. In the kicking club, we're talking about football, right? Not even for a minute tonight. Not a minute. No. Why start now? It's a 21-point game.
Yeah, at this point, I think that ship has sailed, as they say.
Awesome. I like Shine Walker. What a line that is. You see that? I think he kind of added it.
Oh yeah.
I'm halfway there.
Me too.
Yeah. Okay. When it's all said and done, Olive Garden on me.
I've said this before, and you've said it so many times before, but I just want it to be so clear that it is not said in jest or anything like that. I can't wait for so many of us to get together to have some sort of a, like we joke about the Glass Porch broadcast and all that. He and I are together, by the way, for this sim, the 8 o'clock tomorrow night. I have no idea if he's coming over or not. We haven't talked about it, but I am eager to, like you've talked about, like be hanging out in your garage. Like I can't wait for all of us to come together to, either do a sim together, but in the same space, or, let's get together and just play some lawn games. Like I just want to be around you, Ross.
Tickle each other. Just come over and tickle me.
Others. I want to meet Zach Thompson in person. I want these things to happen.
I want Zach Thompson to air fry dinner me. Yep, that made no sense, but it did. I just want him to make me some air fried dinner. The guy is like the Gordon Ramsay of air frying. So,
Sean, I was just messing around, by the way. Sean says, "Don't talk for me, Kaufman. I like you, but not the way you do people is all. I have a supervisor exactly similar to you. If I didn't like you, I'd straight up tell you. I just think you could be better is all." And then says that's exactly 199 characters.
Nice. Just really quickly, I'm going to let you know my Krusty Cop is going to be Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you that. He had 1 touchdown, 70 yards, 4 catches. Nice day for him. I'm going to be bitter and go to my lineup and see who got the lead. Darren Fell's 45% owned. Yeah, he's stunk. 2 catches, 20 yards. Still is in play here, but no, he isn't. Ball game.
Ball game. Okay.
This felt good.
This was fun. This was a fun sim.
Now I'm hungry. But will I eat? This is the weird time, right? This is a weird time. Do you eat? You're going to do this ridiculous read that's going to make me more hungry because you're going to talk about feasts. And I only ate that one meal today. I'm really in the middle of something here.
Let's see at our lineups as well. See how
I got absolutely bombed in this thing. This was one of my worst. Stack them kickers was not a good call. 105. I finished at 105.
I paid zero attention to this, as you know, because I absolutely would have brought it up. 6th place for me right now.
Pretty good.
I was in contention there for a little while.
Look at you. I see you, Jimmy B. Looks like BBR Craig. Do we know who that is?
I don't.
Looks like a picture of some maybe family. But anyways, yeah, taking it home. Fuller and the captain had a nice day. That's why I think he did well. He could have been my Krestikov too, but still like going with Cooks, sticking with it. Watson had a good day. Had Waller, had Cooks, had Richard, and had Duke Johnson, who also probably could have been the Krestikov player of the game, but he wasn't. I already made up my mind, and I'm sticking to it.
Lana says, if these Sims were a sitcom, the Porch episode would be the equivalent to a Christmas special.
And then we had tonight's was the very special episode where it got emotional, got real.
It did. Yeah. This is the one that, they really kill you. They crush you in the trailer, the sneak peek that they preview throughout the week. Like, man, I got to tune into that. Things got hot. We got a lot of conflict coming up in this one.
I want to let you know of a show I don't think you're going to like, but I would like you to watch.
Okay.
You might like, but I don't know if it's your style. It's really not mine. Have you ever seen or heard of The Circle on Netflix?
I've not.
Okay, it's a reality-based show, elevator pitch. Strangers all show up into random rooms in this one apartment. They only communicate basically via like text messages. So they don't know who they are, what they look like. Some people are catfish, some people are themselves. And they basically, every week they get ranked based on various factors. You have people, the two highest ranked are called influencers. They get to kick one person out each week. And I want Babysitter Billy to go on the show. That is my new goal in life. Number one. Number two, it is like, I'm not a real trash TV watcher, depending on what you think of wrestling. But like this show gets like, me and my wife are like obsessed, and they release. So it's in the middle of its second season. Netflix Wednesdays, I think 4 episodes drop each week. It's okay. I would be intrigued for you just to watch a episode. If you don't watch it again, totally get it. But it might strike something. It does something for me that makes me keep coming back.
Do I start at the beginning or season 2?
It doesn't really matter. I would suggest season 1. There's a very little rollover, but at least paints a little more of a picture.
Okay.
For everything.
I just started, I know we got to go, but I just started binging The League, which I had never watched prior to this, and I'm very much enjoying it. What's really funny about it, and for anyone that either has seen it or hasn't seen it, doesn't really matter. The comedy absolutely holds up. Like, the show's hilarious.
Oh yeah.
But it's so weird and funny listening to them argue about players that were in the league like a decade ago. that part is really strange in 2021.
That's a good point. Like, I forget about that stuff. And have you gotten to the Vegas draft yet? Has that happened?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
With
So like
Ocho Cinco.
Yeah, and like he was like a legit stud.
Right. Yeah.
Now
that
he's
was awesome.
A retired player.
Right, folks, here's what you need to know, because it's not just Glash and I together for a potential Porch Sim tomorrow. There's stuff going on right before it, which you need to get your popcorn ready here, because as part of the Film Awards festivities, Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast event in Las Vegas, Nevada tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it right here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a DraftKings Sportsbook pool that will hand out $10,000 in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. Again, that is tomorrow. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast, scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch, and it all begins at 5:30. A pre-show, 5:30 Eastern time, the preview program. You do not want to miss out on that, and it's going to be fun. In fact, to that end, you are going to, in just a moment, have here on the Dream Stream, we had Eric Badlands Booker, Matt Stoney, Joey Chestnut, all looking ahead to that event, the Red Carpet Major League Eating event. So that is coming up for you in just a moment here. Of course, 10 o'clock, I will be back a little less than an hour with Matt Lamarca. I might have to change into my PJs, because when you're with Lamarca for Madden After Dark, you wear your best Lamarcas, and I advise all of you, go get comfortable, put on those plaid sweatpants, and let's have ourselves a fine time. Cardinals, Giants, what we have on the way. So enjoy it. Looking forward to it. Rossi is obviously and unfortunately done for the day, unless you feel like hanging out with us. But he will be back tomorrow for the Sims at 2 and 4, just prior to the event I just told you about for Major League Eating. He will be with Tom Carroll for both of those. We'd like to thank producer Jordan, Daniel, our technical director, Madison, just for still being in our hearts, obviously, and everybody else, Game Offs, and all of you in the DK Sim fam. Thanks for hanging out. Rossi.
Everybody, just every
Pleasure.
single person.
Yeah.
Right?
Samir, thanks.
You, we thank you. All right? You did this. You did this.
Well, the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast competition is coming up, and joining us now is the big man, the infamous competitive eater and YouTube star, Eric Badlands Booker. What's shaking, dude?
Hey, Emerson, it's all good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here. I know you're going to be competing in one of the undercards here for this event, which is the soda gallon chug. So it'll be a head-to-head competition between you and Derek Hendrickson, where you're both going to be served 128 ounces of soda. First one to finish will be declared the winner. Your YouTube channel is literally called Badlands Chug. So how confident are you in your chugging ability?
Well, I'm pretty confident, but I can't sleep on Derek because you know he's a great competitive eater, and I know he got some chugging skills too. So I'm gonna come in there hungry and focused, empty and ready, and hey, may the best chugger prevail that night.
All right, what's going to be the time? What will be the winning time? What do you think? Give me a guess.
About 30 seconds.
30
okay. Seconds, 30, if I take my time, 45, if it's like pedal to the metal, I probably can do it in about a good 15, 20. We'll see what happens. All right.
Yeah, for sure. How much different is chugging soda compared to like other liquids that maybe aren't carbonated like that?
Yeah, well, chugging soda is number one, is the carbonation. Okay. You have to deal with, not only the liquid coming into you, is that extra pressure that the carbonation is getting, especially if we're doing like a diet soda, which I don't know what kind of soda we're drinking, but if it's diet, it's even much more, intense but for some reason, it's just the diet soda just puts more gas into you. So, it's like, since it's a gallon, you think about a gallon, that's like pretty much two liters. Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's like, if you got to stop at all, because, the force that enters your ingestion engine gets too great, the kinetic forces that it has to go, you only go one way, then that's out. So, if you're chugging, it's like, oh my God, I can't take it no more. I got to stop and burp. That's going to be a key too.
I was going to say, you probably let out the biggest burp in the world when you're done with these things.
Oh man, it's, there've been some baby ones and there's been some epic ones, but
like earth shaking, man. Like I can feel you from Boston.
There was one time I had a real impressive burp. It was 9 seconds long. Even Mrs. Badlands upstairs in the room was like, oh, she heard it from there. She was like, oh my God, what are you doing down there? What's going on? Because the
house is shaking.
The fellas like the burps, and not so much the ladies. They tolerate it. They tolerate it. Because I feel that a burp is like our, the closest thing to our lion roar. How we in the jungle and we're here, and this is our dominance. I'm here to. Yeah,
Dude, you probably scared your little dachshund, who you've named Coney, by the way.
Yeah. She was just like, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah. What's the hardest thing you've ever had to chug?
The hardest thing I ever had to chug. I've chugged apple cider vinegar once. That was tough. Was tough because it was super acidic. And oh man, my throat was out of commission for a whole weekend. Let's see, what other thing that's pretty hard, the hot sauces are pretty hard too. I've chugged a bottle of sriracha once.
Oh my God.
I like the hot sauces though. But so I was a little more nervous about me being on fire for the rest of the night, but it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad.
I mean, people might hear the apple cider vinegar and think that's disgusting, but then when it comes to like strangest, when I'm like digging through your YouTube account, you've chugged Thanksgiving gravy. This was like 4 months ago. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, and then you had the habanero salsa chug. Like, how do you chug salsa? But it's the spicy stuff you love again.
Oh yeah, I love the spice. I mean, when I did that, right, it was me and another YouTuber, Dane Drops, big ups to him. We was in a Walmart, right? We was going to do a video for his channel because he has his own ice cream. I mean, he has his face on the carton, like Eddie Murphy has his face on the money in Zamunda, right? So we just saw like this big like display of Tostitas, habanero hot salsa. I've never seen habanero hot salsa before, right? And so I'm looking at it, and Dame is like, "So what you gonna do, Badlands?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna grab it up and let's just make a video." But it was rough, but it was cool. It was rough, but it was epic at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know if I would ever touch gravy again if I had to chug gravy like the way you did, dude. Like, I don't know. You're a different breed, though, man. This is a head-to-head competition, though, Big Land.
Okay.
So how much does that change, like, your strategy or way of thinking compared to like more traditional events with multiple competitors surrounding you on stage?
Well, it's a little more personal. It's a little more like, it's like, Derek against me. You know what I'm saying? It's more like I could see. Since we're head to head, I can see where he's at. You can see where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? We can get the emotional things in play. You know what I'm saying? Like, like the menacing, like saying, you ready for this?
You could, like almost give him a nice solid stare, like stare through his soul as he is sucking down a gallon of soda.
It was like, you flew all this way to get conquered by Mr. Badlands Chugs. It's on, man. Okay. You know what I'm saying? This, I'm like Leonidas in 300. Like, this is Sparta. You know what I'm saying?
You kick him off the stage.
I ain't gonna go that far. I ain't gonna go that far. I'll keep the intensity in the chat.
Yeah. Would you consider like texting him like next week, like leading up to this event, just to talk a little bit of smack? Since it's one-on-one.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get him. All right. It's gonna be an all-day thing. I'm gonna get into his head. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, oh, what do you think? It's tough, right? He's gonna be like, oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But big ups to Derek. He's a fierce competitor. I can't sleep on him 1 inch. Okay, this is gonna be, really balls to the wall competition, and it's gonna be, oh my gosh, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. And there's some other really good eaters and strong competitors in some of these other events, which include like eating the most 24-ounce servings of popcorn and eating 50 hard-boiled eggs. So what advice, hearing about those events, what advice do you have for the eaters taking part?
Well, as far as the popcorn, right? Popcorn is really deceivingly hard because, if you're eating like 1 or 2 kernels, like if you're watching a movie, it's not that bad. But when you're grabbing handfuls and shoving it and drinking, you know what I'm saying? I would say just go with a hot liquid so you can break down the kernels, all right? Because if you just keep eating kernels, you know what I'm saying? It could be like rough on the mouth, on the jaw, inside, because it's popcorn and this has some rough edges. So I would say go with a warm liquid. You know what I'm saying? So you can break down the popcorn a little bit and just get a good rhythm. You know what I'm saying? You always want to get like a good Joey Chestnut rhythm, okay? Because if you notice, every time he eats and when he gets in a rhythm, then, oh man, it's on. And as far as the hard-boiled eggs, well, I was in a contest called the Glutton Bowl back in 2002. And, I was the egg eating champion there. So basically, what I learned from, the great Takiro Kobayashi, right, is that it's best to find a rhythm and to like try to bite the egg, you know what I'm saying, just like bite half, then drink, then the other half, then drink, bite half, then drink, then the rest, then drink, so that, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to like worry about the, the yolk, the chalky yolk inside, because if you just put the egg in your mouth and you start drinking, you know, and you got more eggs coming in, that yolk is going to get you. You know, it's going to be tough to like break it down. You got to drink more water. So to just combat that, just bow, drink, drink, and just keep the momentum going, keep the rhythm going until your capacity says no or until you finish.
Dude, I'm doing that at dinner time. Me sitting at the dinner table with my wife and be like, bow, drink, bow, drink.
She's gonna be like,
what the hell are you doing?
She's gonna get the phone. It's gonna be a TikTok video.
I'm gonna say, yo, you gonna finish that too? I was like, wow, drink.
It's gonna be a big view. It's gonna be viral, man.
Let's go, man. And you and I can link up our YouTube account. You know, I think I'm up to like 200 people, bro. All right, here we go.
Get that duet going.
That's right. The competition though is on Oscar night here, of course. So that's why we named it the Red Carpet Film Feast. How much do you enjoy eating at the movies?
Oh, come on. You can't watch a movie without eating something, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
well, you got to talk to Matt Stoney. Matt Stoney says, I do not eat food when I watch a movie.
Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even though, you know, you get your stuff at the concession stand and by the time the previews are over, most of it is gone.
It's done.
It's still, you got to have something. I mean, even if it's just some Raisinets or Goobers or something like that, or just one thing of popcorn, you know, you got to just have the big popcorn, you know, you're there with your family and friends and it's just, you know, you take a couple of scoops and you pass, and then you know it's going to come back about a half hour later. And you know, so you gotta munch on something. You know what I'm saying? But hey, to each his own. Big ups to Matt Stoney. You know, he's a great guy.
Dude, when I was a kid, my mom would bring like brown paper bags and then like fill it up, grab the large popcorn, fill it up, give it to my sister and I, and then she'd send one of us out to get the free refill of the big tub.
Yeah,
so you're just ready to go.
Yeah. That's the thing about it is that, you know, you definitely got to get the big, a tub of popcorn or the big soda. So when it's like time to go to the bathroom, you like, okay, this is the slow part of the movie. Let's go and get this stuff, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, and rush back and then, you know, round two, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that was part of my next question was just thinking how much like you chug soda, like when you go to the theaters, like, do you switch up your strategy and maybe not chug as much because like you don't want to be leaving when you got to go to the bathroom?
Right. Yeah. No, I like, take my time. I take it easy. I use the straw. You know what I'm saying?
It's not like popcorn, sip, sip, goobers.
No. I like try to enjoy the movie. I try to, take it all in, and I take little sips. You know what I'm saying? I may bring my own straw. I have a big it's like a PVC pipe of straws. You know what I'm saying? So I can get more, more soda in. But basically, I take my time and I enjoy the movie. And then, when I hit the bottom, and then okay, this is the slow part of the movie. Let's re-up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. That's like the dude at the pool hall who brings his own stick or the guy who brings his own ball to the bowling alley. It's like, you don't mess with that individual.
That's right. You got to bring the tools of the trade in order to work. You know what I'm saying? Even when you enjoy, even in your enjoy time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, I got you. So movies up for Best Picture this year are The Father, Judas and the Black Messiah, Mank, Minari, No Man Land, Promising Young Woman, Sound of Metal, and The Trial of the Chicago 7. So have you seen any of those?
I've seen Judas and the Black Messiah. Actually, my little inside thing. My son Brandon, he works for Company 3. He does post-production on film, so he did work on Judas and the Black Messiah. So,
oh, that's sick.
So it was like as soon as he told me that he worked on it, I was like, I can't wait for it to come out. Yeah. So I definitely rushed to see that. And oh man, the movie was totally awesome. So I haven't really seen the others, but that movie was totally awesome. So
so you're rooting for that. That's the one you're rooting for.
Yeah, Judas and the Black Messiah. Yeah.
Oh man, so how cool would it be to have like this father-son like weekend sweep too? Like you win your chugging competition, his movie wins Best Picture, for crying out loud. How cool would that be?
That would be a beautiful day. That would be totally awesome. Oh man. I couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah. What's your favorite movie of all time before you get out of here?
My favorite movie of all time. That's a tough one. Jeez.
Yeah. Or like a favorite actor, you have one you just gotta like.
if I was to, wow, that's tough because
It's tough.
You know, when it comes to science fiction, of course I like Star Wars. I like Blade Runner, you know, and it's like I like some movies that are like not like common that people know. Like as far as horror movies, I like Galaxy of Terror. That was like the blueprint. You know, it was a Roger Corman film, but James Cameron worked on the whole film. And if you watch that film, you can see the inspiration for Aliens. You know, in that film, it's called Galaxy of Terror. That's a good one.
What about the Killer Clowns like from outer space? Is that still?
I still haven't seen that one, but I gotta check it out. Though. I haven't seen. I know. That's like saying I haven't seen Star Wars in this day.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But I think we'll watch that one tonight, Killer Clowns. But I know of it, but for some reason, I haven't checked it out though. But
okay, well, just don't forget your straw when you decide to sit down on the couch.
Definitely. I wish I had it with me. You can see it. It's a big old straw. It's about as thick as my thumb. You know.
Dude, Eric Badlands Booker, man, happy chugging. We appreciate it and good luck.
All right, thanks for having me. And oh yes, it's going to be on Oscar night.
All right, joining us now ahead of the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast competition is the fourth-ranked eater in Major League Eating. That's Matt Stoney. How you been, dude?
Dude, been doing good, man. I was bummed out to miss the big game snack down back in, I think it was February.
Yeah.
That was a bummer, but dude, I'm super excited, man. It's gonna be the first contest of 2021, and I can't wait to get back on stage.
Yeah, because you won the Halloween edition of like our events with MLE. So how motivated are you, I guess, to reclaim the belt, the crown?
I mean, I always want to win. I always want to beat Joey at everything. No, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, obviously the Halloween contest, that was a surprise. It was my first contest of the year back then, and to pull, I mean, I don't want to call it an upset, but in my mind, there's even an upset. Like I was super psyched to win that event. Obviously the toothbrush trophy was cool, and like I said, bummed to miss the second event, DraftKings event, and yeah, really want to show up this time and just prove that it wasn't a fluke and make it happen 2 times in a row.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're going to be competing in the main event. So it's the popcorn eating contest here. Whoever eats the most 24-ounce servings of popcorn in 8 minutes will be declared the winner. What experience do you have eating popcorn?
Of course I got a call.
It's probably Joey. He's like, yo, I hear you talking
Throw
mad
me
crap
off.
right now.
Throw me off. No, I mean, actually, I have zero. I don't know why. For some reason, I feel like I have some experience, but I've never eaten popcorn fast. Never done a contest with popcorn. And this will be a first world record for popcorn at this event. And I think the closest thing I've done to eating stuff like popcorn fast is like potato chips. And it's, it's like, it's greasy, it's salty and stuff, more crunchy. But yeah, I think I don't think anybody on the stage, and that's one of the fun parts about it too, is it's like we're all going to be fresh, we're all new to this, so we don't know what to expect.
Yeah, what do you anticipate the biggest challenge being eating popcorn?
I feel like the crunchiness, because so airy. You have to constantly be crunching, so your jaw is going to be working the entire time. And then saltiness. I mean, popcorn seems salt. It's very salty. Usually pretty salty. So I'd probably say maybe just a little bit of like fatigue around the mouth, getting a little dehydrated and stuff as you go. But it's only an 8-minute contest. It's not that long. It's not going to be brutal. So probably just the crunching, probably the jaw, getting the jaw going.
Have you started yet training for this?
I've started preparing a little bit. I mean, I think we only got the go ahead exactly what the event was going to be like a week or so ago.
Yeah.
Stuff. And but yeah, man, I mean, I'm dialed in. It's got a week and a half until the event, and it's nothing but popcorn.
Imagine the amount of flossing you're going to have to do after this thing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's basically collateral damage at this point. It's just part of the job. So I don't even complain anymore.
You're a popcorn at the movies kind of guy?
No, dude, I don't know people. I personally don't know people eat at the movie theater. Like, I just can't
what?
I'm watching the movie. I get like a soda or something, a water to sip on, so I'm not thirsty. But like, just sitting there with 2 hours with like greasy, salty fingers and stuff, and to me, it doesn't seem fun. Like, I just prefer to watch the movie. I'm not like a eat at the movie type of guy.
No candy, nothing, no nachos. The crazy people get the hot dogs there too.
Nah, dude. I mean, maybe I just haven't tried. Maybe I just haven't tried it in many years because I don't know. It's not me, but I'll change on Sunday.
Yeah, you will be going up against the top 2 ranked eaters in MLE here, man. We already know how you feel about going up against Joey Chestnut. Then there's Jeffrey Esper as well, who won the event that you were not part of, Super Bowl weekend. How do you think you're going to stack up against these guys in this specific event?
I mean, in the specific event, that's tough because, like I said, this is the first time we've ever had a popcorn eating championship. So nobody knows what anyone's bringing to the table, which is part of the fun of it. I mean, Joey, he's the GOAT. He's done it for so many years. He's been on top for so long. It's hard to argue without that. And Esper has done nothing but prove himself in the past few years. Just like you said, he won Big Game SmackDown. He came in second place with the Halloween contest. He was right on my tail. So both of them are basically the biggest threats I could possibly compete against in an event. And yeah, dude, it's about as intense as it gets. And I like the competition. I think it gives me something to work for, to push for. And it's going to be the best possible popcorn eating event that could ever happen. It's going to be intense. It's going to be intense. And we're all going to be watching each other because also there's only 3 people on stage, which usually doesn't happen. Usually there's like 8 people or 6 or whatever. So it's just less people to more. You could dial in and focus on Esper and Joey even more this time. So it's been really cool.
Yeah.
It's almost a head-to-head.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there are other events, in this competition that include like chugging 128 ounces of like soda. You could eat 50 hard-boiled eggs. Like, which one would you rather tackle if you were given the choice between those?
Ooh. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I just like try new things and stuff. But the popcorn, because I did a hard-boiled egg contest back in 2013. It was one of the most miserable experiences of my life.
Yeah, I can confirm, like ripping through your YouTube channel, like you definitely like trying new things and being aggressive. And you know what? Your dog loves it too. Your dog's just down there catching all the scraps.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. Probably the popcorn. Not gonna lie. I mean, like outside of it being like, the main event and stuff, like there's something about popcorn seems unique, interesting, fun, different compared to a lot of events. The hard-boiled egg ones, I mean, they're fun to eat, and 50, isn't too much. It'll be a pretty short contest, I imagine. And then the chugging one, I mean, doing chugs are fun, but I think Badlands is doing the chug, and I can't compete with that guy when it comes to chugging.
No.
So
No,
I'm gonna leave I'm gonna leave that one to the experts.
So then you've done the hard-boiled egg thing, right? That's what you just said. And then, so what advice do you have for the three competitors going head to head in that competition here? So Nick, Michelle, and Matt.
Nick, Michelle, and Matt.
Matt Hazard. Yeah.
Oh, Matt Hazard. Okay. Oh, he's jumping in. Okay. Okay. I don't think any of them were at the hard-boiled egg contest I did back in 2013. And I think the one thing that surprised me the most about the event is how fast it goes. Like hard-boiled eggs are fast. Like, I don't know, something about them. You're just popping them down like cool or whatever. So don't hold back at all. Just crank it to 11 or whatever and just get it done quick, because it's gonna be a short contest, I'd imagine.
Hey, by the way, how have you stayed in eating shape since like the Halloween competition between then and now?
I needed to take a break after that Halloween, dude. All that sugar. It was a tough one on the gums.
Dude, everyone we talked to, like leading up to the Super Bowl event, who took part in that Halloween one, said the same thing. It was just like a physical beating.
But it's because we're pushing ourselves so hard. Like everybody was just like wanting to win. So yeah, I mean, usually on the competitive eating circuit, like October, November to say March, early April, it tends to be like the quiet season. So like calendar wise, like I'm usually taking it off. I've been staying in shape, doing videos and challenges and stunts and stuff. But yeah, no, this is usually about the time where I ramp it up and get excited for all the summer contests, late spring, early fall contests and everything. So no, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling it's the standard me, I guess, every year. And yeah, no, looking to bring it to the stage.
Yeah, speaking of the stage here, man, before you get out of here, this competition is on Oscars night. So, of course, that's why it's named the Red Carpet Film Feast. So movies up for Best Picture this year are The Father, Judas and the Black Messiah, Mank, Minari, No Man Land, Promising Young Woman, Sound of Metal, and The Trial of the Chicago 7. Which ones have you seen?
I mean, maybe this goes along with like me not being a movie eating guy or whatever, but I haven't watched any of those movies. I'm not gonna lie.
You're not the only one, man. It's all good. It's been a weird year.
Yeah, it's been, yeah. And I mean, I think usually I go for my content like YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just movies this past year kind of seemed like this weird limbo area and stuff. I am excited to see Godzilla vs. Kong. I've not seen that one yet. I want to see.
I hear that's pretty sick. I hear they just beat the living snot out of each other.
Yeah, but I don't think that's up for an Oscar. So, so yeah, I can't even say. I mean, I'll go with whatever you said third.
All right. Well, I know eventually when you sit down and maybe get into some of these movies, we know that you will not be eating while you watch them. You will just be so dialed in.
I don't know, dude. Maybe after this popcorn event, I'll be a changed man. I just can't get enough of it. Who knows?
Matt Stoney, man, it was good catching up with you always, and good luck at the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast.
For sure, man. Thank you.
All right, let's kick this thing up a notch. He's the #1 overall ranked eater in Major League Eating, and he's out for revenge at the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast competition. He's the one, the only Joey Chestnut. It's good to see you again. How have you been?
I've been good. Better. I'm excited for this event. Finally, we have an event where it's one food, and I can just focus on just going to town. And it's going to be an intense one. It's a weird food. We've never done it, but
yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah. So with you having never done popcorn before, like what can you draw like experience from that you've eaten in the past to kind of help you here?
Well, I have to go in. I'm depending on my smarts a little bit. I've been experimenting a little bit of what liquid I'm going to use to drink. I've done everything from warm lemonade, coffee, even a diluted pickle juice. I thought the vinegar might help dilute because that popcorn. I'm trying to use a hot liquid that will almost melt it. I'm try to get it to go down really quick, and so it'll swallow quickly. So I think I've figured out a mix of liquids that not only helps make the popcorn kind of dissolve and go down fast, but also I like the taste, and I'm going to depend on that a little bit because 8 minutes of popcorn, we're not going to be able to eat enough to get full. The whole trick is going to be to find the fastest way to get it down and the most efficient without making a mess, because there's going to be deductions, and I think I feel good.
Well, I did speak with Badlands Booker earlier, and I asked him, I said, what advice would you have for those taking part in like the popcorn portion? And he said he would recommend, a warm liquid with the popcorn because it's so tricky. He's a huge popcorn and movie guy, brings his own straw to the movies.
Absolutely. I think a popcorn or a warm liquid, a little bit acidic, will help break it down and help you swallow. And you gotta practice grabbing the right size. The right size, you can squeeze it a little bit, and one hand with the drink and one hand to just squeeze it and shove. But it's gonna be intense. We haven't done it in competition, so I have to. I hate to look at Geoff because he's if I end up noticing he's ahead of me, then most likely then it's too late in an 8-minute contest to change my method. I'm hoping I can have the right method from the start, and I won't even have to look at him or Matt. Both of those guys, they won the first 2 contests. I need to wrap up this third one with a win.
Yeah, it's Stoney with the Halloween Candy Bowl, Esper, Geoff, who you're talking about with the big game snack down. It sounds like you want to beat them like badly and get that title.
Yeah, this is the third one. It's strike 3, and I'm going to start. People are going to start saying I'm not #1 anymore. So this is, and also we're going into 4th of July season. Hot dogs are coming up. Oh my God, 2.5 months away, I think. And that's all it is. So I'm going to be, this is, I want to get ready for hot dogs by getting a win right now.
How nervous are you that people could start doubting you if you don't deliver here?
Oh my God. Am I nervous? Yeah, I'm, if people start doubting me, that's one thing. I just can't doubt myself. I need to, every contest both contests I lost. I believe if I made changes, I could have won. If I go 3, 4, or 5 contests without winning, then it's harder for me to believe that. And I still believe I can get the win, and then so my head's in a good place, and I'm gonna do what it takes.
So would you prefer an event where there are more competitors like on stage instead of just like 1 or 2 guys, or lock eyes with them or see the progress they're making through the competition?
Well, I like a big contest with audience. It doesn't matter whether there's 1 competitor or 20. The audience and a big contest. I think they're going to have a little bit more audience this time at the in Vegas. So I'm hoping they're going to be yelling a little bit more. And So it really doesn't matter. There's not 10 guys, but I love eating against guys who can beat me. And these two guys, Geoff and Matt, they're they're not going to let me get lazy. I want to go out there and eat and just push it. And when it's not going to be comfortable, it's not going to be pretty. The faces I make won't be pleasant, but I'm gonna get it down.
Yeah, it sounds like you've already been working on your strategy a little bit, but what else have you been up to lately to kind of keep yourself in eating shape?
Oh, I wouldn't say. Well, I've had a little distraction. I just moved to Indiana, moved to Indianapolis from California.
Okay.
And it was a nightmare moving across country, but now I have an extra super big kitchen, so I can cook anything I want ever.
Yeah, it looks beautiful behind you.
It's giant. You hear the echo. It's because I don't have my furniture yet, but it's hopefully I can I'll be doing a little bit more cooking and training should be a great training kitchen, and I can just cook anything, just eat like a madman, and so I'm excited for that. And I feel healthy. I've been dieting pretty good, so I'm going to be a little bit lighter than I was in the last couple contests, and it's things are going well.
Is the kitchen the most important part for you when you're looking for a new house, considering you are such a monster with food?
Kitchen and the bathroom. Those two are that's where the magic.
They go hand in hand.
I don't know.
Oh well, it looks great behind you, man. Keep it up, and I look forward to you getting your furniture in there soon. This event though is on Oscar night. You know, it's the red carpet film feast. You enjoy eating at the movies?
Oh yeah, I love the transition. The way the last couple of years, movie theaters, they'll deliver food and drink to you.
Oh yeah.
And they're stepping up their food game. It's not just roller hot dogs. They're having gourmet hot dogs, and now you can have a good chicken parm while you're watching. So I like this trend that's happening with movie theaters. I'm hoping they keep stepping it up.
What's your go-to snack then now that theaters have kind of kicked it up?
Oh, I still love. Well, a good buttery popcorn and with saltless cheese. That's good. And now it's you can have a Jack and Coke. It's not just a Coke at the theater. So Jack and Coke is if I'm relaxing in a movie, I'm drinking most likely.
What do you think of Stoney not eating while he watches movies?
Well, I understand it a little bit, but it's I can do two things at once.
Oh, you hear that, Stoney?
He's a simple kid. I mean, if you can only one thing can have his attention. That's he at least he knows his limits. And I can eat and watch a movie.
So, eating, watching a movie. What's your favorite movie genre?
Oh, I'm across the board. I love sci-fi. I mean, I was just watching an old Aliens movie just recently, and what else? I love good action. But good comedy. Yeah. So oh damn, I don't even know. Yeah. So the Rocky movies are amongst my favorite. So those are always good.
Okay. Any other ones that rank up there towards your favorite movie? Or do you have one that is rock solid? You're going to watch it every time. Either it's on TV. All-time favorite.
Ghostbusters I would have to put it as all-time. As all-time, it's never going to, I'm not going to get tired of it. Yeah, Ghostbusters is the all-time. But then there's so many good ones. I remember forgetting Sarah Marshall. That movie, there's just things about that movie that make me laugh like crazy.
You sound like you're from London.
You sound like I'm from London. and Paul Rudd's character, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. Do something.
Eldest Snow, Inside of you. Something on the stage. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I love a good movie. And I'm excited to finally to do something kind of related to movies. And thank you, DraftKings.
Well, you're welcome, because this wouldn't be happening without me. No, I'm just kidding. The 2 undercards, though, in this competition, how about chugging like a whole gallon of soda, 128 ounces here, then eating 50, I know. And then there's eating 50 hard-boiled eggs. Cool Hand Luke can do it. We know you can do it. Do you still hold the record, 141 eggs in 8 minutes? That was almost a decade ago.
That's a great record. Oh my God. And that was one of the records where I think the top 4 people in that contest broke the record. So we were pushing each other. Matt got second. Nikki Sudo got third. We were pushing each other hard, and that's gonna be a hard record for anybody to beat.
Yeah. Do you have any words of wisdom for the 3 who will be taking part in that? So Nick Weary, Michelle Lusko, and then Matt Hazard.
Oh, it's one of those ones where eggs, you're gonna have to swallow it faster than you want to. Naturally, when you eat a hard-boiled egg, your body you're gonna have to force your body to swallow it faster, and it's not gonna be a comfortable contest. You just have to stay on it, because it's I don't know. I feel like Nick Weary probably he's that bodybuilder kind of guy. He probably eats hard-boiled eggs like a madman.
Yeah.
And, I think he'll probably have the advantage, and he'll plow through it pretty quick. But we'll see.
That's what I'm thinking. I just imagine Nick like getting home from the gym after 4 hours there, and protein shake in one hand and then like a dozen hard-boiled eggs in the other, just wolfing them down.
Yeah, it's looking good for him. But Michelle, she's also, I know she likes hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, and both of them are good. We'll see what happens.
Like, we do have that free-to-play pool available on the DraftKings Sportsbook for this event. So I'm just going to give you a few of the questions kind of rapid fire here and just get some picks from you. I feel like I know where you're going to go for the first one. So will anyone eat 50 eggs in less than 5 minutes?
Oh yeah. I think, I think absolutely at least one, or probably 2, 2 out of 3. So.
All right. Will Badlands Booker chug a gallon of soda in under a minute?
Under a minute?
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any information on this? Is it out of a bottle, or is it
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can tell you that he put a time limit on it. When I talked to him, I was like, how fast do you think you can do this? And he says 30 seconds. He says if he takes his time, like 40 seconds. I mean, if the guy's saying it himself.
If it's cold, completely carbonated soda, I could see it taking over a minute. Oh damn! I mean, I could see him, but most likely it's going to be sitting out for a while, and
okay.
Yeah,
because this is
really
all we
close.
have. This is all we have right now. It says will be served in 128 ounces of soda in standardized cups.
Okay, so each one of them sitting out then means, and that means they're going to lose a lot of carbonation, and probably warm up. It's in Vegas outside. Yeah, I'm saying he can do it.
Okay, and then who will win the DraftKings World Popcorn Eating Championship?
Chestnut's making a comeback. Yeah.
Ah.
John. Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, it's going down.
Dude, I can see the fire in your eyes right now.
There's something in my eyes. Hopefully it's nothing illegal.
Joey Chestnut, you are a good man. Good luck, dude. We hope you get back on track, brother.
Thank you so much. Good to be on with you again.
One of my favorite nights that one can have doing Madden After Dark on the Dream Stream, and that is the Madden After Dark, the Wear Your Best Lamarca's free roll. And I am rocking my Lamarcas. Adam Kaufman, he's Matt Lamarca, aptly named. How are you, man?
For me, it's past Lamarca season now. It's a little too warm for that Lamarcas.
Oh yeah, so you're shortsing it up?
I'm in shorts at the moment, especially like in the setup right now. I don't know if you have it, but I've got lights just pouring on me.
No, just this one little ring light that I'm not even sure does anything. Watch, let's find out. I'm gonna turn it off.
Okay. It helps a little bit,
ever so slightly. Oh, wait,
yeah.
I can bring it back. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. Just a little bit. A little bit. No, I don't have the big studio setup that, important people have. I work with regular recessed lighting that is in the room here.
Well, you look very well lit all the time, so you don't need a ton of work.
Well, I'm well lit all the
as
time.
you noted, I'm moving my setup around a little bit, so
yeah, looks good.
I need another light for this side.
Okay.
No, the money side, as I like to call it.
I thought you were about to go all Chris Farley. It's not so much here or here, but right here. You remember that from Tommy Boy after he takes the 2x4 to the side of the face?
Of course.
Can you see anything? Steven says, Cough has legs. I do. Yeah, I'll have to tell you about that. You missed that yesterday. Executive Session says, my guy Matt. What else we got here? Let's see. Sean, see you, buddy. Who else we got? That's about it. It's early. Captain Blood, is Luca going to be back? He bet. Luca is trouble tonight for anyone that rostered Luca, and I'm right there with you. It has been a tough scene. He's got like 17 fantasy points at halftime. Luca had better be back.
Woof.
I don't know what's going on in that situation. I haven't done the research to see if there's an injury or something like that, but I hope not.
I took the night off.
I saw.
I was working the news desk until 6 o'clock, and when I got done,
make you even more prepared?
It does make me more prepared, but it also kind of burns me out. Like I had to blurb Embiid being questionable, then being in, then being out, all in the span of 6 minutes. And
sure.
So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to watch. I actually watched the third of the new Star Wars trilogy because I've never seen it before.
Okay. All right. So you're underway. Well, we can get into movie talk. CJ says, I'm starting to think Koff watches too many movies. LOL. Was it just was it Tommy Boy reference that put me over the top? Because I've seen that like 1,000 times. It's not like I'm sitting here going, so I checked out, Beer League. That's next level stuff. Alana says, New England weather, you wear your Lamarcas year round. You know what I want to know from Alana or anyone else that is here with us? Do you all in your lives now refer to the flannel pant, the plaid pant, the pajama pant as Lamarcas?
There's no shot.
I bet at least one person does other than me.
Well, if that is the case, I will take that as a very high compliment.
I bet you do. Jordan says, yeah, he's killing me, Koff. Everyone doing well in their lineups.
Did we just get a pick on the first throw?
Picked on the very first throw. Let's bring out Danny Dimes. Okay, well, so much for Kyler. Let's get your lineup, and then we'll give you mine, and then we'll get back to the sim.
Yeah, I went with Kyler at captain spot.
Okay,
so
tough
not
start.
A great start for me. I jammed in Kyler and Saquon. Then I went with Sterling Shepard, Max Williams, Darius Slayton, and the Cardinals defense.
Okay, we have some similarities for sure. I also have the Cards defense. I also have Kyler, although not captained. Saquon Barkley, Kenyon Drake, Christian Kirk, Captain Kirk, if you will, but he's not my captain. I just like to call him that. My captain is Evan Ingram.
Okay.
Opted for a kind of a value captain, 10-8, getting about a dozen points a sim. Let's see what happens. Danny Dimes thinks about running. Instead, completes a pass to the aforementioned Evan Ingram. 5-yard pickup, 3rd and 5 on the way from the 30. Is that all we had to do to speak him into existence? Literally mention his name?
Apparently.
I'll talk about Evan Ingram till I'm blue in the face. The cough has legs reference, by the way, in case you were even mildly curious. I was with Moose last night, and I explained to him, and I guess the same would apply to you. I'd have to see some pictures of you to see if it had the same effect. But I've known Moose in this very way for a handful of years. You know, I've probably known you for almost as long, doing stuff, you know, The Sweat, once called Pre-Lock Live, and The Slate, and other things that we've done. But I've never seen Moose outside of a Zoom window or Skype window or whatever we've used over the years. It's always been in this format. And as we have a touchdown just that quickly, Giants meaning business inside the first minute. There he is, Evan Ingram. Every time Daniel Jones throws the ball this sim, I'm going to mention Evan Ingram if that's going to be the result. Ingram. Love it. About to be 7-0, buck 15 in. So I mentioned that, I don't know, I felt, as old people do, I fell down a Facebook rabbit hole, and I wound up on Moose's profile. And I was like, oh, this is a cute picture of his kids. Oh, it's a nice family picture. And I start to just, all of a sudden now I'm going to like the photos tab. And I'm looking at just all the pictures, and he doesn't post a lot, but all the pictures that Moose has posted. And I said to him, I got to tell you, man, this is weird. This is weird. But I found seeing your full body in a picture, head to toe, not just like pecs up, seeing your full body, I found it jarring. Like it was weird. It was like I knew you had a waist and legs and feet and all of these things that I never see, but for some reason, seeing them all put together in a photo, it was a weird mental sensation for me. Gave me a real brain cramp.
Alrighty then.
It was strange. I can't explain it. It was so weird. I think my initial, and he pointed this out. He's like, well, you probably noticed I'm not very tall. And maybe that's what it was. I think I have this image of Moose in my head that's like, not tall, but, you know, average height, 5'10", 5'11", something like that. And he checks in at like 5'7". And at least in some of the pictures that he was in with friends or with his wife in heels, like he noticeably small looking. And it really threw me.
I would have had him pegged at about 5'8".
Yeah, all right.
Just like I have you pegged at about 5'10", 5'11".
Alana, by the way, says, I would refer to them as Lamarcas all the time, but there's not enough time in the day to explain this to all the people in my regular life. So there's this fun name for sweatpants named after a sim commentator. What's a sim? Sit down.
Yeah. How much time you got?
How much time you got? Matt
So
Lamarca.
you're going no
Kaufman,
comment?
producer.
You're going no comment on my my Kaufman height guess?
Oh, what was it? I missed it. I'm sorry.
I said 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah, right there. I'm right there. I'm like 5'10" and a half.
I'm great at telling people's height when they're sitting down.
Okay, that's a weird skill, but I like it.
It's like a carnival skill.
Now I kind of want to know. Now I want to go through like everybody's height. I want to know what your guesses are for, because you haven't seen most of us in person, maybe any of us.
Yeah, I haven't. Daniel says guess his height, but you know what? I've never seen Daniel on camera.
Yeah, you
So I
never
can't
worked with
answer that
Daniel in
question.
that capacity.
Going off of his Twitter avatar, I'm going to say he's about 6 feet. Maybe 6 feet to 6'2" is my guess.
Strictly going off his Twitter avatar. Survey says very accurate. That was much more of a magic 8-ball response on his part. But nevertheless, we'll take it. 6 feet on the nose. Okay, how tall is Glash? And I'm going to text him.
I'm going to say he's about an inch taller than you. So I'm going to say 5'11".
You might be right. I've never really paid that close attention to him. I try not to look in his general direction. How tall are you? What about Emerson? You want to guess on Emerson?
6'3".
How tall are you? I'm just sending these blanket "how tall are you" texts. How about Rossi? We were just with Rossi for the last one.
Rossi, I feel like I know this one. I feel like we've talked about it. I think he's like 5'6", 5'7".
So should I not text him?
Yeah.
Glash. All right. So you have. You know what? It should just be game over because your Glash says he's 5'8".
All right. Game over.
I'm just going to write okay and see if he even asks why, or if he just accepts that it's probably something related to a sim. We will see if Emerson responds, though. Tater Saters had previously said, I bet Glash is 5'9", definitely shorter than Koff. Some guessing Glash is 6'1", says Robbie Noble. Emerson is 6'1", says Monster. Emerson 6 even, Captain Blund. 80 Poker going with the same.
I feel very confident that he's over 6 feet tall. He's just long. He's a long, lanky guy.
Yeah, I don't know if he's 6'3", but if you said 6'1", 6'2", that feels about right to me. It's just a damn Kaufman, or it's just Adam Kaufman. Emerson is two little people, one standing on the other's shoulders.
You know what?
I would buy that considering those scrawny legs he's got.
Gotta have a trench coat, though.
Yeah. You gotta have a trench coat. Kareem says Rossi's about 215. It's 3-3 if you're scoring at home. Except the sim is 7-0. Glash acts like he's 7'2", says Eric. Captain Blood says Emerson's 6'5" if you ask him, 5'10" if you measure him. He probably is somewhere right in the middle, though. Do you think Glash is going to show up in the chat now that we've asked this question?
I think he'd be here already.
Maybe he is here already.
Nah, we'd know.
Just lurking. Second and goal, Kyler. Take it off! No, man, you had a straight shot. What? You ran out of bounds. You dummy.
You're so right. He could have just run up the gut for the touchdown.
He could have just run straight up the gut. Probably.
Then he bounces it, gets the block, and steps out of bounds.
What was that? AI Kyler and I, we got to have a talk, man. Glash just writes good talk. All right, you know what? I'm fine with it because Kenyon Drake's my captain. Touchdown.
You said, what's his name was your captain?
Oh, that's right. It was going to be Drake, and then I made an Ingram. You're right. Well, all right, I got him rostered, so I'm good with it either way. You're right. Ingram's my captain.
Hater has my game pegged perfectly.
What's that?
He says, I bet Emerson could block the shot of everyone else that calls the Sims besides Lamarca, because Lamarca would just pump fake him and wait for Emerson to hit the floor before gently laying it in. I was all pump fakes in the post.
How tall are you?
6 foot.
Are you?
Yeah. I'd like to lie and give myself another couple inches, but 6 even.
I feel like once you're 6 even, you don't need to do that. I need to do that because I'm not 6 feet.
Yeah, but you know what? Like 6'2" would have just sounded better.
Well, sure. But what's your vertical? How high are you getting off the ground?
I couldn't jump over a phone book at this point.
Daniel says, I bet Lamarca's got sweet footwork in the paint. It's just a damn Goff, man. Goff channeling BK there with the different captains. It's true, except he does it to be funny, to like, oh yeah, of course he's my captain, of course, like because he's he's got the best, smartest lineup. I did it because I'm an idiot. I did Captain Drake, and then I switched my lineup around and I went to Ingram.
Hater says, I wasn't thinking pump fake with you, Lamarca. I was just thinking you would back him down until he fell over. Just the pure power game.
Bonzo says 6 feet of raw brass sax appeal. Jordan says, Cobb, you were supposed to guess Lamarca's height. That's true. I guess if we were going to stay true to the game, I should have. I don't know that I would have gotten it. I would have guessed around 6 feet, but I might have taken an inch away. I might have gone like 5'11". The only reason I would have guessed, and it would have kind of been cheating, is because your Twitter profile, your Twitter avatar, it's an old picture of you, but you're standing up.
At least 10 years old.
Yeah, but your height hasn't changed.
No, of course.
And your length is shown in that picture. So that would have impacted me. If I were guessing purely on Zoom window, just seeing you as I see you right now, I wouldn't have gone near that. I would have gone like 5'8", 5'9".
Get out of here.
I would have.
I feel insulted.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
Well, you did.
Do you really want to hurt me?
Little the wedding singer.
Yes. So what it was supposed to be like a pickup line. It was like, so what are you doing after the sim? I think I'm going to throw on more. Not I think. I know. I'm planning. Mortal Kombat on HBO Max is the plan. Mortal Kombat! Get over here! That's the plan for me tonight. Are you diving into another Star Wars movie?
I've watched. That was the last of the trilogies. You know, like I saw the original 3 when I was young.
Okay.
I saw the second 3 in the movie theaters when I was also young but older, obviously. And the last 3 I kind of have just like haven't really seen them. I saw one of them in the movie theaters, but I'm not really like a huge Star Wars guy. The reason why I was thinking I went on this is because I'm looking for something to watch, and I was debating starting The Mandalorian. And I was like, well, if I'm going to start that, I should probably finish the trilogy.
Yeah, I get that.
So I watched the last movie, and honestly, it was like a little bit of a disappointment for me, but I'm also just not a Star Wars guy. So I don't know why I'm thinking of watching The Mandalorian outside of the fact that people seem to really like it.
Well, Jordan really likes The Mandalorian. I'm sure some other people in the chat are going to say so as well. Jordan, different Jordan. That was Jordan, our producer. Jordan in the chat says, I heard the new Mortal Kombat movie sucks. Is this the general consensus? I actually heard, Jordan, that it was great. Safety territory here.
I just don't understand how you can make that into a movie. Like, what's the premise of the movie?
Well, did you see the original Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, and it was terrible.
It was, but, I mean, that answers your question as to at least how you can make a
okay,
movie
so the premise is we're going to take a terrible movie and we're going to do the same thing?
Well, I don't know that that's the premise. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't take a lot of effort to make a movie. Apparently, this one is really good. Jordan here is the first one that I've seen say that I heard it stinks. Is there a Rotten Tomatoes situation or any of that stuff yet? Or is it?
I'll check it. I don't want you to spoil it. You know, I know you're excited.
All right. Well, I'm still going to watch it anyway. Daniel Jones he's 5 of 8 for 47. Kyler Murray is 5 of 7 for 74. You got the pick for Murray. You got the touchdown for Danny Dimes here. Let's see. Man, Stick here is saying that he heard it was bad too. Well, what in the world is going on?
Well, it's got a great audience score.
Okay, what is it?
88% on the audience score.
People like violence.
55% on the old tomato meter.
That's not bad.
It's, you know what? I was expecting much worse.
For what it is, like for a video game movie, that's not bad. What do you suppose?
Let's see what the original one did.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
23.
Is that Mortal Kombat Annihilation?
No, that's the sequel.
Well, that got a 2%.
Like the sequel was bad. The sequel was really bad. First one is watchable.
There it is. 44%.
Okay. So this is better than that.
Critics' consensus. Despite an effective otherworldly atmosphere and appropriately cheesy visuals, Mortal Kombat suffers from its poorly constructed plot, laughable dialogue, and subpar acting. Okay, then.
I want all of that.
Well, you got it in the first one.
Oh, that's the first one.
That was the first one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The critics like the second one better. Or the...
What's the written review, though, for this one?
Largely for fans of the source material, but far from fatal potential, parentheses, itty. So
like fatality.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
Far from fatally flawed, Mortal Kombat revives the franchise in appropriately violent fashion.
Perfect. Here for it. Alana says, does one have to see the original to understand the new one? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. In fact, you're probably better off if you haven't seen the original. This is not it's not a continuation. It's not even a remake. It's just new.
Man,
I would be
2%.
curious.
That's got to be amongst the worst things that have ever been reviewed.
Daniel, since we know that I am great at giving people tasks, could I ask a favor of you? I would love to know the highest rated video game inspired movie on Rotten Tomatoes. And I know that you can go to Wikipedia and very easily find a list of movies that were video game movies. I'd be curious to know what is viewed as the best one ever. Because I bet that 55 score isn't wildly off. Best video game movie, that is correct. Mike says, can I buy it just to stream it after I trash it? 7-7 game, Lamarca, Goff, Jordan, Daniel, Joe. All with you. Sounds like a law firm. Mike says Lara Croft. That could be.
First thing to jump to my mind was like Doom, but I think Doom was also terrible.
What about Gamer? Gamer was pretty good, wasn't it?
What? I don't know Gamer.
I
Is Gamer based on a game?
Movie. Robbie, it's definitely not Super Mario Brothers. That movie stinks. And I own it.
Resident Evil, not bad.
Yeah, that absolutely could be there. There were a few of those. There were a bunch of Resident Evils. Steven says, thank goodness Amazon delivers in 20 minutes so I could wear my Lamarcas for after dark and fit in.
How about
could be
any
Tomb
of
Raider,
the...
Robbie. That's yeah. Jordan says Angry Birds movie has 73 on Rotten Tomatoes.
That
I'm not sure that one counts.
How about like any of the like Tom Clancy you know, they were books, but then they were video games, and now they're like a TV show, I think. You know, like Jack Ryan.
Sure. Yeah. I like Jack Ryan. The character. I've never seen the Amazon show.
I'm going to push back. Daniel says Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle, highest grossing video game movie
think it should count.
ever. Jumanji was a movie.
Right.
First.
It wasn't a game. It wasn't a game that became a movie. I don't think that should count. That was a movie based on a game. That's different. That's a different thing.
That was a movie. That was a movie, a game based on a movie with a movie based on a game. It was a movie based on a game based on a movie.
That's a deep
Sorry.
cut, bro. That is
That was
a deep
confusing.
cut. Kyler slides. Did he get the first? No. 4th and 1 from the 31. Got to assume we'll get a kick, but maybe there'll be a
Go for it, Kingsbury.
Go for it, Virtual Cliff.
Oh, Detective Pikachu. I love that movie.
Do you?
No.
Does anyone? I think it's actually reviewed well. I'm serious.
I will say
I love Ryan Reynolds. I put that movie on, man. I couldn't get through it.
I will say I enjoyed it just from a nostalgia purpose, but like the premise of the movie, it's not good.
Dana says that's a 67 on Rotten Tomatoes.
Detective Pikachu?
I just like the way you say that. Detective Pikachu?
Well, I was questioning it.
Yeah. Angry Birds Movie 2 is the highest rated on Rotten Tomatoes at 73. Get out of here with that. No, again, I don't think that one should count. We're talking about like video games. Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation, Xbox, whatever.
There ever a Yoshi movie?
Buttering ha!
There you go.
10-7, by the way. Hey, hit the like. I didn't tell you even once last sim. I'm a little embarrassed by the number right now, and I love all of you. So let's smash that like. Let's get to 250. I'm looking for 25 likes before we get out of here. We're late in the second. Let's get to 250. I'll be satisfied. Death Pause says Madden Sims the musical got 78%.
I thought Prince of Persia was also a terrible movie, but I could be wrong.
Robbie says there's a Tekken movie, but it's not in English. Is there a way that you can just go to Rotten Tomatoes and search video game movies? Can you?
I'm just trying to look up like the worst movies ever, but I can't seem to figure out how to do it.
Tater Hater says there should be a Dream Stream movie starring Raheem Mostert. Raheem to the stream, baby. Right there with you.
Oh, all right. I have the answer, by the way. Not a video game, so this might be cheating. But Daniel says, I personally love the Battleship movie as my favorite game adaptation ever. If we're going into board games, Clue was a good movie.
Clue is, fun fact, folks. Say that 10 times fast. Babysitter Billy's favorite movie all time is Clue.
Favorite movie of all time?
All time. He is obsessed with the movie Clue.
All right,
And, believe it or not, I've never seen it.
It's good. It's a good film. Have you seen Knives Out? That came out relatively recently.
Yeah.
Very similar kind of construction of the movie.
Just newer, obviously.
What do you mean fewer?
What's that?
What do you mean fewer?
No,
newer.
Newer.
Yes.
Yeah. I like Knives Out a lot. I don't know if I liked it as much as everybody else liked it, but I definitely liked it.
Knives Out was good.
Yeah. AD Poker shouting out Jumanji. Like maybe the original with Robin Williams. Wow, Netflix just paid over $400 million for 2 sequels to Knives Out.
This is it's a great time to be a writer of TV.
Oh man, if we don't get a safety here, I feel like we're all failing.
Cough. Let's take like 2 months off.
Write a
let's
movie?
just write a TV show.
Oh, he got it! Safety! You can dance where you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Let's all get together for a virtual live watch party. A watch party, and we can sing the safety dance song together when we get a safety. Oh, how good is that? What my wife must think hearing me scream like an idiot down here. If she's smart, she'd just soundproof this space.
I thought you were going in a different direction.
Would leave me?
She was smart. She would just leave.
Yeah, just start packing, honey.
But yeah, seriously, let's take like 2-3 months off. We'll write something. We can come up with an idea, and we'll just sell it to Netflix, and boom.
I mean, South Park told us that's very easy to do.
I'm not trying to put myself in category with those guys because I think they're legit geniuses, but
no, I mean they said it on an episode of South Park. Remember that like whatever, Netflix will buy anything.
Yes, right. Yeah. Oh, right. During the Coon and Friends.
Right. Exactly. Listen, man, I'm not sitting here feeling like that's a bad idea. But we gotta have a good idea. Maybe we should just use all future dream streams that we do together to completely ignore the sim and just workshop ideas. And when we land on one that seems to please enough people in the chat, At that point, we'll go on our hiatus and we'll write it.
So I have like a book that
ideas.
No. I've been I don't want to say I've been working on a book because that makes it sound like I've been way more productive than I have been. But in my head, I've been working on a book for the last year or so.
Okay.
And
is it like a memoir?
No.
Is it called Saxman?
The memoir of my life would be an incredibly boring book.
It would be just a really long paragraph.
It'd just be the most boring book. No, it's like it's hard to pitch, right? You know, I'm not a pitch guy.
Oh, that's trouble right from the beginning.
I'm not an elevator man.
Okay.
So it opens up with this guy goes next door, kills 3 of his neighbors, sits in their living room, and calls the police on himself.
Okay.
All right. The police come, they arrest him, and it's told there are 2 like main characters. There's the criminal, and then there's the assistant district attorney.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a courtroom crime type drama.
Sure.
And then there are twists and turns from there. I don't want to get into all of it. But
yeah, I mean, this could be, people for when people read this. You don't want to just give away the whole thing right now.
That's right. Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Tater Hater says, is Meghan Markle in this book, Lamarca? She could be in the adaptation. I would love that.
So Jordan wants to know, I think she's considering acting again. Jordan wants to know whose perspective is the story being told from.
It would be narrated, not necessarily first person. It would be more third person, omniscient, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of gonna bounce between the 2 characters.
How far along are you in this process? Like, how many pages do you have? Like, once upon a time, I started writing a book with a buddy.
How many pages have I written? 0.
Oh, you just have an idea.
Do you even listen to me?
I do, but I'm in and out.
I'd
love to blame it on the Emmernet, but you didn't drop out.
I love you,
my
buddy.
Attention span.
But it is the most annoying thing about you, and it's not even close.
That's number 1.
Not even close. It's like half the time I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall.
That's not true. I feel like I'm generally pretty attentive. Although my wife would disagree, so I think you and her would get along fine. 99 passing for Murray. So, but all right, let's go back though. So you've just been thinking about this for a year plus.
I've been working on it in my head. You never did that?
No, I mean, I tend to like
when I used to have to like write papers in college.
Yeah.
I would have the whole thing basically written in my head before I started and put it on paper.
Oh, see.
I'm not saying I have it word for word written, but I have the opening. I have all the sections mapped out in my head.
Jordan says you 2 sound like a bickering couple. Lamarca, what's your this is from Daniel. Lamarca, what's your log line, like a 2 to 3 sentence pitch?
Guy kills his neighbors. Has a hidden past. And basically challenges the district attorney in court, the assistant district attorney in court.
Okay. I feel like you need to start to put some of this on paper, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, no problem. Let me just find the time to do that.
Well, how do you think it happens, man? I mean, that's literally how it happens.
I think
for
people
any writer.
that write
Otherwise, you just blink and your
off.
life has gone by, and it's 30 years down the road, and you still haven't written your masterpiece. You need to just make the time. That's what you got to do.
I just said let's take 2 to 3 months and write a screenplay. I already have.
All right, but what I'm saying is like that's another idea that we got to come up with, jointly together. That what you're talking about, you already have an idea that you would like to devote some time to. So do it.
So Daniel says, why does this guy do these things? And that is the what's interesting about this story. So, but that's also like giving it away.
Yeah, you don't want to give it away.
I don't necessarily want to. He has a very distinctive reason for doing everything that he does. The guy is a extremely intelligent person. Part of his backstory is he was top in his class at law school, Columbia Law, before dropping out right before the end of his final season. And then he basically goes off the grid for 5 years. He disappears. No credit card usage, no address. There's just no trace of this guy. Then he pops back up. He gets a regular job at a regular place. And like 3 months later, he kills his neighbors. And he has this whole plan that he sets into motion. And that's what I'm willing to divulge at the moment.
Bonzo said Coughlin's made a jump to conclusions map. Kick and glove. Now you know how Deucey feels, Lamarca. Kenny loves working with me. Get out of here with that.
Missing the guy that I just explained is the antagonist. The protagonist is the assistant district attorney. So the assistant district attorney, ADA for short, is the guy that's trying to put this case to bed. And his boss, the district attorney, if you will, he's like, I don't know, something feels weird about this. I think we should give this guy a deal. And he's like, no, this is the biggest slam dunk ever. The guy killed his neighbors and called us. And we walked in there and he was just sitting on the couch chilling. So I'm going to go after this guy. So the first day of court, the bad guy fires his public defender and says, I'm going to defend myself. And he's like, okay, dope. And that's when the whole, like his law history comes into play. And there's scenes where the ADA goes and visits the guy in prison, and the guy in prison kind of enlightens him a little bit as to what's going on, and, lets him know that this is a mental chess match, and I've planned this for however long, and you're behind me, blah, 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 blah. So
Garrett says, so your book is basically the plot to law-abiding citizen.
No. Much different
But you can't give away the difference.
Yeah, I guess it does kind of sound like law-abiding. It's not like a revenge narrative type thing. But it does.
Simple. Like, two good ideas can exist, by the way. We're not not condemning that.
It's not a revenge narrative. So like essentially the neighbors are drug dealers.
Okay.
And that's built into this guy's defense is like he's, like self-defense, preemptive strike. If I didn't get them, they were going to get me type of thing. But in reality, this guy, the bad guy, has been trying to take over the drug trade in New York for the past 5 years, which is why he's been off the grid. When he was in college, his roommate was from South America and had contacts. So he used those, got out of the country without using his passport, and has been like setting everything in motion from down in South America type of thing. So his neighbors, he moved into this house on purpose so he could live next to these people. And he takes them out. He goes to prison so that he can establish sort of his name in the community. Like he's an absolute, like just monster. Like he fights dudes in prison and, breaks out like Brazilian jiu-jitsu and all sorts of weird, crazy stuff. So anyway, this is kind of, I'm not saying this is a finished product. That's why we need to take some time off and we can write this thing.
Daniel says, without giving away the ending, is this a comedy, as in a happy ending, or is it a tragedy?
Tragedy.
Okay. Jordan says, I'm going to skip some of what he wrote, but Jordan says you need a hook, something that catches our attention, something that's unique or interesting that is not related to law-abiding citizen. What's your hook? What makes this different? Again, it can be similar, but what makes it different from some of the things that people have already seen?
I mean, the beginning is supposed to hook you. A guy comes home from work, goes next door and kills his neighbors, sits down on their couch, maybe he smokes a cigarette, and then calls the police on himself. That's not like a hook. That's not a good way to get sucked into the story.
I think it's a hook. I'm just reading the comments.
Okay.
What else we got here? Steven, interesting thought. Robbie, see you. Alana says, who's going to narrate the audiobook?
Morgan Freeman.
It's like, can I do it? DFS Queenie says that you need to, and I don't remember exactly what she wrote, so I'm paraphrasing here, because I don't feel like scrolling back, that you need to put a treatment together. You don't need to sit down and, go page one, it was a dark and twisting wind, and the trees rustled, nestled in the stupid power lines, or whatever. You don't need to write something, right? But you got to put treatment together so that you can shop this thing around and someone can say, yeah, we want that book. And then you get paid for your time off to then write the book. Have you put together a little something like that yet? Daniel says,
I understand.
To synopsis, to treatment, to screenplay. Daniel is someone who is working on a screenplay right now. He's knowledgeable of this stuff. Now he's trying to put together something for film. Yours is obviously a book. It's a little different, but
Yeah, Daniel says, why should we watch this specific guy's journey as opposed to The Departed or Goodfellas? If you're trying to compare something that I am doing to The Departed or Goodfellas, it's going to be worse.
Why? No, but truly, like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck were nobodies when they were doing Good Will Hunting. They wrote that, they put it out there, and it put them on the map, and then some. So I don't dismiss yourself just like that. I'm not here for that.
Oh, well, thank you. That's very nice.
Seriously.
there's a 99% chance that I just never write it because I have a million ideas of things that I will just never do. Like 2 years ago, back when like the seltzers, that started to become everybody's beverage of choice. You know what I'm saying?
Guy, but sure.
I was like, why don't we make a brewery, but with seltzers? Like a craft seltzer place. And I feel like that's $1 billion, right? Nah, I feel like that's a money-making idea. Like you put it out by the vineyards. Like you can go get craft seltzers.
Yeah.
Boom. Another one. Here's another one for you, free of charge.
Okay, I'm here for it.
It's a restaurant called Pickles. The pickle is the star. I'm not saying that everything is pickles, but we have a pickle burger. It's just a burger loaded with pickles.
Loaded with pickles.
Pickle flights with different, different type. It's the pickles restaurant.
Pickle poppers.
It could be a chain.
You can get some cucumbers before they were pickles. Jordan says they have craft seltzer places in the Finger Lakes by the wineries. Hashtag did you know? DYK. Jordan says he's Jordan. Lindenbaum. This is not producer Jordan. Lindenbaum, he needs more. He needs more. He says, in a couple sentences is what I mean, Lamarca, an elevator pitch, if you will. Last man on earth is sitting at home. Suddenly his doorbell rings. That is a hook, he says.
Okay, I'm comfortable with my hook. If it's not good enough for you guys and you want to pass, that's okay.
I didn't say that. I'm reading the comments.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to everybody.
Death Pause says, Saxy, please tell me you don't live next door to 3 people, and this is your confession.
I mean, I live next door to many people, but no, I would never do that. I mean, look at me. Do I seem like that kind of guy?
No. Sorry, was that too long? Was that too delayed an answer? No. Jordan, our producer, fully supports your writing. I do too. I love your writing. I've told you, I don't know how many times, that I love to read your writing. You are my go-to football showdown writer during the season. I read you first. Sometimes I read you last.
No.
Sometimes I read other people in between. And I just do you, and then I do you again. I've never seen you do this style of writing, though, and I'm interested. I want to read it. Steven says, I could see us all in 20 years watching Lamarca pull the DVD, or watching Koff pull the DVD of Lamarca's book off his shelf. He adds, that's depressing.
Wouldn't be depressing for me.
No. I might have to reevaluate a couple things.
I think the saddest part of that would be if you're still collecting DVDs in 20 years.
Look, if you guys are going to ask me will I still have my DVD wall in 20 years, I 1,000% will. I can't imagine I'm going to add a whole lot of new ones in that time. I think this is more or less what this sucker's going to look like at this point, and I'm good with that.
I've been, I told you, I've been redoing my room. Right over there, since we're on camera. You see the little bookshelf that I'm pointing at?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The top row is DVDs, and I debated just chucking all of them.
Well, one, how dare you? Because seriously, if it ever even for a second occurs to you, like, I think I'm going to throw away my DVDs, mail them to me.
I got some good stuff.
I want them as opposed to you literally trashing them. And then at least I will decide what I want and go from there. Don't just throw them away. It's insanity to me. Chuck them. That applies to all of you, by the way. All of you out there thinking about throwing your DVDs away. Send them to the DraftKings office. I will find room on the shelf. I will. You could DM me on Twitter. I'll give you the DK office address. I'll do it. First and goal. Cardinals ball. Down by 2. After that safety, 12-10, 8-yard line, start of the 4th. Lamarca, Koff, Jordan, Daniel, Joe.
Zachary Pompous can't handle me. I don't know if he's talking about my ideas and he thinks they're terrible, if he thinks my book is terrible. I'm telling you right now,
it's not a book yet.
In 10 years, when you drive past a Pickles restaurant, you're going to remember this.
Pickles restaurant. So Daniel's put together your log line.
Okay. I mean, I do like this.
When a missing law student resurfaces in a New York district court for the murder of a crime lord, his self-defense plea turns out to not be so benign.
Whew.
Right?
I'll read that.
I like it. Kicking Club Glash has a new... Yeah, is that enough of a hook for you, Jordan? What do you think of that hook? Where the hook gonna be? Uh-oh! 7-yard pickup for Kyler. Who do we have in the chat here? I like that. I'm going to give that a fire emoji in our Slack. Flash has a new DVD collection, says Kicking Club. Of course, it's all the same movie. It's true. It is. It's all jingle all the way.
Yeah.
PGC
Mike Bizzle
Man,
says declutter.
I appreciate the offer. I will pass on your son's Wiggles DVDs.
I have thought about selling some stuff. Like I found an old iPhone. It's like probably an iPhone 5 or 6 or something like that.
Can you take it to the store and get something for it?
Probably not, but I can sell it on eBay.
Yeah.
I'm big in these eBay streets, Koff.
I know this about you. What can you get for an old iPhone? I mean, it depends on how old we're talking here, obviously.
I don't know. I would take anything. It's right now. It's just collecting dust. I'd take $20 for it.
My kids like to take my old phones that I never threw away and just run around pretending they have cell phones. They even charge them, power them up. They don't do anything. I mean, some of them will connect to the internet, but makes me feel like I'm not necessarily inspiring the best behavior out of my children. I want to be like Daddy. Let's talk on the phone. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon. Alana knows. Daniel says you could recycle the phone to help lithium-ion batteries become more sustainable. Sure. I could do that.
Yeah, I could. I could also become a vegan to help the environment, but...
It's just damn confident, says. That's such a good hook that Michael Bay is already planning the explosions that will run with it.
Plenty of people, some people saying there are pickle-themed restaurants in their neighborhood, so... Pickles is on the way.
DK office about to be bombarded. Can of worms officially open. Good. Send me your DVDs. This is not a joke. You don't want them? Send them. I will give you the DraftKings office in the chat. I'll do it.
Zachary Pampa says his idea is a worm farm. It's like an ant farm, but for worms.
Sean says time to go to the Walmart with $1,000 and barter for a whole bin and mail it to Goff.
I don't even think you'd have to barter. I think they'd give them to you.
Yeah, you please take these. They're in the way. You kidding me? What would you guys mail me? Like, I don't know. I don't really even remember how who was it? It wasn't Obi-Wan. It was Wong Guy. That's who it was. Who must be gone at this point in time, or changed their username. That's who it was though. It was Wong Guy sent Glash like 10 copies of Jingle All the Way. What would you guys send me 10 copies of? That's what I want to know.
It's trending towards Mortal Kombat.
The original.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat!
Alana's idea is 6-minute abs. 6-minute abs.
You want a real idea? 6-minute abs in 2 minutes.
Can't do 5-minute abs.
Here's how it works. Saquon, touchdown. Kicking Club says you're too late, Koff. 3 years ago, I ripped over 200 DVDs and gave the neighbor the physical ones. Well, I can't exactly beat myself up over that, Kicking Club. We didn't know each other 3 years ago. Green Stream wasn't a thing. Now, if you said like 3 weeks ago, yeah. Oh, dimes. Oh, Daniel.
Oh, wah.
Fumble, and Arizona's got it. Cards defense, baby. We both got him. Dana says, yeah, just play the 6-minute abs DVD on 3-speed. It's just a damn Kaufman says he sent me 10 copies of Idiocracy. I finally watched that not too long ago, during the pandemic anyway. Not great. Love Mike Judge. I didn't quite understand how that movie was rated as well as it was. Escape Tank says, to Wong Fu, thanks for everything. May Patrick Swayze rest in peace. Alana says, plot twist. Koff's wife is in the chat, and she sends him 10 copies of their wedding video. Alana, honestly, believe it or not, I'm the sentimental one here. I guarantee she doesn't even know where our wedding video is. But I can tell you exactly where it is. And it's on the DVD show.
That's kind of sweet, Kaufman.
Thank you. We probably should have popped that on again for like the 10-year anniversary or something like that. Yeah, we haven't watched it since we got it. Since that first viewing.
Right.
obviously, and then like looked at the pictures a couple times. You know what the part of the problem was? Our videographer stunk. The video is not very good. It's fine, but it's not great. I mean, if you go back and watch, it's really for nostalgia, not for the video editing qualities.
You guys have a band or a DJ?
DJ. I mean, look, I love a wedding band. Don't get me wrong. But if I'm rocking out on a dance floor,
the way that you said that makes me know that you can't dance at all.
Good. If I'm cutting
Listen,
loose,
if I'm rocking out on the old dance floor,
if I'm cutting, well, how would someone say that would make you think that they're a really good dancer?
You know, if I'm out there getting loose, if I'm out there getting my groove on, if I'm out there getting my wiggle going.
No, that absolutely would not. No one would think that. So if I'm out there getting my wiggle going.
Absolutely, bro.
Oh, man, this guy can
wiggle it just a little bit.
This guy can cut a rug. You kidding me? No, if I'm out there in the dance floor, man, I really enjoy hearing music the way they were intended, i.e. by the original artists. Taking nothing away from, really good wedding bands are exceptional. Truly exceptional. And, worth what you got to pay for them to get them. But I'm good with the iPod Shuffle, man. Like, just throw that music on and let's go.
Oh, Kareem, you are mistaken, my friend. I know how.
You know how to wiggle it?
I know how to boogie. All right.
Koff can
Me
both
at a wedding
and slide, says Alana. I'm a Cupid Shuffle kind of guy.
I'm telling you right now, I'm a top 10 all-time wedding guest.
Is that because you can dance or you're just fun at weddings?
Well, I mean both.
DFS Queenie, dad dancing. Executive sessions, Matt's getting loose.
DFS Queenie says, I'd give $20 to see Lamarca do the worm. I don't do the worm, I do the slug. Less wiggly, a little slower.
Alana says, buy stream trash, Field of Dreams, old school, your wedding video. I think I'd have to go right in that order, Alana, actually. Can I keep the wedding, i.e. the memories? Death Pause says there's no way to describe yourself as looking good on the dance floor. I agree with that. You just do. Larry Fitz, he just does. Fitzgerald, touchdown, Arizona. Cards back in front in the final 2 minutes. Bill says, I dare you, Lamarca. Show us your dance moves at the end of this sim.
No.
Not a guy who responds to dares. Got it.
I mean, what am I? I'm going to stand up in a little webcam? No. You need to be live and in person.
That's true. I agree.
Experience this.
I agree. I will say I'm giving him credit from his TikToks. I think Blash might have a quiet rhythm about him. I've never seen him on a dance floor, but I think he might have a quiet rhythm about him. Kareem says nobody boogied since American Bandstand, Lamarca.
Oh, I beg to differ, sir.
Things going here in the Madden After Dark, the Where Your Favorite Lamarcas free roll. I'm 65th, not great. And you, sir?
Haven't even checked.
Yeah.
Can't be doing well. Oh, I'm in 38th. Could be worse, I guess.
38?
38.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Darius Slayton doesn't have a damn
Magnon
catch for me.
is in front right now by about 2 points. Point and a half. Hopkins in the captain spot. Not used to seeing DeAndre go off in these things, but he is. Murray, Barkley, Ingram, Zane, and Gano. Where's Rossi when you need him? Stack those kickers. Alana says, DK dance-off, please make it happen. I think there is a better chance of a DK calendar. Men of the Dream Stream.
Oh my God. What would we sell? 3 copies?
Yeah, out of pity.
We'd sell 3 copies, and if you buy one, you are instantly banned from the streams.
Jordan says, no DK calendar. No one would buy that. Daniel says we'd be giving them away for free on street quarters. That's what I'm saying. There's a better chance of that happening than a DK dance-off. Must be says maybe Kaufman is one of the Beach Boys. J Barbs, Lamarca's favorite movie is Saturday Night Fever.
Never seen it, but have always considered myself a bit of a Travolta.
Go Hogs Go says, I was the choreographer for Breakin' and Breakin' 2, the Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, with the guy with the broom? I love that.
Wasn't Van Damme in the original Breakin' as like uncredited street dancer or something like that? I'm pretty sure that was his first acting role.
Okay. That I don't know.
Maybe Go Hogs Go could verify. 1918. The last time the Red Sox won a World Series before 2004, and also the score in this sim. Arizona is in front. 34 seconds left. All timeouts available both sides. Giants with the ball, 2nd and 1. Field goal range, albeit a long one, from the 33. Jones surveys the landscape, passes over the middle, just enough for a first, gets to the 28, 5-yard pickup, and it's a timeout on the field. 1st and 10 coming up. 29 ticks left. Barkley, his first catch.
DFS Queenie says Emerson's shoot would just be he's in a tub of milk and cereal.
Gross. Oh, and, you know, the nerve of that guy, he'd think some people would want to eat it after.
Ew.
Right? Just disgusting. Alana says, I'll buy the calendar. This is where everybody says, you know, I'm Spartacus. I'll buy the calendar. I'll buy the calendar. I'll buy the calendar. Or like the end of Rudy. Put him in for me, Coach.
My spot, Coach.
You can give him my spot, Coach. I'll buy the calendar. I'll buy the calendar. Brian says that the touchdown was credited to Hopkins instead of Fitzgerald. We will check on that. J Barb says, where's Slayton? Is he lost in a Lamarca novel?
Could be. Always good to get lost in a good book.
Find him. Daniel says he'd eat it after, talking about Emerson. That's true.
Yeah,
sitting there soaking up his own filth.
Depending.
You guys should have seen the look on Lamarca's face right there. It
was like just thinking about that milk. It's so easy.
Jared says, I'll buy the calendar for Alana. Can you guys get it to me by Mother's Day? Who would Glash be dressed as? Would it just be 12 months of Glash in different costumes?
That would be the most logical calendar.
Would Kenny be February because the shortest month?
Oh, that's me.
That was a height joke. It wasn't.
I would dress up.
Then it would be Rossi.
I would dress up as Santa Claus if they would let me be December.
Although we did have a Rossi Santa last year.
Well, I never got to do a holiday sim, but I have the necessary equipment.
Like facial hair and girth?
I have the girth. I have a Santa hat, a Santa beard.
Okay. Daniel right here is just mapping out the calendar of Flash characters. September's Cam Newton, October's Skip Perkins, November's a turkey, December's a mall Santa. Come on, Kyler. Come on, Kyler. Let's go, Kyler.
He tried.
Yeah, time ran out. You had to get out of bounds there, Kyler. Appreciate you, though. Well, then.
Well, that was an interesting one.
Yeah, we covered a lot of ground there. We went down some paths we did not expect to be in, but those are the roads less traveled, my friend. That was it. Who are your award winners for this one? Who's your?
Was there even a game going on?
There was a game. Yeah, it's a lot like the 8 o'clock stream. There was a game going on. Looks like Kyler in the captain spot for DJ BS 4489, our projected winner, barring any stat adjustments, with about 35 points. Hit the rushing bonus with 100 on the nose at the 190 passing. So a pretty decent day for Kyler, who's in a quarter of lineups in the.
I'm giving it to Sterling Shepard. How about that?
Okay, I like it. Only in a quarter of lineups overall, as opposed to Kyler in a quarter in the captain spot. 24.4% for Shepard, 19.3 hit the bonus, 6 for 103. As Daniel notes, the safety, the difference in this game. Oh, so true. How about that? You can't undervalue the importance of the safety, folks. You just can't do it. What about your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, and probably going to be doing Sims for the rest of his life because he's just not employable in any other way?
It's this one's pretty easy. Darius Slayton.
Goose.
Bagel.
Goose.
He went bagel at nearly 50% ownership.
That's bad. That's some bad news. That is some bad news. What do we got here? What do we got? Nothing new in the chat? All right. Yeah. Marty Walker 5, projected winner in the free showdown at just south of 101 points. Whereas Cress Michael, projected winner in the free classic, about 151.4.
PS4 Addict in the chat says, that run just put me into first place.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Like that. Hey, guys, we're 3 likes away from 250, just as a point of pride if you want to get there. That'd be great. Love to hit it. We just hang out and talk until we do. Just shoot the stuff.
What'd you say you were doing after this? Oh, Mortal Kombat. Yeah. All right.
No, not you. You don't want. You want to?
No, I'm not watching Mortal Kombat.
You want to do a group viewing?
No. Absolutely not.
It's a hard pass. Daniel says we are not leaving. Jordan says we're not leaving until we get to 250 likes. Guys, we're going to hang out until
we did
250 likes, or there are 3 people concurrently watching.
We did it, guys.
Oh, good.
250.
Right. Great. Mike says, seriously, love this duo. And you, Mike, and everybody else.
Yeah, Mike Bizzle, good dude.
Yeah. Alana says after the calendar, you can put out a DK recipe book of things Koff eats. I think that would be a longer book than you're aware of, but it would not be anything that you would want to feed yourself.
No, you put out it would have to be like a cooking book of weird recipes. Like you make a pizza that you would eat, so like not a regular pizza.
Then you'll get to like chicken marsala and it'd be like, well, this doesn't seem right. This needs to get out of here. This is clearly somebody misprinted this page. AD Poker Koff, any big ideas like books and whatnot? Entrepreneurial ventures? We could spend a lot of time on this. We won't because we're done and people want to leave. I do have a book idea that I started with a buddy years ago. And I mean, when I say started, it wasn't up here. It was on physical, typed paper, if you will. But not a lot. Don't get me wrong. There were not many pages written of this thing. Certainly didn't shop it around. But I still believe, even though I won't be the one to write it because who's got the time, I really believe that this should be created at some point in time by somebody, and I would buy it proudly, supporting at least the idea, which is this. somebody writing a book about dating, like the act of date. I'm so far out of the game, I couldn't even do it now. But at the time I was not. Writing a book about dating all through sports terminology. You know what I mean? Like some really simple stuff. Like you're out at a club with your buddy and you refer to someone as a 10. I mean, that's it. It all comes back to sports in many different ways that I could. There's only so much I could detail right here, not because I don't want to give you the information, but because it teeters on inappropriate. Really, is probably where it. Yeah. So why even go there? But I think there's a lot of construction there that could be done, turned into a successful book. I do believe that. Maybe I can unearth some of the old paragraphs, find something appropriate to read you at some point.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
Thanks. Appreciate you. Daniel says, I think we've run out of good ideas for the night. So let's call this one. I think it's a good
Some
idea.
would say we never had any to begin with. All right, guys. Adam doesn't feel like rapping, so I'm going to do it.
Lana says, that'll move the chains.
Sunday, 4:25 schedule. We've got at the nooner, Jaguars at Jets. Kaufman coming back with Geoff Ulrich. 2 p.m. 49ers at Browns. That's going to be Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops.
Sure.
Same crew back with you at 4 for the Lions at the Ravens. 5:30 special Major League Eating pre-show hosted by the one, the only Jesse Cofield, a.k.a. the Draft Queen. 6 p.m. the Major League Eating red carpet event live. 8 p.m. Eastern time. Steelers at Saints. Kaufman coming back and working with Glash. Wow. Special occasion, huh?
Give only the 4th time ever in Simland. Give the people what they want. That's what we tell ourselves.
That is the primetime sim right there, baby. And then 10 o'clock, Glash is sticking around, and I will be joining him for Dolphins at Titans. That's it. That's the schedule for tomorrow. Get some rest, Cough. You got a busy day tomorrow, buddy. Enjoy Mortal Kombat.
Thank you.
Daniel, Jordan, Ops team behind the scenes. Always a pleasure. You out there in Simland. It's been real. We'll see you tomorrow.